rule, and they have unique video footage. But the reason they put it in was because everybody couldn't afford to do it.
Right, it was like basketball teams.
So they need to maybe one of the big things here is the NCAA going back on why did we implement this? Was it just because some teams couldn't afford to do it and the big programs could, and we don't really think it's competitive advantage? Or did they put it in because of the competitive advantage? I think that's going to be a huge thing. There's got to be some sort of paper trail to why they decided to do this, right? The people that did it versus the people that are in power now.
Sure. The paper trail for the NCAA, if you want to go down that route. Yeah. How many, 30 years of paper trail? Yeah. I'll see you in another decade.
Let's go to Sam in Detroit. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
So I think that the exception, not the exception. I don't think that the competitive advantage thing is the thing that we need to be concerned with. I think what you just read in the bylaws, it's the extensive. The extensive part is the part that I think this wasn't a one-time deal. This wasn't like, okay, we got a big game against whatever school and we're just going to go and scout this school. This was going on for multiple teams. Obviously, they didn't scout one team 30 times, right?
Right.
So this was more than just one university they were watching. So to whatever texture said that, if it's like something that's so minuscule, why do it in the first place, or why even accept the information on that part anyway? I'm really asking John because I don't know, and Sony, you too, but I don't understand why the rule was broken. Like, no matter what, the rule was broken.
Right.
The only institution that's going to suffer from this is Michigan football. So unless y'all went to Harbaugh, or somebody, not all of y'all, but people are like just so laissez-faire about this, like unless you went to Harbaugh University or something like that, I can understand that kind of loyalty. But this is going to hurt this program beyond the time that Harbaugh's here, right or wrong.
It could, depending what
how long it takes the
is.
NCAA to go through this process,
right.
and the competitive advantage. It only matters in regards to the future penalty, in terms of
right.
if it's a level 1 or level 3 violation, and I'm telling you, I don't think it's a huge advantage. These signals, we hear stories. Heck, I've told the story all the time about the game against Iowa in '97. We got up to the line of scrimmage, and the defense is saying it's coming right here. I said, "You're right, we are," and the snap count is on 1, and they still couldn't stop it. Like, even if you know what is coming, doesn't mean that you can stop it.
No, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean you can go through illegal ways of getting stuff.
I'm not saying that.
Right.
I'm talking about the competitive advantage. Take away rule broken or not. All right, let's just go under the assumption rule broken.
Right.
All right, because I don't think we're arguing that.
Right.
The argument I'm having is there a competitive advantage or not? Because that goes to level 3 or level 2 violations. And I'm telling you, there is a minimal competitive advantage.
Well, let me ask you this question after Chris Villar. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. Dan Campbell jumping on with Stoney and Jansen last hour. He says there is danger in putting weaknesses on tape for future opponents, but they'll be ready to rise up. Also, that he and GM Brad Holmes need to be careful not to mess with the chemistry of the team at the trade deadline, and no player is worth ruining their vibe. The Lions will take on Las Vegas next Monday to hopefully cleanse their palate of that blowout in Baltimore. Also needing to bounce back in a big way, MSU interim coach Harlan Barnett reflected on their rout at home against rival Michigan. Yeah, the Spartans are touchdown underdogs at Minnesota for Saturday. The Vikings win for the third time in 4 games. A big one over the 49ers, 22-17. Now 2 games back of the Lions in the NFC North. Niners running back, by the way, Christian McCaffrey posting a touchdown in a 16th straight game in the loss, 1 short of the NFL record that stood since the 1960s. And the MLB postseason scoreboard, Diamondbacks 5, Phillies 1. That forced a Game 7 in the NLCS. And the AL side is done. The Rangers blast the Astros 11-4 and punch their ticket to the World Series. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell at 9:35. All right, so the whole debate about how much of a competitive advantage is sign stealing. You don't think it's much. Here's the question I have for you, though. If it does not give you a competitive advantage or help you at all, why, legally, was this guy employed and his main job was to decode legally, forgetting about the stuff that we're talking about that he broke the rule on, legally trying to get signals and stuff that were on the film or whatever legally? Why have that part of your team? And every school probably has the exact same guy. Every school probably has a Connor Stallions. Okay, every school has one. Why? If it doesn't give you a competitive advantage, why do you even have somebody?
It doesn't give you a competitive advantage on game day in terms of what the signals are. And I'm going to go, forehead, knee, elbow. That means we're going to blitz in the A gap.
Right.
All right. Well, all of a sudden now you change that signal. Now you have no idea what is coming. But what happens is during the course of the week, if you can determine, on this play, this is the same call on 2nd and 4 as they had a week ago on 2nd and 4. Here's where they lined up. This is the personnel group. We got a safety line back, and all of a sudden, this corner, he's moved inside the receiver instead of outside the receiver. You're looking at all of the minutia so that during the game, when you get that look,
right,
and you sit there and say, okay, well, in this look, and then you think, okay, on this down, this could be what they're doing.
So you don't even think legally the people at every school who's like Stallions doesn't find, because a lot of times when you regular game film, you can see whether that's a picture of, I don't know, Taylor Swift or whatever that they do for signs. Some are dummy signs, some are legitimate ones. You don't think knowing that gives you any type of an advantage?
No, because I think on game day you're going to have you're going to change them from this week to next week to the week after. And if you don't, you're dumb.
But aren't I agree with that. But don't you think that information on those signals, signs, whatever you want to call them, that they legally acquire, don't you think that's in the report? And if it is, why? If it doesn't even give you any advantage?
No, I don't think it's in the report.
Really?
I don't think it care. I wouldn't care.
Okay.
I want to know.
I know.
From a defensive line standpoint, if I'm trying to anticipate when a stunt is coming, a TE stunt or a pick from a linebacker, and legally trying to find out, okay, this is when they called it, and I can confirm it with the sign coming from the sideline or whatever. Now all of a sudden, the next week they do that same sign, but they don't have the pick from the linebacker. All right, they changed their signs. Oh, shocker.
248-539-9797. Matthew in Livonia, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So my biggest issue here is John's claiming it's not a big competitive advantage. But from 2015 to 2020, Jim Harbaugh was 6 games under 500 against the spread. Since the alleged
against the
cheating
spread
started in 2021.
Against the spread? Why does it matter against the spread?
Because all of a sudden you become a juggernaut against the spread. How is that not?
The only thing that matters, coaches don't coach for the spread. They're coaching for the win or the loss. The spread is ridiculous.
The spread holds everything constant, whether who you're playing.
What?
Look at other teams across the country. So Jim Harbaugh all of a sudden in the last 3 years, under the alleged cheating, has gone from under 500 to 11 games over 500
against the spread. Yeah, if you're concerned about gambling, which coaches are not,
right?
Then maybe you have a point.
About it. but it directly has to do with how Michigan's performing on the
against
field.
the spread,
You lose your point. Right.
Yeah.
If you just would have said they won more games because of it, that's a different argument.
I mean, come on. I think even the biggest Michigan haters would admit the number one reason why Michigan has won the last few years is because they have the
Good.
best offensive lines in the country 2 consecutive years.
Yeah.
And defensively as well. And they're winning the trenches on both sides of the ball. And it's the number one reason why they've owned Ohio State. But I don't know how much of an advantage it is when you have exclusive video that nobody else has. You're telling me as a former player that it's not. And that leads me, again, respect your opinion, and you have value here because you played. I don't think you're saying that because you played at Michigan. I think you're saying that because you played football. I think that's a very different thing, you know.
There's been plenty of times when teams know exactly what's coming.
Yeah.
And they can't do anything about
That's
it.
the thing with the NFL. I mean, I heard Wojo make that again up a couple of weeks ago. He was talking about something else with football. And it's like, the NFL, you know what you're getting. Everybody plays the same way just about. Like, ooh, here comes the tush push. You know, when
Right.
it's 4th and 1, they're doing the tush push, okay? They're going to do their thing.
Right.
That's why I think this is so stupid in terms of actually resorting to thinking this even matters, because you didn't need to do it.
Right. Justin in Rochester, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, I think John is sounding like a complete slap, and it's utterly ridiculous to posit that a team that knows the other team's plays and what is coming does not have a competitive advantage.
Okay, so do you think, are you working under the premise that from week to week that nobody ever changes their signs?
What I'm working under, John, if you know what's going on with this, is that during the first half, he sits on the sideline and watches the other team and gets what their new signs are and puts that into his little sheet that he has.
That's
and works
legal.
through
That's
his
legal.
That's legal.
algorithm.
That's
That's
legal.
legal, yeah.
You got to know what they're doing.
That's
what-
legal.
But that's
He did
legal.
Illegally.
That's legal.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Because you
You're
got
allowed
that
to
from
steal
taping.
signs during the game.
Yeah.
You just can't
Right,
go
but
to another venue.
And he did.
Right. He broke that rule. Yes.
Okay, so it is a huge competitive advantage if you know what they run, and now all you got to do is figure out how they change their signs. It relates together. If it's not such a big competitive advantage, John, why doesn't Michigan tell the other team what they're running?
I did. And they couldn't stop me.
know?
I did. Hey, a ball is coming right here, and it's on 1. Stop me. Thank you. National championship.
Okay. All right. So you did that a couple times. I mean, you guys keep discounting this as it's not a big deal. It's not a competitive advantage, but it's a huge competitive advantage.
In your mind,
All
sure.
right? And Michigan's entire rise to greatness is directly correlated to this cheating scandal. And there's no two ways
Had
around it.
nothing to
You
do
guys
with
can
Aiden
look at it any way
Hutchinson
you
being a
want.
dominant defensive player or
Yeah,
other guys playing and going out there and just performing at a higher level.
The sad thing about it, John, is that's all tainted now because of what your coaching staff decided to do and the numerous cheating scandals they've been involved in since he took over.
In your
I mean,
mind,
it just
sure.
is what it is.
Numerous? What's your definition of numerous?
Multiple. I mean,
More than-
they cheated with the
COVID
during
thing.
the pandemic.
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure how many numerous are.
Can we try to simplify this a little bit just in terms? Let's look at the biggest game on the schedule. It's Ohio State. Find me a place in either one of those games where Michigan looked like they were onto something.
Well, you could
Seriously, that's kinda, I
you
think-
could say when safeties came up, they did something, but did they know safeties were coming up because they saw safeties coming up, or did they see a sign?
Guess what?
I don't know.
He trusted JJ to throw the ball deep because they couldn't run the ball. And that's
Right.
when that game flipped last year.
Yeah,
Ohio State has led, I believe, in the first half in both of those the last 2 years.
Right.
The game in Ann Arbor, they couldn't finish in the red zone.
Right.
Ohio State. I don't know that moment that happened. What I do know, what my eyes told me is that once it got to the fourth quarter, they physically mauled them because they beat them down in the trenches. I don't know where a sign comes in that helps you in that situation. Find me one moment in that game, and I'll totally buy into it. I will. If you can find me a moment in either one of those two Ohio State games, the last 2 years, that is suspicious, then I'll give a little more credibility to this.
Let's go to Nick in Grand Blanc. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys.
Hi.
Good morning.
You there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning. So I just wanted to add a little to the conversation. So in 2016, Baylor had a coach who did get caught going to another stadium, and the NCAA gave him a half-game suspension, which speaks to how how much of an advantage that is. The other thing is, in recent years, and I can send a link to this, the NCAA has actively talked about rescinding that rule, because essentially in '94 when they did it, they had no idea by now there would be all these cell phones, GoPros. Because anybody can go to a game, record the whole thing, and then just post it.
Right.
So anyway, that's, to your conversation of is it level 2 or 3, I think the NCAA, based on that, would probably say it's a 3.
The difference where it might be a level 2 is the use of the word extensive in the level 2. Because if it was just one game, I would probably agree with you. But because if we believe the story, it was like 30 games.
I mean, and how elaborate was it? Was this like Goodwill Hunting where this guy's got some algorithm, the Caller Bob algorithm,
Right.
Was it that elaborate? Does he have formulas on this chalkboard, and does he have 8 video screens in his office? And like Michigan went in there and finally looked to see what he was doing if they didn't know. And they're like, holy crap. I don't know.
Right. He could have been a savant.
The guy
If he
probably
was a savant, he wouldn't have used his credit card.
Right, I know. Well,
to pay for tickets.
I know.
The whole thing.
The other thing is, he was so good at decoding stuff from game tape, film, whatever. He didn't need to have some of his friends or his colleagues or whoever went and sit at the 45-yard line on each side of the field and get the signs.
I think Michigan's biggest problem right now, I agree with that caller in terms of the whole Baylor thing, the competitive advantage and all that. But I do believe if a coach knew, it goes to level 2 without a doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. If they can prove it, yes. 248-539-9797. Want to tell you about Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, ladies and gentlemen. They are the best and have been the best for a long time, and they got Silverados. Oh, yes, they do. It's truck season, and they're the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country. And that means Sarah Whalen has a huge inventory of brand new Silverados ready for you to test drive, take home today. The legendary Silverado has so many great features, like a 13.4-inch diagonal infotainment touchscreen that provides a command center at your fingertips. And with things like the most functional bed of any pickup and impressive Turbo Max engine, you'll be Silverado strong wherever you go and whatever you do. Hurry in for truck season at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. Dan Campbell at 9:35. Let's get to the phones. Talking the Michigan sign stealing. Who's been waiting the longest? Keith in Grosse Ile, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hi, fellas. So I think it's pretty clear this coaching staff felt they had a competitive advantage. To what degree, that's for the NCAA to decide. But my real question is why did this happen? And what comes to me is this all started and stemmed from Coach Harbaugh getting his salary cut in half. At that point, I believe he made a conscious decision to do anything possible to win and basically get his good name back. And I think the tea leaves that are showing that is when he did get that money back, the first thing he did was donate it back to his staff, everybody around him. That created a moral balance for what he knew was doing. What he was doing was wrong.
Okay, that's a theory I never heard of, and I completely disagree with that theory, to be quite honest with you.
A lot of what ifs.
It makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
Was it when he was losing against the spread? Or
Plus,
well, no, but here's where I hate this conversation is that whether or not you believe it's true, whether or not you believe there's a competitive advantage or not, if you're going to go back and say that it taints what these kids did at that time and it puts a question mark on their accomplishments, that's where I hate this conversation.
And am I missing something? Wasn't he a volunteer way before 2000, before COVID year? He was there, he was helping out like
way
2016, 2017 doing stuff, right? As a volunteer, from what I understand.
Well, don't you have to be careful with that, though, in terms of what he was allowed to do? If you're a volunteer and not a staffer?
Right. I don't know if he was actually, that's another, who knows. Bernie in Northville, what's up?
Hey, guys, I just wanted to deal with this whole algorithm that this other caller brought up. So let's accept the premise that you can see a team's plays on TV, even if you can't see their signs, right? So Ohio State runs a jet sweep. And against Penn State, they held up a sign of a potato when they ran a jet sweep, right? So potato equals jet sweep. Okay, but then when you rematch a sign to that play in a live game, it's irrelevant, right? If Ryan Day suddenly starts doing cartwheels, and that's when they run a jet sweep, then who cares if you knew it was a potato previously?
Right.
Any team can know what plays the other team runs, and if they can live match them to the current signs in a game, then any previous sign becomes utterly irrelevant. There's no algorithm that needs to be figured out. You just match the new sign to a play that everybody knew that team ran.
I think that's correct, because those signs, pictures of different people, they change every week. When you go to the games, they don't put up the same sign, and half of them are dummy signs anyway. Is there a competitive advantage? A little competitive advantage knowing some play calls, some signs, probably. And the problem with what Michigan did was they went somewhere else to augment what they already were getting.
And I think another thing too with that, what he just said, maybe teams should completely reset their signs every week.
I think most of them do.
However, there may be a rotation, and if you get enough evidence over time, you might be able to figure out that rotation. Now, that's stupid of the coaches to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But, I mean, my God, out of the 120-some schools, would it surprise you if, after all the things we found out about in the last 10 years, that one of these idiots never changed their signs?
Oh, it's possible.
I mean,
yeah. Kevin and Troy are 97 on the ticket.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. And I'm totally agree with John, and I know John's not totally biased here, or really biased at all. The elephant in, nobody's addressing this point. I don't care if it's a competitive advantage or not. The point is this to me. Do the NCAA really want to go down this slippery slope of giving them a level 2 or level 3? You're going to have to start checking out every major school. I mean, so we'll just start pointing fingers. And you don't want to go down that slope because all of these coaches know that this is what they all do. Maybe not to the degree as another one, but they all do it. So I'm saying they all do it in some sort of way, even illegally. I'm not even talking about what the rules allow. Everyone has somebody doing something. So if you want to go down that slippery slope, let's just go down there. And I don't give a damn if Michigan, who hates Michigan? Because I'm a big fan. I don't care what you say about it. You could talk about asterisks and all that. I don't give a damn. We're damn good. Period.
Well, there's no doubt about that. They are damn freaking good. Ryan and Macomb, you're on 97 on the ticket.
Hey guys, first I wanted to say great show. Love listening to you guys. The guy that called in about the point spread, he was just regurgitating Valenti's garb from yesterday. He was talking about that, and really when you look at it, we doubled the spread on Michigan State last week. So obviously we did that without any help from our cheating. But what I want to say is the other thing that people aren't really thinking about. You got a 40-second play clock sometime, only 25. You have to try to actually decipher their signs on the other side and then communicate that to your defense with no form of verbal communication. So you have to then sign into your defense. The ability to do that, and they don't even throw those signs up typically until like 20, 30 seconds left in the play clock. The ability to do that is not something that is very easy. It's almost like none of this really is a big competitive advantage. It's not. It's just like the people that are thinking this. And then this guy had money from previous work or something like that he could fund all this himself if he wanted to. I don't think if the team knew about it, they'd be like, yeah, dude, put these in your name. No big deal. Like that just doesn't seem like something that would be smart for one of the smartest schools in the nation.
I think what happened is this guy had this job that he was doing legally. We're trying to find signs, trying to do format, trying to do everything legally. And he thought that he could get an advantage if he had some video on site at places and got it done. The question is, did anybody else know besides this guy? All right, it's time for news. And here's Heather.
Well, I'm going to start with some news that could actually rock you to your core.
Oh.
It did me anyway. When I saw this article, I said,
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. Saunders Bumpy Cake could be disappearing.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And the thing is why
I thought you were overstating it, but you're not.
No.
You undersold this one.
Why this rocked me to my core. So my husband recently turned the big 4-0, right? We're celebrating this weekend.
yeah. Happy
And the
birthday,
one
Colin.
thing that he wants
The bumpy cake.
is Bumpy Cake.
Yeah.
Love the bumpy
So
cake.
I got to make sure I get my hands on this Bumpy Cake before
Why is it
really
going away?
disappears. Well, it's all because of Ari's Bakery in Livonia that closed down. Ari's has been producing Bumpy Cake for years, and they say they've not been able to find a new bakery to make them at least up to the standards that they want to see the Bumpy Cake made at. Yeah, so
Somebody's
it
going to
means
step up. I know
Bumpy
somebody
Cake will soon be out of stock until they can actually find this new bakery to produce it. So they say right now you can get it online. You can find it at some retailers. They have it at like a Kroger, things like that. But by the end of the year, gone.
If I can still get the Bill Knapp's chocolate cake in different locations, I'm sure we'll be able to find the bumpy cake. Yes.
I mean, stock up, freeze it. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I need to go to the store on my way home just to make sure I have it for this weekend.
Yes.
It's a big deal.
Stoney, he gives you crap for old stuff all the time. He just referenced Bill
Knapp's.
Chocolate
Well,
cake.
Bill Knapp's
If they're
does have great chocolate cake.
Yeah.
35 and under, what's Bill Knapp's?
You may not know what the restaurant was, but you're like, I love this chocolate cake.
Don't they have little donuts too? Or no, am I completely wrong?
I don't know if
It's
I've
just a
seen
chocolate
it.
cake. I've never had the
Yeah.
chocolate cake, but
Just a chocolate
it's
cake.
like a Denny's, right?
No.
No.
Bill Knapp's, no.
I have no idea what Bill Knapp's is. What is it?
It's it's like a restaurant that a lot of old people went to.
That's Denny's.
It's basically, isn't it
No,
like the
Denny's-
No,
Denny's is
Denny's
good.
you go to at 2 a.m. when
When you're
hungover.
hammered, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Bill Knapp's is kind of, even though Bob Evans does serve food all day and dinner and all that,
Yeah.
Bill Knapp's was kind of like the dinner version of Bob Evans.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All
That's a
right.
good way to put
And
it. Yeah.
at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the line starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was more like 3.
Didn't know. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Early bird special.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's an investigation into an abduction that's ongoing in Shelby Township. Police say a 24-year-old man was abducted at gunpoint outside of a Lifetime Fitness in Shelby on Monday night. The suspects then led police on a chase through Clinton Township. They eventually crashed their vehicle in Sterling Heights. 2 teens and 1 adult were arrested. Police do say the 2 teens are no longer in custody because apparently they had nothing to do with this kidnapping. But they say the victim was found bound inside the vehicle, but unharmed. They also found a loaded rifle in the vehicle as well. It's unknown if the victim knew the suspect, and the motive is still unknown at this time as well. Ooh, John, hackers gained access to personal information of up to 230,000 individuals through certain University of Michigan systems. This was from August 23rd to the 27th. Have you received any notification about your...
that somebody gained an advantage on me?
Yeah, exactly. they know your credit score and your social security number.
Was she hot, as you would say?
So U of M says that the unauthorized third party was able to access personal information about certain students, applicants, alumni, donor, employees and contractors, patients in the dentistry program, and research study participants. And they were able to get a whole lot of information about these people. The university also says that they took quick and decisive action to contain the incident, and they have notified police. They're working with external cybersecurity experts to make sure that their system is a little bit more secure moving forward. And they say anybody whose information was involved will receive a letter from the university. They can also use the free credit monitoring service from the university as well.
No, I haven't been
Good,
notified that I
thought-
was exposed. I got the notification that they, the update on the case. But
Yes. So there's a lot of things that people can do to make some extra money, right? You can have a little side hustle, do whatever you need to do. But there's this OnlyFans model who found kind of an unconventional way to make a lot of extra money. She says she makes about $9,000 a month. Now, when I read this, I took it literally. And I'm going to tell you what she did. Her name's 30 years. She's 30 years old. She's Fenella Fox is her name. She's an OnlyFans model, and she makes
I'm sure it's a real name, too.
$9,000 per month selling her armpit hair online.
Oh, see?
So I took it literal as like she is clipping off her armpit hair and selling it in like a Ziploc to
Yeah.
John Jansen.
Whoa.
to whoever wants to purchase
Let's be
this.
careful with these accusations.
But she's not literally selling her physical hair, which would have made the story a whole lot better. She's selling photos of her with her natural hair online. So
Wait, she's selling a picture of her armpit hair?
only like on
Who
OnlyFans, you
buys
have to be a subscriber, so you pay for that. So she is embracing her natural beauty, and she's posing with her armpit hair.
Her armpit hair? Does she sell pictures of her leg hair?
I'm guessing so too, because I think she completely stopped shaving, stopped wearing makeup, and just is, all natural.
I got something else I could try after February 15th.
Oh gosh.
Stoney and his OnlyFans account?
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Yeah, he says.
Yep, absolutely.
Good
'Cause
luck,
I'm sure there's a market. I'm sure there's a market for old retired Jews out there.
Oh my God.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, we'll hear from Lions head coach Dan Campbell. It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have In today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page. it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page. it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Hey, football season is here. Dive into the best pool in history. That's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch football. You've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and a one nonstop football party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
248-539-9797. I thought Dan Campbell was he was short and to the point on a certain thing that I asked him in that interview. Would you like to elaborate?
Yeah.
I think he and Aaron Glenn and Dre Bly maybe had a little discussion about strategy.
Yeah. How to go about things.
Yes, exactly. But
yeah.
you know what? When you give your coordinators, basically, I don't know, I'm not saying carte blanche, but that's what they're there for. You can make suggestions, or you do, on game plans, but
Yeah, you got to give them some autonomy and let them make their decisions.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, when we were talking about the Michigan thing and what's going to happen, it all depends. Now, you can read from, like somebody was saying they could get a level 1. I said, level 1? How is it level 1? But then when you look at what level 1 is, collective level 2 and or 3 or collective level 2 and or level 3 violations. So they've already, when the self-imposition for Harbaugh the first time was probably about a level 2 or a level 3.
I don't know. We haven't heard. That's kind of when we're assuming level 2.
Okay. However, part of a level 1 is also failure to cooperate with an NCAA investigation. That is what might be a level 1 on the previous. So even if you decide that Spygate, or whatever you want to call this version of it, is level 2 or 3, when you combine them with the others, it could lead to a level 1, and that's what obviously is a worst case scenario for Michigan.
Sure,
if that's the case. But
yeah, there's a lot of possibilities. There's so much that we don't know.
Right. We all we don't always agree on what a competitive advantage is, how much of it was. We do agree, John is as well. They broke a rule, and we have to find out the significance of that rule. All right, Gator breaks no rules usually, but he's here to play the $2 Slam. How are you, sir?
Very distracted.
Oh, because of Teddy Jansen?
This is one cool cucumber right here, man.
Yes, he is. Yes. Gator, say hi to Teddy.
Hi, Teddy.
Teddy, say hi to Gator.
He's got a football in his hand.
He's like, yeah. Just don't drop it.
And a slab of bacon in the other. That's odd.
All right, Gator, our contestant got 8 earlier today. I think you'll do very well in this. All right, here we go. Where did Lamar Jackson play in college?
Louisville.
Who started at quarterback for the Raiders this past Sunday?
Brian Hoyer.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
The Kraken.
Who is the lead vocalist for Pearl Jam?
Oh, come on.
Who is the lead?
Eddie Vedder.
Hunter Dickinson transferred to this school this past May.
Pass.
This NFL running back holds the record for most rushing yards in a season.
Eric Dickerson.
This country artist has the current Billboard Hot Country #1 song, Fast Car.
Doers on the Rocks.
What is 12 times 12?
144.
What is the capital of Egypt?
Cairo.
Who played Superman in Batman vs. Superman, Dawn of Justice?
Henry Cavill.
Hunter Dickinson transferred to this school this past May.
It's out on the west, the east side. Villanova. I don't know.
Kansas. You got 8 correct.
The east.
Luke Combs.
Yes.
As
West, east.
It's not
in the middle there.
Doers on the Rocks?
No,
but close though.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that the Tracy Chapman song? What'd you say?
Yes.
Fast Car?
It was.
Fast Car was originally.
Remade it.
Remade it, yeah.
It's into a country song.
Mm-hmm. Very popular, obviously. It's #1 song.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yes.
Maybe I should give it a listen then.
Yes.
If all the
I think
kids
you'd
are
like
talking
it.
about it. Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, we got a little.
All right, I know you have Jared Goff on today, fellas. What else?
We got Dan Wetzel at 11 to talk about the Michigan investigation. So those are the highlights.
All right, coming up next, Carson Anderson. Have a wonderful day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket. it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, what's up? Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Hope you're good.
I didn't realize, the problem was I didn't realize Kansas still had a basketball program. I thought that they were like banned from anything with basketball.
No.
They had all these allegations.
Nope.
Didn't happen?
Nope.
Oh.
No, they still, they got.
He still transferred there, huh?
Yep.
Despite.
Well, the punishment came down like 2 weeks ago. They had 5 level one charges against them, and it resulted in Bill Self sitting out, I believe, 4 games.
Did they self-impose anything on that one prior?
I don't believe they did.
Yeah.
So I think we'll be talking a lot about this stuff.
About an hour from now?
Well, yeah, we can do it now as well. But first, how was your Monday?
It was fine. Yeah, kind of uneventful.
Yeah.
Although I will say this, really disturbing this morning at about 1:30, lying in bed, struggling.
Hold on, before you tell the story, I'm sorry to interrupt. We have Red Wing tickets to give away.
Oh, that's more
for
important.
tonight's game. These are for tonight's game, and we're going to do it with a Karsch and Anderson quiz question today at 1:41.
This is a hot ticket.
This is a hot ticket. So listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets. See the Red Wings take on the Seattle Kraken tonight at LCA. For tickets and more, go to DetroitRedWings.com now if you don't win. So the deal is, the way the quiz questions work, it's something that's said on the air is the answer to the quiz question. So I want to establish that right now, and we go till 1:41. Gator, what happened last night?
So I was struggling to go to sleep, but finally it just kind of amped up. I'm not sure why I was amped up. But then I thought I had settled in, going to bed, and about 1:30, I estimate, because I didn't look at my phone to see what time it was, outside my window, I heard a rustling. And the rustling quickly turned into what sounded like several coyotes baying at the moon or whatever. I mean, howling right outside my window. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And Lois is going nuts. That's my dog. And she's just going crazy hearing this. And she's like standing up and wanting to look. I'm like, no, just settle down. And I'm trying to look out the window, but I don't have my glasses on and I've got blinds. I'm trying to go through the slats of the blinds to try to peek and see something. And it went on for like 45 straight seconds. And it's concerning because, well, obviously I have a dog, although I'm not sure that the coyotes would be interested in my dog because of her size. She's not tiny, but she's not big either. But I don't think coyotes go after dogs my dog's size. But because we have a lot of deer in the neighborhood, so if a pack of coyotes are looking for a meal, they don't have to look far. And I just didn't want to wake up this morning
to neighborhood carnage.
Yeah, to see what was left of, Rudolph and his friends. So I looked outside this morning and saw nothing, but it did give me pause and just letting the dog run free in the backyard a little bit too.
Well,
but that is quite the sound to hear.
I bet.
And it's with definitely more than one coyote.
I think it would rattle people.
Yeah.
But
yikes.
Well, be careful out there, people. In the meantime, the Monday Night Football game, because of that result, believe it or not, the Detroit Lions are now the number 2 seed in the NFC. San Francisco losing to Minnesota and the Lions losing to Baltimore, that turn of events has made the Lions the number 2 seed in the NFC, as the Lions currently win the tiebreaker over San Francisco based on strength of victory. They have more impressive wins than San Francisco, which is ironic because yesterday we took several calls from people that wanted to point out that the Lions haven't beaten anybody. But we'll circle back to that a little bit later on. But it's kind of the ebbs and flows of the season. And yet, as we sift out the results of the weekend, certainly you don't want to get blown out, but that's a good thing.
It is. And, there's another side to that, too, is that you're watching the Vikings play and the first drive of the game, fourth play of the game, Cousins throws a pick.
Yep.
And it didn't affect them. They got McCaffrey to cough it up on the very next drive. San Francisco was going in for a touchdown, and he coughs it up. And then Minnesota says, all right, we got this. And they start marching on the field using the weapons that they have on offense. TJ Hawkinson is absolutely a weapon and was being used a lot, and for good reason. And Jordan Addison is, a rookie sensation. He's a wide receiver that's going to be talked about for years to come. And when Justin Jefferson gets healthy again, those two are a dynamic duo. And then they've got other weapons, KJ Osborne. They were running the ball well. And all this against a team that we were led to believe a couple weeks ago was invincible.
Mm-hmm.
And now, 2 weeks in a row, they've dropped games to Cleveland and Minnesota. They've got some kicking issues. Jake Moody missed the game-winning kick, a 41-yarder last week against Cleveland. He missed a 40-yarder last night as well. But you got to ask yourself, is Brock Purdy fraudulent, or is he a system quarterback, whatever? None of that matters to me about San Francisco. They can deal with that at 2 o'clock. But for right now, what matters is Minnesota. Is Minnesota a threat now? Or have they always been kind of, be careful of them because they are capable offensively?
I guess the way I see it with them is I don't, with all respect due, and I mean it, I don't really care what Minnesota is. For the first time in my Lions life, I am not turning around and worried because I feel like the Lions can do this all by themselves. Like they don't need any help. And so Minnesota can win some games, but I think Detroit is at the big boy table and can do this all by themselves. And they don't need to worry about the other teams, whether it be Minnesota, whether it be Green Bay. There are certain limitations that they have, but as it pertains to the division, I've spent my entire life trying to craft what break they will need. This team does not need a break. This team just take care of business. Just take care of business, and they will win the division. They don't need to get lucky. They don't need Minnesota to collapse. Minnesota very well may make some runs. But for the first time, I'm not worried from a, hey, Minnesota's going to catch them standpoint, because I think the Lions are going to win a lot of games this year and keep everybody in the NFC North at bay.
Ken, you have any concerns about Minnesota after watching them last night?
I don't feel like Minnesota's a real threat, but I've always said this. Remember when I asked you guys in football questions, they were one of the teams that started 0-3. When they started even at 0-3, I said that they are the second most talented team in this division. And actually, it's a good thing they started 0-3 because that would be the team you would be fearful of, right? And it's not just because they won the division last year, but just I know they lost some stuff on defense, but Justin Jefferson, Kirk Cousins can still sling the ball. I think he's actually one of the more underappreciated players, quarterbacks this league has ever had. I mean, he gets a ton of crap, but he stands in the pocket, he slings. Receivers clearly love him. There's no Justin Jefferson, and now Jordan Addison's doing well. I don't fear the Vikings. I'm with you, Doug. I think the Lions take care of business. But I've always said they're the second most talented team in this division, and they might, if they do make a run like the Lions did last year, that's not out of the question. So I think you keep an eye on them, Gator, but I'm not fearful of them.
Are you?
I'm not fearful of them, but I do think that we have to remember this. It's a team that won 13 games last year. I don't care how many of them were by, one score, because that's the NFL. And I do think that the luck fell their way last season, but that's the NFL. So I think you always have to keep in mind that because that is the league, you're going to see a lot of close games. Now, are the Lions going to find that, unfortunately, the Lions have not been in many close games. They had 3 straight blowouts, and then they lost in a blowout. But these one-score games can catch up to you. And if you've got Minnesota and you're up by 5 points, it's nothing to feel terribly confident about, because that's a team that's capable.
All right, 248-539-9797. We will talk with Jared Goff today at 10:30. We'll give our 2 cents on the latest developments in the Michigan investigation. Dan Wetzel will join us at 11 a.m., lead reporter for Yahoo on this story. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, hold on to your glasses, because there's some exciting new news in the world of vodka. Stoli Vodka, the iconic brand known for its exceptional quality and rich heritage, has just unveiled a stunning new bottle design that's sure to turn heads at your next gathering. The new Stoli Vodka bottle is a true work of art. Its sleek and modern silhouette reflects the brand's commitment to innovation and premium craftsmanship. But it's not just about the looks, it's what's inside that counts. Grab a bottle today, experience the spirit that's captivated the world for generations. Stoli Vodka, it's the taste of excellence. All right, 11 a.m. We'll talk with Dan Wetzel. Look, Michigan football, there's two stories right now. There's obviously on the field and there's off the field. And on the field, it's simple. They know what they need to try to do. Off the field, it's going to be far more complex. And I feel like this thing is just starting. I suspect it'll be a pretty long process. But one of the things that sucks about this process is that Michigan's been told they cannot talk about it. But this story continues to leak out. The story is getting tried in the court of public opinion, and so they're getting crushed. And in the end, maybe they'll deserve it. And I don't rush to people's defense or rush to judgment on these types of cases, because as more information comes out, things look foolish. You can look foolish if you do that. The details of this case are pretty interesting, because the idea that the staffer put everything in his own name is pretty remarkable. But one of my takeaways is that if this was a wide-ranging conspiracy pieced together by Michigan football, they wouldn't have a staffer putting it in his name and on his credit card to buy tickets to opposing stadiums. But we will see. If this does lead back to Jim Harbaugh or members of his staff, I suspect we'll know that by the time this is done. But it feels to me highly unlikely, if it was part of a wide-ranging conspiracy arranged by Michigan football, that they wouldn't make up a name, Yelnick McGuawa, and charge the tickets.
Easy. Not to disparage the other McGuawas around the world.
Yeah, to some, at least make an effort. Nobody in a room, if this was a vast conspiracy, would say, hey, maybe we shouldn't put it in our own name, someone on our staff. Now, I mean, maybe that's the best case scenario for Michigan, is that this was a lone wolf. I guess the best case scenario is that none of this is true, as unlikely as that may seem, but is that none of it is true. But if it's a lone wolf, I guess you throw your mercy at the NCAA and say, hey, we didn't know this guy was doing this. And that'll lead to the question, well, how could anybody not know?
Well, doesn't it kind of not matter, because the NCAA has said everything that happens under the football program is basically under the coach?
They say that there is a responsibility of a coach, but if the coach cooperates with the investigation, says, hey, as soon as we found this out, we suspended the guy, and we thought, he has a military background. They thought perhaps they had an elite decoder on their hands, a guy who was steeped in Army espionage, and then clearly when you're putting stuff in your own name, I would think that was not the case at all. But maybe that's what they thought they had.
Sure, but I mean the counter to that is, there's one thing of being a guy who cracks codes, and that's different than covering your own tracks. Those are two different things completely.
You're right, but
the other thing is the information. I mean, it's some of it may not be how you gathered the information to show guilt. It's what you did with that information, and if they use that information, which seems like that's the whole crux of this, then who cares if he was a lone wolf? You used him.
Yeah, but what if you didn't know how he was getting at?
It's your program, and you got to know.
There will be things to answer to. Now, it's interesting. You brought up Bill Self at the beginning of the show. This is a world where Kansas escaped major punishment with 5 level 1 violations on FBI wiretaps. So,
and that was to determine payment to players, or
yes. So, there's a long way to go. Michigan, as of now, hasn't been notified of an investigation. Once they're notified of an investigation, there's 90 days to respond to that. So it's probably going to take a while.
So last week wasn't a notification of investigation?
It wasn't from the NCAA.
I just thought that they hadn't given them evidence.
They have to give them formal notification of investigation. I asked on Saturday and heard again today that they haven't been given that. So, look, buckle up. It's probably going to be a while, and I think that as the case, we rule this out, as we rule out possible scenarios. One of the things is that the rule is so loosely written that this battle might come down to the spirit of the rule, because at this point, and we'll talk to Wetzel about this, but there's nothing in the rule book about friends. But it might come down to the spirit of the rule and what the definition of that is. So this is, like I said, buckle up. I think this is going to take a while, but we'll see what we can get more out of Dan. 248-539-9797. Do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I think just kind of table it till talk to Dan about this. It's just right now the only thing there's no evidence right now for the public. All there is sources saying this, and there's screenshots of different things that have gone on, which are interesting. So just I'm like you. I just want to let it play out, see what comes of it. Could be very damning. And I know some people want to just blow it off and say it means nothing, but it does mean something because you're not supposed to be doing this. It does give a competitive advantage. There's no question if you steal their signs and you've stolen the signs because you've sent people out or people have gone out and scouted these games well ahead of time, specifically to look at signs, because you don't have to do it to look at game tape. You get game tape. You get the better game tape than somebody with a cell phone at the 45-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I think it's a lot more serious than people want to give it credit for.
And then, well, I don't know what it is, but I will say that one of the things is, who paid for all this too. If that money trail leads to people higher up in Schembechler Hall, that's a huge problem for Michigan. If the money trail leads to it's just Connor Stalions.
It doesn't have to be high up. It could be anybody at Schembechler.
Well, I think if it's Connor Stalions doing it himself, but yeah, anybody at Schembechler Hall, you're right, or anybody at the university, quite frankly. But 248-539-9797. Kang, you have anything you want to add?
Well, yeah, I think you're right. The responsible thing is to wait till everything comes out. I mean, we're only working with what's reported out there, right? And all these leaked information or whatever, and we'll find out more information as it comes along. But I want to go to Matt Rule. Did you guys see what Matt Rule said yesterday when asked about this?
Yes.
Nebraska head coach.
Yep.
Do you think this is going to change after the fact, whether Michigan's found guilty or not? Do you think college football is going to change to, hey, let's just give radios in the helmets and get rid of the stupid...
Well, what did Matt Rule say?
He said we need to have radios in the helmets.
Yeah, he said we have it in high school, we have it in the NFL.
We got this ridiculous thing of holding up signs.
Yeah.
Why don't we just put radios in the helmets?
Instead of four guys holding up a Taylor Swift sign, a Travis Kelce sign, and a sign of Scooby-Doo, can we just get radio in the helmets? Do you think that's ultimately where we're headed then?
Should be.
Yeah.
I mean, right? I mean, what's...
It should be.
This is big time sports now. How much money is involved in this, and they're still using these type of signals and having assistant coaches and student staffers, low level staffers or whatever you want to call them doing this stuff.
I don't know what the hesitancy is.
248-539-9797. Rob in Detroit, you're on 97 the ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's
First
up?
time caller, long time listener.
Thank you.
Yeah, my point is Michigan did do this. It's, to me, I think it's irrelevant. I mean, I've coached at a low level of football, and we had signs come in from the sideline, and every week we change those signs. If it's a sign on a cardboard or a sign called in from a coach or a player, we switch it up every week because that's how people can follow your play calling. And I'm a driver for a living. I drive city to city, and every city have I been in, and this is, nationally everywhere. Every city's talking about it. And everybody seems to be in Michigan's favor, saying this is a joke, that they feel that Jim Harbaugh is being headhunted. It seems like they want him out of the league. I mean, I don't get, how this sign stealing is a big deal game in, game out.
Well, if it's against the rules, if you look at the rule is kind of vaguely written, and I think that might become the crux of this issue: is what was the spirit of the rule, and did Harbaugh or anyone on his staff, any of the assistant coaches, know about it, or are they, basically the victim of a lone wolf here, and they thought they had an elite decoder on their hands? But we'll talk with Dan Wetzel more about this at 11. 248-539-9797. Lions quarterback Jared Goff next. 97.1 The Ticket.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
Couple days off for the Lions before they start preparations for Vegas coming up a week from yesterday. MNF, man, it's on the quarterback on the other side.
That's right.
Is that any different for this game?
No, not really. I respect Devontae Adams. He's a hell of a player.
But I'm talking about the quarterback.
No, I know. And I'm just
okay.
trying to make a comparison. Like, Mike Evans was a hell of a receiver. Devontae Adams is better at this point in his career because he's younger in his career, but they're both outstanding receivers. Baker would sling it, and he's going to take his chances with it. I don't know Garoppolo is just always in and out of the lineup. I'm just not fearful of him connecting with Devontae. I think Devontae seems he's disgruntled, and if you can limit him, then you've really limited what the Raiders can do. Yeah, they have Josh Jacobs, but Josh Jacobs does not look like the Josh Jacobs we saw last year.
Not at all.
No. So I don't look at the Raiders as a threat, but I'm not playing the game. These guys have to take a different attitude about it. But as a fan, I can stand back and look at it and say the lineups are what they are, and the Lions outmatch the Raiders almost everywhere.
Well, we've gotten to this point here where we are the team operating from the position of strength. And what I mean by that is we are the team that people expect to win, and we are a team that is the heavy favorite. But as we know, what happens in this league is that heavy favorites, there are a lot of close games. There are a lot of close games. And so just because you're a heavy favorite doesn't mean it's not going to be a close game. All right, let's talk to the Lions quarterback. Jared, as always, we have someone to ticket, and let's just start with a look back at that game. It felt like it was so out of character for what we saw from you guys through 6 weeks, and I know it happens everywhere in the league that there are games that just are hard to explain, but how do you, looking back at it, explain what happened on Sunday?
Yeah, you wish you had a great answer for you. We got our butts kicked a little bit, and it happens. Unfortunately, it does happen. Fortunately for us, we can sit here at 5-2 and be able to get some things fixed and still have a great season ahead of us. But yeah, not good on a lot of fronts, and certainly look inward at yourself and see where you can get better.
It just seems like players and guys that we've become accustomed to making great plays, and yourself included, it just almost felt like everybody was off. I've never, I don't know if that's a case. You guys just throw it in the garbage and move on, or is there stuff that needs to get addressed, like alerts?
Yeah, there's always stuff to get addressed. Yeah, certainly some things showed up in that game that's uncharacteristic of who we are, who I am, and you get that stuff fixed and you move on. It's ultimately 1 of 17 and only counts for one loss, as they all do. But you figure it out, you get some of that stuff addressed, and you move on to the Monday night game.
What is it about the game that bothers you the most, and that you'd like to work out those kinks this week, first and foremost?
I think just some of the details on offense. I think, when you get in a game like that and you're, down, early, you tend to try to do things outside of what you're being asked to do, or outside of what your offense entails or whatnot. And I think that's what we found ourselves doing. That's certainly what I found myself doing at times. And you can't do that. You got to stick to what you know and stick to what you've been doing. And that's your best chance to make a comeback. And, unfortunately, we didn't do that.
How have you responded to games like this in the past, and what did you learn from them? Like last year, for instance, the Patriots game wasn't very competitive. The Panthers game seemed like that was one of these yuck throw it in the garbage games. How do you respond to that, and what did you learn?
Yeah, you watch it just like every other game. Really, you don't treat it, really much differently. You watch it, you learn from it, you move on. You do the same thing when you win, same thing when you lose in a close one, same thing when you win in a tight one. It all counts the same, and you watch it. You see what you can get better at. You see what you did good, and you move on.
Did injuries in any way catch up to you guys? Maybe a little bit.
No, I don't think so. I think we were pretty banged up in Tampa, and we took care of business there. So, things happen. It just wasn't our day. Baltimore played really well, and we didn't.
Well, it was interesting. Dan Campbell was on the morning show today, and he was asked, all right, can you, on a positive side, who played well? And the first name he said was Jahmyr Gibbs. What did you see from Jahmyr Gibbs?
Yeah, I thought he played really well. I think I said this after the game. I wish we could have been in a situation to get him going a bit more. Because of how well he was playing. I thought he protected really well too. It's something that's that we don't ask him to do it quite as much early on this season. But I thought he did a good job both with the ball in his hands and with the ball not in his hands, and provided a little bit of spark for us at times.
It's not an excuse, but obviously the wind does play a factor. Can you kind of walk us through and how the wind affects how you personally were able to throw the ball or not throw the ball how you wanted to?
Yeah, it was windy, but I didn't feel like it was much windier than Tampa the week earlier. So to be honest with you, I don't think it had too much of an effect on us. It didn't change the way that Ben called the game. It didn't change the way that I was approaching each throw. It really didn't. So that's not any bit of the reason why it went the way it did.
When things are going as poorly as they were, 3 drives, 3 and outs, you're down 28-0 before you get the first down. What is the conversation like on the sideline when you're talking with Ben Johnson or Mark Brunell?
Yeah, just trying to find a way to get on track and to get back, get our feet underneath us and make some plays. What do we like? What do we think will get us a first down? And we talk about it all the time, just getting that first down, and things tend to go our way after that. So finding a way to, get 10 yards and move on from there. But we certainly struggled early on.
It was interesting listening to Dan Campbell yesterday speak with the media, and then today he kind of had a newfound resolve, I guess, in his voice. But when you look back at post-game locker room Dan, Monday Dan, Tuesday Dan, or maybe anybody, who has said the most helpful thing as you guys try to take that, learn from it, and get better because of it? Has anybody stepped up? Maybe it was you that people have responded to, but what has been the approach? And has anybody said anything specifically that you thought they're right on the money? Let's go.
Yeah, I think it's always Dan. After the games, win, lose, draw, whatever it is, he's got a great feel for what we need to hear, what we need to do, what we need to respond with, and this game's no different. The way he handled it post game has been tremendous throughout my 3 years here, and I think he's an incredible leader and usually gets us back on the right track pretty quickly.
So far with Jameson Williams, it kind of looks like the two of you still aren't completely in sync yet. Is this something that you can see working out just simply with more reps in practice? Does it take extra time after practice? How can the two of you improve on that chemistry, and how far do you think you have to go before it gets to a comfort level that you have with the other receivers?
Yeah, it's just reps, right? It's just a lot of reps. I've had so many more reps with St. Brown and Josh, just to be specific with those guys, and Jameson missed most of last year with the ACL, and most of what he missed was practice. He came back and just started playing in games, and then we really just had OTAs and training camp, and then he had to miss, however many games he missed early on. So, yeah, I think this is his second game back, right, last week. So, just getting more reps with him and getting on the same page. And he's doing a good job. He's working hard, and we're continuing to work hard together and make this thing work.
Does he come and talk to you on the sidelines during games about stuff that's happening on the field?
J-Mo?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, they all do. Yeah, all those guys.
Yeah. Is there anything interesting that you could share that have come out of those conversations?
No, Not that I can share.
Fair enough. Is there a conversation that takes place at all on the sideline of the fourth quarter about taking you out or taking other starters out of the game when it's a blowout? I know you guys don't want to come out; it's your job, but at the same time, this team has gone through a lot of injuries, and maybe you want to protect or hedge against that affecting the future.
There was no conversation of that. No.
David Montgomery, any updates that you're aware of, and if he can come back for Monday night, how much will that help?
I don't have those answers for you. I'm sorry. No. That's a medical decision. That is not a quarterback decision.
Getting into the Monday night game, Monday Night Football. I mean, for us growing up, it was everything. And as time has moved on, you got Thursday night games, Sunday night games. Does Monday Night Football still hold a special place for players, or is it kind of just another game?
I think so. I think it really does. It's the only game on that day. It's after the big slate of games on Sunday, and the excitement's just at the end, and you get one more big pop on Monday night, and you get the great crew with Troy and Joe, and it's a special night. You always grew up. I remember coming home from school, and you're like, oh yeah, we get Monday night tonight, and it's always something that's exciting. You sit around, you eat dinner, you watch the game, and it's always fun to play on that Monday night, and for us to be at home in front of our home crowd for the first time in a long time out here, it'll be exciting.
Jared, a weird turn of events with your loss, but with Minnesota's victory over San Francisco, you guys are now the number 2 seed. You moved up a spot in the NFC because of the tiebreakers. I know it's early to be looking at this stuff, but when do you start looking at it, and how important is it as far as positioning for a postseason run?
You want to start looking at it probably till those last 2 or 3 weeks. To be honest, we got to focus on each game at a time, and ultimately our goal is win the division and see where we land from there. But yeah, you start maybe looking at it in the last couple of weeks, seeing maybe who you're going to end up playing. And but yeah, it's a long ways away for us right now.
What do you know about Max Crosby? And is he a guy that can keep you up at night worrying about it?
Yeah, he's a great player. He's a really great player. He has been for a long time. He brings a lot of energy. He's the guy that you got to be aware of on their defense where he's at and make sure he's taken care of. We've got 2 really good tackles that we feel great about. But yeah, he's a great player, and we'll be aware of him.
One more thing. We both talked about this yesterday. One more thing from me. Sam Laporta made a catch on the sidelines that it probably will go unnoticed because of the way the game went. But he made an incredible catch where he reached up and kind of batted the ball back to him. He feels like he's just getting better and better.
Yeah, he does. He does just get better and better, it seems, each week. And a guy that I really trust. He does everything right, is where he's supposed to be. He has great hands, like you just said. He catches the ball really strongly at the catch point. It gives me a lot of trust in him, and he's done a great job.
I imagine that there is a difference between losing a game by a point and losing a game by 32 points. But is there a way that you can kind of relate to the people what it feels like and how badly you want to get back on the field and right the wrongs?
Yeah, it certainly stings, and I think when it's not competitive there at the end, it's not a fun game to be in. We've been on the other side of those, which are really fun. But when you're on the bad side of it, it's not fun to be in those type of games. And yeah, you want to get back on the field as fast as possible. With that, knowing that they all count the same. They all do count. It does count for one loss, just like another one would. But finding a way to get ourselves right this week, and I know Dan will have us ready to go, and it'll be a good week for us to bounce back, hopefully.
Jared, appreciate your time as always. Good luck. We're looking forward to Monday night, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
There he is, Jared Goff, the quarterback of the Detroit Lions. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we just had another big weekend in football here in Michigan, and then we're going to have another big weekend of football here in Michigan. And listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are both right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. I love the free spins there. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Stick to the other apps, try something new. And right now, they've got a great offer for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We stream video on twitch.tv. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Had some technical difficulties yesterday and earlier today, but I think we're up and running again, so check us out. You can watch the show that way. Also on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. So all ways you can take it in. That's one. Two is you can stream with the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Used it today. Miss Dan Campbell driving in. Was on the phone most of the drive in. Was able to re-listen to Dan Campbell using the Odyssey app. So get it for your mobile device. Again, AUDACY. And you can stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where I believe Evan has posted the championship as voted on by the people. 248-539-9797. Just spoke with Jared Goff, and there is some reaction. But let's get to the people. We go to Gordon. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Gordon.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
My question would be with JMO. I think we all know that something hasn't translated from college to the pros. His speed, athleticism, those kind of things made him a great college player. but for some reason, something's not right. So we've talked about the route running and all that kind of stuff. Would he be willing, do you think, humble enough to go to Jared Goff and say, hey, man, let's spend some time after practice and let's go through some of these routes, not just in practice, but outside of practice. The same thing would go with his hands. Obviously, his hands are like stone right now. Would he be able to go to, or would he be willing to go to St. Brown and say, hey, man, couldn't you spend some time with me? What made you a better catcher? What kind of techniques did you use when he first got in the league, and what are you still working on? Do you think those things would help, or that he would even be willing to take that kind of?
So there's a couple things about this. One is that he got suspended and ended up working out on his own, and talked about how he started doing routines with the jugs machine. And we were out there at training camp, and practice would end, and Amon-Ra would be out there. I think somebody else was too, but Amon-Ra has built a reputation for doing extra work with the jugs machine after practice.
Now, it also just be noted that there are staffers with him.
Yes.
So the difference between Amon-Ra doing is he's got 2 or 3 guys working with him. One guy feeds the machine. One guy relays gets the pass from Amon-Ra and gives it back to the guy. So you've got a couple guys working there. J-Mo didn't have anybody working with him. So working with a jugs machine.
What about the route running? Like, do you think he would spend extra time with Jared Goff and say, hey, let's work? Because you obviously can see it with St. Brown. He's running like perfect routes.
Yeah, do I think so? Yes, I would think so.
He's thrown the ball before, St. Brown's even where he needs to be, before he even turns his head.
Gordon, I guess not only do I think so, now I wish I'd asked specifically Jared Goff that question, although I
sort of did.
Yeah, I mean, and we'll go back and replay some of the answer. But yeah, I mean, there's no indication that he is not working on the craft. And part of me, a big part of me thinks this is a man that's learning on the job. Right? He has had a truncated start to his NFL career. First of all, didn't go through a training camp last year, rehabbing an injury, gets on the field sporadically near the end of the season, has an off season that he finally gets back to 100%. And then what happens? He gets suspended. He's out of the building for, 4 weeks?
Yeah, well, he got hurt, and then he had to deal with the suspension after training camp.
The injury came first, right? Or did it? The injury came. No, the suspension came, but he was.
Yeah, but he didn't have to serve the
yes.
suspension until they got to the regular season.
This has been really a truncated start to his career. I think it's going to be a testament to his professionalism if he keeps at it, and eventually develops into the receiver we all think he can be. The physical tools appear to be there. Right? The physical tools appear to be there.
Well, I mean, he's got speed that just kills. I mean, you see it. Even in the game on Sunday, he was the place where he was getting the ball. He had people beat. It was a perfect pass that Goff threw under pretty good coverage. J-Mo's got it tracked, and next thing you know, he goes to reach up with his right arm, and his right arm is pulled down by the defender, and the ball hits him in the helmet. But he was open. It was a great play. The play in the corner of the end zone where another deep pass, take a deep shot to him, and he got turned around, whether that was Goff's fault or that's J-Mo's fault. I mean, but the play is there, and he's behind the defenders. You go back another week, and we saw the plays where it's just his speed is something to be feared. The defensive backs are playing way off him. He goes to a complete stop and stops on a dime, by the way, and the defensive back slides backwards 2 yards, and there's 7 yards of separation, but there's a bad pass. I know people get tired of hearing it, but I do think there's a lot of truth to what Jared Goff has to say when he says that they need reps. I think he's dead on with that. Yes, they need reps. They need reps so that they can feel comfortable that this is we got to hitch and go, or just a simple stop pattern on the sidelines, going to throw back shoulder. We need to be all on the same page here. It's as much for Goff as it is for J-Mo. They just have not had that time like he has had with the others, because the other guys have been there for 2 or 3 years.
You guys know I'm a certified Jameson Williams apologist. All right.
You do love yourself some J-Mo.
Card-carrying member.
But there's reasons for this, okay? Last year, the coaching staff even straight up admitted it. They just wanted him to get healthy. It was almost like a throwaway year. He played in 6 games, but he was only targeted 9 times. He made some splash plays in those few targets, so we see the potential. This year was the year he was supposed to really, start his rookie year, okay? And then you guys, like you mentioned, the suspension, the injuries. So he comes in the last 3 games. He's been targeted 12 times. He has no reps with Jared Goff, like you just mentioned, Gator, none. And Jared Goff is a big believer in trust. He trusts St. Brown. He trusts Laporta. Those guys have put in the work. And the receivers, Raymond and Josh Reynolds, they have solidified their roles on this team. So Jameson Williams is just coming in and learning, essentially in front of our eyes, learning on the job in what is really his rookie year. He's 12 targets this year. I refuse to call him a bust already. That's insane to me. And the positives, the negatives are, yes, there's some catchable balls you wished he would catch. He's never going to be elite hands guy, but he does have to make some of those catches. The positives, you're right, Gator. If he's even, he's leaving. He's running by these defenders. If he gets a free release, he's down the field. And the connection's just not there with him and Jared, whether Jared's not anticipating he's going to get down there fast enough or whatever it is. But I assume the more reps they get, the more time together, it will get better, guys.
248-539-9797. The other thing we got to remember, and this point was made, actually it was by a viewer on Twitch, FBG25, Goff has an entire offense to run. Not sure if he has time to train one player. I mean, and the Lions are in the business of trying to win football games every week. So, it's a matter of that's the priority. The priority is winning. And there is a amount of responsibility that falls on the player to prepare himself and to be ready, whereas the Lions can help, but they've got a job to do that's far more important than developing this player, and that is to put the best team on the field and give themselves the best chance to win on Sundays. Now, it feels to me like they're trying to craft this role. Now, when you watch this, the snaps that he gets, 30 whatever he gets a game, feels like they're trying to put him on the field in specific situations where they can do things that can help them win and work for him. But it's got to be both, man. You got to be trying to win the game while also using the player's skill set to best help you win the game.
Yeah, and I know when I say this is going to sound a little bit like an excuse, or maybe completely like an excuse, but 3 and out, 3 straight drives, that was not the plan. And we don't know what the game plan was to implement Jameson Williams earlier on. Like if they start driving to get a couple first downs, is it time? Oh, here comes that bubble screen to JMO, or here comes a jet sweep to JMO. We don't know what was going to be called because it was just completely cut off from the face of the earth with the 3 and outs. I'm still in his camp because of his talent. It's world class in terms of the speed. And I know people want to say, well, that's not everything. It's a big part of it, man. If you got a guy on your team that can get behind the defense every time, that's a big part. You got to find a way to harness that and get them all on the same page. And I wish that are the Lions concerned about this enough where they dedicate a staff or say, look, after practice, you go with JMO, you're going to the jugs machine, or you're going with JMO and you've got the playbook in hand and you're going to quiz him and he's got to know where he has to be, which shoulder he's going to have to turn. You're going to quiz him on the other plays where he knows this play calls for you to the route continues. You don't just stop here. Like on that swing pass that looked clear to me that Goff was trying to lead him and he just stopped because thinking it was, I just got to turn and stop. It's the little things like that when they get ironed out, you might see a special player.
Dan Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, talking about the Michigan case next. Then more of your phone calls and feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Hoping to keep their momentum flowing, the first-place Red Wings get the 1-4-1 Seattle Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. They're actually tied with Boston with 10 points, who are also playing at Chicago. Now, Detroit's game time is later than usual at home, an 8:15 drop of the puck with the action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Ville Husso in line to get the start. Despite losing by more than 30 points, there were some bright spots in the Lions' misstep against the Ravens, according to head coach Dan Campbell. And coach also mentioned Kirby Joseph's play on the defense, saying that he put out fires all over the field. Detroit's next chance to put some good tape on film is Monday Night Football at home versus the Raiders in less than a week before their bye. The Wise Guys still leaning towards Michigan football for the national title. Their Vegas odds getting shorter and shorter after that dominant shutout in East Lansing. 5-2 odds per bet online, better than number 1 ranked Georgia. The Wolverines get their bye this weekend to recharge. And the Rangers await their opponent in the World Series. Arizona and Philadelphia play one more tonight to decide the National League Game 7 at 8 o'clock. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. We've been obviously following and talking about the Michigan investigation, and one of the lead reporters on the Yahoo side has been at the forefront of this reporting is Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports, former co-host with Gator back in the day.
That's right. Dan got top billing.
Is that right?
It's Wetzel and Gator.
Nice.
Wetzel and Gator.
Yeah.
Legendary Detroit radio. Cult classic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was it a 2-hour show?
You're damn right it was a 2-hour show.
They only gave us 2 hours. Proved to be 2 hours too many.
It's like 1 to 3, I think, was the time slot.
Real ones know. Real ones know.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right, Kang. Thank you.
All right, so Dan, this story, you've been covering it, you've been reporting on it. With yesterday's information, what is your takeaway?
O'Connor Stallion's not as sneaky as he thought. Is what I this is pretty much what we reported last week. Was it would be, a staffer sending his friends or family or unnamed individuals, parts unknown, we don't know, to games to scout them and film and take pictures or whatever. Didn't think he would use his own name on the tickets. I don't know if he used whatever the official ticket partner of Michigan football, code word big house, get 20% off or something. this guy, not hard to crack this case. So the details obviously are interesting. They're not, really any different than what we've suspected the story would be. And obviously it's against the spirit of the rule. Whether it's against the letter of the rule will be a fight. I don't really know what the NCAA will do with this, or the Big Ten. Do they act before? I mean, these things take a long time. But it's obviously a pretty sloppy job by Connor.
So how big is the scope of this whole thing? I mean, you got a lot of people saying this means nothing. Everybody tries to steal signs, but at the same time, there's a rule in place that says you can't travel to pre-scout and perhaps do it like they were doing it, and it's been in place for a long time here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's what he was trying to accomplish is obviously against the rule, or what anybody would have determined the rule is. The problem with the NCAA is their rules are poorly written. They're very confusing. There's lots of little loopholes. So I'll give you the example of North Carolina basketball, right? I think everyone's heard this case. 20 years, there was these no-show, no paper, just no-show classes, and the basketball, football players would take it, various kids. And you go, okay, that's got to be against the rules, right? Well, it is, except because regular students could also take the class, and some did, it was deemed not an athletic benefit. It wasn't against NCAA rules. It was just North Carolina having some ridiculous classes that any kid could take. So they beat the case. So some of the stuff's like, you get into these nuances of like, well, is it against the rule for a staffer? It's against the rule for Michigan to send somebody, or any school to send somebody to advance scout. Is it technically against the rule to send someone's buddy to sit in the stands and film it? Like, anybody can go film any game this weekend and put it up on YouTube, and everybody could watch the stuff. And fans sometimes do that. So it's like, well, what's the particular rule? But in terms of like the spirit of the rule, absolutely. Like, there's not a lot of gray area. You can't be having your friends go do this, or else everyone would be doing it.
At the same time, I mean, you're not putting somebody in the stands to film the game. You're putting somebody in the stands to film the signs. I mean, there's a big difference.
Film the signs.
Yeah.
But anybody could film the signs too, and just put them up on YouTube, right? Like, so it's just such a weird thing. No, they're trying to gain the advantage of, I get advanced scouting on your signs, and then I can steal your signs if you're going to use them. So, it's a pretty clear-cut case. I think that the things that make it bigger, obviously, the reputational damage is the biggest penalty you'll get. Michigan will always have this. Harbaugh will always have this. Other fans will be able to bark at you and all that. That's college football. But what it extends is how many people in the Michigan football department knew about this. Was it nobody? Was this just a rogue assistant trying to bolster himself, and he's cheating at work to make himself look good? Were there other assistants that knew he was up to something or saw it and didn't say anything? Does it go to the coordinator level? Does it go to Harbaugh level? Does it go beyond that? Who was funding it? Things like that. How big is it, or is it just a guy at work, and everyone's got work, and everyone's got some guy cutting corners to try to get ahead, even internally, and keeping it secret? Is it that? I suppose that will matter, but it's not like there's a silver bullet out there for Michigan fan that's just like, this didn't happen. That's not going to come through.
If they determine that he is a lone wolf, and as I've talked to Michigan fans about this, that might be the best case scenario as far as damage control. Sure. But if it's shown that he is a lone wolf, is there any any past cases that can kind of determine what the penalty might be?
Not really. One thing is they've changed the liability rules for head coaches. You're supposed to know what's going on in your department now. There are exceptions. You don't have to know. They use a term called like gold standard compliance. So you could be literally compliance, and if somebody does something that you're not, like, how would you reasonably know? It's a lot easier in basketball than football because the football staffs are so big. There could be 50, 70 people under, a football office is over 100 people, I think, but you would probably know, being around
It's
it
a
so
lot of
much.
people.
But when you get into all the assistants and secretary, all the administrative assistants, there's a lot of people working. And like football coaches are like, there's a reason operations that big have HR department. Like Jim Harbaugh doesn't seem like a guy who's like the boss. He's the boss, but not like that kind of boss. So there's all these people in the office. So, what's that? I wouldn't really worry necessarily about what the NCAA penalty is at this point. Most NCAA penalties are kind of obsolete at this point. They're about limiting scholarship numbers or recruiting visits, things that no longer matter in the NIL world. And Michigan can certainly bulldoze right through all those by putting out enough money that, I can't afford to pay you. I can't afford to pay your way for you and your mom to come visit our campus this weekend. But if you show up and sign a football for this guy who owns a car dealership, he'll give you more than enough to come visit our school, right? Yeah. So you can get around a lot of the penalties. The biggest thing would be like a postseason ban.
But how much does it get compounded at all because of the current investigation that had him self-imposed 3-game suspension already? I mean, it seems like he's poked the bear quite a bit.
On there. If they can throw it on, it would be naive to think they would not throw this on there and say, look, it's another compliance issue and all of that. I wouldn't – NCAA penalties – the NCAA penalty here is the reputational damage, and does it chase Jim Harbaugh to the Bears or the Chargers or something like that? I mean, I think those are the biggest issues here. You're just not going to live this down as a thing. There's not an escape hatch here. Yeah. Now, maybe the escape hatch is, look, this guy did, it's one guy was doing this. How are you supposed to know? And that's probably the best case. My guess is he was doing it. Put it this way: if more than one person was involved in this, or anyone of any kind of level, and said, "Hey, here's our plot. Put the tickets in your own name." The clumsiness of it suggests that it was not well thought out, or anybody with any kind of like. That's not. This is like I've kind of swung more to he's probably just this guy really being dumb. Hey, why don't you buy the tickets on your own computer? Use you would send cash to a guy to buy a ticket to the guy that's standing by the interstate that's got 2 tickets, right? You would. I mean, if you were really doing this. So it probably is. That is, I guess, best case for Michigan fan. But I don't know that it's not like, well, we didn't do anything. It's like, well, he still did something. I know he's, quote, low-level staffer, and I get it. It's an astounding story that, like, the Harbaugh empire at Michigan could be damaged or even end because of one guy. But that's the nature of this. Of college athletics. They have a lot of dumb rules. They should have solved all these things before. They should have headsets. They should have – there's a million things they should do, but there's still a rule here, and the rule is very obvious. You're not supposed to go do this. Whether everyone is, you're still not supposed to do it. If you get caught, you get caught. The NCAA is like a small-town cop with a speed trap to get tourists driving through, right? They can't figure out who robbed the bank, but if they get you going – 65 and they say it's 25, they're going to drill you. And I think that's where Michigan is right now. That's what they got to worry about.
Dan, appreciate your time. Thanks for the insight. We'll talk again soon.
See you guys.
All right, Dan Wetzel from Yahoo Sports and the College Football Inquirer podcast. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls coming up. 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, Flying Ace Bourbon is a bourbon I've been talking about a lot. Flying Ace Spirits makes this bourbon. It's from Holland, Michigan, part of the Coppercraft family. You know it's quality. Been talking about Coppercraft for years. What I love about Flying Ace is that it's versatile. You can drink it any way you want. You want to do shots with your friends to kind of celebrate a moment. You want to drink it neat, around the rocks. Have it as a mixer with, or use it with a mixer like ginger ale or a cola. It's great. Either way you want to do it. And no one's going to look at you side-eye because only $30 a bottle. Flying Ace Spirits is not going to bust your budget. at all. You don't want to show up to a party or a tailgate empty-handed ever again. You show up and you bring something that will really put a smile on people's faces. That's Flying Ace Spirits bourbon. And the taste of it is fantastic. It's got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It is so smooth, you're going to want to come back for more. Go ahead and do yourself a favor. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
Hey, a reminder, we got Red Wing tickets to give away. A pair for tonight's game against the Seattle Kraken. We got to give that some time today because the Red Wings are only the hottest team in hockey. The season started like 30 minutes ago, but it's still the hottest team in hockey.
6 games in, man.
Had the season ended today, boys.
Yep.
Red Wings, number 1 seed.
That's right. That's right. Lions, number 2 seed.
Although technically, I don't think they'd be the number 1 seed.
Wouldn't they?
Well, they're 5-1, but there's a team that's 5-0.
Damn it.
Whatever.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to dampen it.
It'd be interesting if both Detroit teams are currently in the 2 seed position. I said we go ahead and see. No, let's not do that. Yeah, they would be the number 2 seed.
Same points though.
Yeah.
I'm going by points.
Boston's the 1 seed. Detroit's a 2 seed. Montreal's a 3 seed. This is probably irrelevant information, but I'm going to do this because it's fun. The Red Wings would be
the tiebreakers teams I like more.
Yes,
I believe that their first round opponent would be Ottawa. Oh my God, let that happen.
Look, I mean, Draisaitl and McDavid have 17 points between them in their 5 games.
Hell of a duo.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
23 is the point total between DeBrincat and Dylan Larkin, who stand 1 and 2 in the NHL scoring sheet.
Anyway, we got these tickets for the game against the Kraken to give away. We'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:41 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I have one question. Do you think this statistic is sustainable? Alex DeBrincat has scored on 42% of his shots.
No. He will probably be a little bit less than that. When it's
I mean,
all
how
said and done.
ridiculous is that?
Well, the team is scoring on 16% of the shots, which
That
is
is-
4 or 5% clear of the league leader every year. So that's, I mean, look, that's what it is. They're playing at an unsustainable pace. They're playing out of their minds right now.
And we're loving it.
And we may as well. It's like they've gone all hockey version of the run and shoot. 248-539-9797. Let's go to D. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, Gator, what's going on, homies?
How you doing, sir?
Hey, Kang, man, I'm going to agree with my man Kang, bro. We got to let this Jameson Williams, I'm so sick and tired talking about this guy, but we got to let this play out to the end of the year. And then we can say we screwed up and drafted this guy and passed up on all them other good players. And you know we passed up on a lot of good players for Jameson Williams. So we gotta just let it play out. And if we were wrong, bro. But hey, hopefully, like Kang said, he can turn it on and show us something. Because I'll be darned, all them guys from the SEC seem to come into the league and do something. They all do. So I'm just wondering, maybe we just drafted the wrong guy, fellas. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it's again, along with what Kang said, it's premature. I really believe that, but only time will tell. And it's kind of up to him. The Lions are responsible for providing him with what is necessary to make it. Well, they're providing him with what is necessary to make him successful. He's got to take advantage of it. And, you know, there seems to be now, because of the way we're talking about this, like undercurrent or implication that he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing. And that's not accurate either. We don't know that,
right.
but it feels like the way that, you know, the questions are coming in, the way it's getting talked about, as if he's not doing something correct.
One more thing, DK, and I know you're going to give me the truthful answer. Out of all the players we missing, me and my brother got into a debate. Out of all the injured players we missing, he say David Montgomery is the one we missing most. I disagree, bro. I say we are missing James Houston. He was Hutch Batman, or he was Robin. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was that guy on the edge, and he had the momentum coming into this season after a rookie standout season. He had the momentum coming in, bro. And that injury is just it shook me to the core, bro. And like I said, we miss Montgomery, but, man, if we had Houston to let him develop with Hutchinson, it'd be a lot better, bro.
Well, let's hope that he comes back and that maybe he can come back the second week of December and he'll have a few games before the end of the season to really get up the game speed and get his game back so that he can be a force in the playoffs. Because that is a guy that they miss. And I kind of agree with him. I think it looks like if you're looking to add to this team and you say that the pass rush is a problem, well, wouldn't the guy who had 8 sacks in 7 games help this team out?
Really could. I think there was a little bit of just a slight undercurrent of skepticism that he could come back and do it again, like almost a disbelief as to how good he was last year. And look, everybody suffers injuries. You got to do your best with what you put out on the field every Sunday because it's a game of attrition as much as it is anything else. We just never cared as much because we didn't feel as vested. It was something that we said a lot, but we didn't feel as vested. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bobby. You're next on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Bobby.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
All right, Bobby.
Listen, just to piggyback off the young man that just got off, and Kane is he's almost always right about things. He swell his hair up.
Front of the line for Bobby next time, okay?
Listen, man. Did Jameson give up the 38 points, or did the defense give up?
No.
I mean, it's very, very it irks me, man, to hear that this guy, the quarterback, said he only had 12 reps, right? I mean, 12 reps pretty much, or 12 attempts at passes. How in the world are we determining that this guy is a bust with 12 attempts? That's ridiculous. And he did get two touchdowns at least. Okay, so
he's got one
let's stop
touchdown.
it.
He's got 12 targets and he's got one touchdown
for this year.
And I got one question for you guys. How are we not talking about the fact that defense looked the way it did, and
did
then
all day
look
yesterday.
at the game?
Bobby,
Yeah,
I would say this.
I
know what you're saying. We need the thing is the first hour we talk to the quarterbacks. We're going to talk about the offense,
Okay.
but there's no question the defense has to be addressed. And you know if you're going to, would you want to add to the
question,
defense?
Though. Yeah, quick question. How sick did it make you when you saw Philly play with the two guys that we passed up on the last 3 years?
I mean,
it's ridiculous. I mean, the defenders, the guy that had
Jordan
the incident.
Davis and Jalen Carter. Yeah, either one you could have had.
As long as the Lions do what I suspect they're going to do, it doesn't bother me all that much. I will make myself sick if I'm going to look at everybody that the Lions have passed on in the last 3 drafts since Holmes took over. You could find probably in the neighborhood of, I have to go back and look, but probably half their draft picks could be deemed mistakes. If you go focus on, if you seriously sit down and say, all right, is there a player that went after the Detroit Lions selected so-and-so that is trending better than so-and-so? You could do that probably with half their picks, if not more. And you could probably do that with almost every team. And so how sick does it make me? I choose not to make myself sick and focus on those things. They got a good team, man.
Look, I'm less sick about Jordan Davis than I am about Jalen Carter, just because Jalen Carter's off to a great start to his career. Jordan Davis hasn't done much in the 2 years that he's been there. I know he's been hurt, but that's part of it, right? Just like J-Mo's been hurt. But at the same time, I like Jahmyr Gibbs, and I like where he's going to be. I still kind of question where the Lions took him, and I would have taken Jalen Carter. I wouldn't have passed on 6. But then you start playing this crazy game of, well, you know, you got to give up the pick that they used to take Sam Laporta, and then it just spirals out of control because Brett Holmes is a trading machine and racked up a bunch of picks and kept moving around through the draft even after that using those same picks. So you're going to drive yourself crazy doing it. It happens every year. You're always going to find guys you'd rather have or that you first guessed at the time. And
to be fair, I'm not mad at people that were screaming for Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
That's what you wanted from moment one, and you feel a certain degree of vindication, I guess. But I mean, the Lions are, just keep in mind, there's more than one path to success. There's a whole bunch of teams that are going to make a run at a Super Bowl that don't have Jalen Carter, and let's hope that the Lions are one of them.
Well, I like what Dan Campbell had to say about Jahmyr Gibbs today.
We will play that in the noon hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Ansar Khan with a tweet at this hour. Derek Lalonde speaking to the media, the Red Wings head coach. On tonight's 8:23 puck drop due to all 32 teams playing on the Frozen Frenzy night. Okay, so people don't know what Frozen Frenzy is.
Frozen Frenzy
is basically starting at, I think, 6 o'clock tonight with a few exceptions. Every 15 minutes an NHL game will start. Now there's some, so Toronto plays at Washington at 6. Anaheim at Columbus, 6:30. Buffalo at Ottawa, 6:45. Carolina at Tampa, 7. New Jersey at Montreal, 7:15.
And then it just goes on.
It just goes on and on and on. And then the Red Wings, it's listed as 8:15 start, but as Ansar said, it's apparently an 8:23 puck drop.
All the way up to 11 o'clock tonight, Vegas is the finisher hosting Philadelphia Flyers.
So ESPN is doing a red zone style broadcast where they're going to have all these games kind of ending. They're just going to, once that Toronto-Washington game starts to wind down, they're going to be able to go to ending after ending after ending.
Is there witching hour?
Is that a line in red zone? I don't watch a ton of red zone. Is that
the witching hour? Yeah, when wins turn to losses and losses turn to wins.
When is witching hour for
the NHL? I would imagine it's the third period, but
just the whole third period.
Halfway through, 8 minutes in, I don't know.
Anyway, Ansar Khan quoting Derek Lalonde at the 8:23 puck drop with all 32 teams playing on the Frozen Frenzy night. Quote, I hate it. 248-539-9797.
All right.
Yep.
No need to elaborate on that.
He hates it.
Dynamite drop in, coach.
Yeah.
Strong opinion.
Is it just because it's a late start, or does he not like the concept of all these games and the staggered
The
start?
concept is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like or dislike the concept. I would imagine for him, it's you got a home game. You're used to playing at 7 or 7:30, and now it's 8:23 or 7:05 and 7:35, and now it's 8:23.
I don't like that it's on a Tuesday. Make this Friday night or Saturday night.
Right. Guess what I'm not watching? Philadelphia at Vegas, which
tonight
puck drop at 11 p.m.
No, I'll be watching the end of Philadelphia, Arizona tonight in baseball.
Baseball, right.
Game 7, but
248-539-9797. Let's get
the NHL tries.
They are trying. They're trying.
trying.
Yeah, I hear you. Maybe this will go well and they'll put a few of them together. But yeah, 16 games tonight and staggered starts. Fred's on 97.1 a ticket. What's up, Fred?
Hey, the Frozen Frenzy is good and all, and I see the point of wanting to expand the casual fans' view of hockey. But keep in mind, you have to have ESPN Plus for like everything hockey related on ESPN. So it's still somewhat restricting for any casual fan or somebody, you know, that does not have a clue what's going on but wants to learn the sport.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just my take on that. But anyways, I guess what I wanted to say was you know, the Red Wings are off to a great start, and I don't think their success is sustainable, but I do think we're seeing promise of, you know, things to come. I mean, think about during Dan Campbell's first season, we saw a team get together, a young team get together around a brand new coach that was unorthodox, and that's somewhat what we're seeing right now with the Red Wings. We saw, you know, adding Brinksy was great, and it's really helping out in terms of finally, you know, getting a star player.
Did you?
But we still have some.
Alex DeBrincat, for people who don't know who you're referencing. Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's
yes.
okay.
DeBrincat. So, you know, that's huge. I mean, that's finding the superstar, you know, that we've needed on offense for the last, let's say, 7 years. So, it's a major thing. But at the same time, we still have some guys on contracts that we can easily move off if we were to, say, be in a low spot for the playoffs. In that way, we can bring up some younger guys. I mean, Perron is one of those guys that, even though he's on our second line, I do think you can trade him off at the deadline and come away looking like a bank robber. I mean, that guy is a playoff machine.
If the Red Wings are contending for the playoffs, do you want to trade a playoff machine?
Now, I'm not saying to trade him off, but he is in the last year of his contract. Are we going to extend a guy that is into his 30s? We can say he's probably on the backside of his prime. And I'm just throwing an example out there. I mean, you also got guys like Jeff Petrie, which I don't, you know, want to diss the local guy, but
here's the thing. We're 6 games into the season.
With scratching people.
Fred, I like the idea that we're 6 games in the season and you are literally debating buyer or seller. Because the last few years they've strictly been a seller, and I can't imagine, given the drought, that they would sell people. They would sell people off at the trade deadline. What you were talking about, Perron, Petrie, anybody. If they're in a playoff hunt, if they're positioned well for the playoffs, I mean, as he said, maybe if you become a bank robber, but by the way, just to clarify for people who are hearing about this Frozen Frenzy for the first time, first of all, the Red Wings will be on Bally Sports tonight. So you can't watch it where you typically do. The Frozen Frenzy is not on ESPN Plus. It's on regular old ESPN, and it starts at 8 o'clock. And they're just going to kind of do the whip around from game to game. Oh, we got a power play in, you know, Toronto. And
yes, but if you wanted to watch all the games individually, they are on ESPN Plus.
Yes, but the Frozen Frenzy, if that, you know, you're a hockey fan or a casual fan, you want to check it out, go to ESPN tonight at 8 o'clock. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Good. I'm just wondering what Brad Holmes is going to do here before the trade deadline. It's obvious we need a pass rusher. Are they going to wait for Houston to come back, or are they going to pull the trigger and get somebody?
What would you do?
I'd wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd wait. I don't know about Houston. No, I can't get any information on whether he's going to be back.
Yeah, apparently
or not. When's he going to be healthy? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I reached out to somebody, and their best guess was, and this was last Friday, 4 to 6 weeks. So
from now,
yes. So maybe by
they can slide
first or second week of
that
December.
4 to 6 weeks, considering.
Oh, the competition is
considering
not
the talent level we got to play against, and they can slide through on that and wait. They need them for the playoffs is what they need them for.
Well, I mean, that's
my opinion.
The part about the trade, no, it's okay. The part about the trade, any trade discussion, in theory, it all sounds great. What we run into is we have no idea what the price tag for a impact edge rusher will be. I suspect it'll be rather high. And if they don't make a move, it doesn't mean that they stood pat. It means teams were driving hard bargains. If I'm Carolina and you got a team that you are going to give them a player that in a probability will move their draft pick lower, you're going to want more than giving up you want more than a first round pick coming back. You don't want a late first round pick for Brian Burns or the defensive tackle. Derek Brown.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with the record right now, the record doesn't do it. It's where you get bounced in the playoffs, but the Lions would be drafting 30th. So those price tags are probably going to be pretty high. Now, if a team's desperate and is like, we're going to lose him anyway, maybe they'll take him. But I would suspect if the call's coming in today, which is literally 1 week from the trade deadline, I think they're asking for multiple picks, a package of picks coming back. And then if they bring the price down, do they bring it down to where you think it's acceptable? Or do they not bring it down because somebody else says we'll bite on the package of multiple picks? So it's hard to say, but I think you explore absolutely adding an edge rusher.
Yeah, I mean it's all what you want to do, what you think you can do, what you think you can get away with, where you think the needs are for this team. But that's one way to look. Certainly is edge rusher, and if you're not going to do anything, then you're, I guess, putting all the eggs in a basket of James Houston coming back healthy and ready to go, and not missing a beat where he left off from last year, where he was a hell of a pass rusher. I think I'm okay with that part of it, but I want to couple that with something else. I do want to go after Derek Brown. I think Carolina is a team that, if they're looking at keeping one of the two guys, Burns or Brown, would they rather keep Burns because he's the edge rusher and the edge rusher has the more sizzle to it? Even though production-wise, they've gotten more from Derek Brown this year than what they've gotten from Brian Burns. Derek Brown would be, I think, a great fit for the Lions. But Dan Campbell said this morning that, if you're looking at trading anything, it's got to be a fit in our locker room too. We don't want to change the culture.
Well, you'll hear some of that coming up in the noon hour, along with what you said earlier about Jahmyr Gibbs. 248-539-9797. Also got Are You Going to Eat That schedule for later. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket,
Starts
Open Lines.
at the top.
If you missed Dan Campbell in the morning
goes all
show,
the
we'll
way
play
down.
the best
The
of
culture
what he
set
had to say.
By Sheila
Mixed in some
Fordham.
Red Wing talk,
And,
talking
Brad
about the Michigan
Holmes,
investigation. We had
Chris
Jared
Spielman,
Goff, so it's been a
Dan
busy
Campbell,
morning here
the
on
players,
97.1 The
everybody
Ticket, and now we're talking to you. Plus, reading your ticket text, which you can send over at 248-539-9797. Problem with JMO is the jugs machine he used all offseason through spirals and on-target throws. If he could get a defective one to mimic Goff's ducks under throws and off target, he'd be in a better spot. That's from Eric and Tempe. Goff is having an MVP caliber year.
Yeah.
I mean, and he had a terrible game. It is strange, and I don't know if it's, I don't know why, but how many, I mean, Goff's best throws haven't been to Jameson Williams.
Absolutely not.
And I don't know if it's weird because some of them, could it be route running? Of course it could be.
That's like a do-over. I'd love to have that question asked Jared Goff. I wish I'd heard that earlier. I wish I'd thought of it. I think it's a great question. It's insight, and then we could word it into the question. Like, why is it that seemingly most of your passes to Jameson Williams are not of the spiral variety?
Look, I think we pissed him off a little bit today.
Well, I don't know if we pissed him off. I think that losing the game pissed him off, and there's some things he's just not going to elaborate on. I'm pretty sure you don't have an issue with what he had to say.
No, I'm not mad at him. I mean, look, I got a Lions fact coming up today at 12:02.
Oh, a fact.
It's a fact that I think kills one of the narratives of the people that were calling yesterday. Some of them were really down on the Lions.
Well, and I've got another name I want to bring up at some point, too, for a player that the Lions should consider.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Don and Howie on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys.
What's
Hey,
up?
Don.
So I guess what I'll ask is, of all the position groups on the team going into the trade deadline, if you had to put your level of concern on a scale of 1 to 10, would you put it on the running back group? Would you put it on the defensive backs? Where would you put it? Because for me, wherever that number is probably where they're going to be looking to, if they're going to do a move, they're going to do it based on that. Like, we lost a lot of people on the defensive side of the ball in the secondary. Do we look at a Patrick Surtain? If we were going to come out of pocket with picks, wouldn't that be the
So is that where you
1 to 10, the one that we?
Is that where you think the biggest area of concern is the defensive backfield?
I think that's where the majority of the concern has been, because that's where the majority of the injuries have been, right? We expect to get David Montgomery back, so maybe they're thinking running back isn't as high as their level because they know he's maybe 2 or 3 weeks away, and based on the competition, once he gets back to 100%, we're not concerned, right? And also, the other concern would be either the rush or whoever we're deciding to get. For me, Derrick Henry, I mean, that's pie in the sky, but if you're going to get David Montgomery back and he's going to be up 100%, we don't need somebody like that. But
No,
Patrick
you can't.
Surtain
Like, you
might be a
can't get
different
everybody.
story.
Like, you can't get everybody. You don't. There's no such thing as a perfect team. But at the end of the day, you have to strategically approach the trade deadline. Which, by the way, if they don't trade, and I think I'd probably you said which position group would have the biggest, highest number in terms of concern. It would probably be secondary for me as well. It'd probably be I'd want a defensive back more than anything else.
Yeah, for me, it's defensive line because I think the defensive line affects how the defensive backfield can play. But
They clearly do.
yeah, you're always looking for more depth in the defensive backfield because just injuries happen back there. But as far as the quick fix to make the defense better, I think it's the defensive line. We've been talking about the pass rush a little bit more than maybe we expected to the last few weeks. And it showed up again on Sunday that this was an area where they just couldn't get to the quarterback. And I understand Lamar Jackson's dynamic. He can move around the pocket and buy himself extra time. And he did that on occasion. But there were other times it just looked like they were in. I think you made the observation, Doug, that it was like they got in their head.
I think he got in their head.
And I think you're right on that. And they they never were able to finish against Lamar Jackson, and that's concerning. So I think they have to look at the defensive line. I think you look at both areas. You don't just look at one. I mean, you improve this team, and you feel like you've got the resources to do it at multiple levels, then do it.
Brandon in a minivan on Twitch says, I would invest in the D-line, but that is my concern. The D-line is so inconsistent from game to game. Eggs and Bacon says, if somebody put a gun to my head and said, choose one, interior defensive lineman, edge rusher, additional secondary help, I might be a dead man. I don't know. We need all of these, and it's a greater need than anything on offense. I think it would be defense. Here's the thing you got to remember, though. Again, the price tags. What if the offer that's priced right for what the Lions are willing to give up is for a wide receiver? And that all the secondary pieces or edge rushers or interior defensive linemen are multiple picks, and because somebody's trying to rook you in a deal because they think they can.
Well, this is where I'm looking at, there are a couple teams that might be obvious that they could move, right? You look at Carolina with their record, it seems like maybe they could have a sale and move a couple players out of there. And everybody knows it. So I don't know if that's to the benefit of the Lions or to the benefit of Carolina. I mean, Carolina's got to move somebody, but everybody knows that Carolina's going to move somebody, or at least they would think that they're going to move somebody. But here's another name that I think comes up. And I saw this tweet from Dov Kleiman, who had there was a local interview done after the game with defensive tackle Jonathan Allen, who is not happy.
Oh, my God.
With the start.
He went scorched earth.
He did. He said after the game, after the loss to the Giants, he said, they whooped our ass, plain and simple. I'm effing tired of this blank. 7 effing years of the same blank. So the Jonathan Allen, I said, well, let's take a look. All right, really good defensive tackle, and he's still playing at a high level. He has 3.5 sacks this year for the defensive tackle position. So you're getting pressure from the middle, which would be great. He's still signed through 2025. His base salary is $14 million, and $15.5 million. So you're looking at this year, that number would drop down because you're paying a prorated rate. So what, $8 million, something like that. And then each of the next 2 years, you got $14 and $15.5 million. Plus some bonuses that could be due, which might raise it up $1 million each year. Now that's a stiff price to pay, but it's for a guy that's a proven stud in the league and who's clearly not happy with how things are going in Washington. There's a lot of grumblings that Washington could end up firing their head coach because the players aren't happy. Magic Johnson, part of the ownership group, he's not happy. And I believe that Ron Rivera is definitely on the hot seat in terms of the Vegas odds. Is it possible that, we've talked before about Chase Young's, his name has been brought up. Well, Jonathan Allen could be on that group as well.
Interesting thought. I did see him being clearly upset after that last game. Could that be the ticket? Is that the bat signal that he wants out and you can go get him? David, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, David.
Hi, Doug and Gator.
Hi, David.
Let me say this. Lions, you lost to a good team, period. Okay? Stop making excuses for this team. This team is just above a subpar team. As far as players, Brad Holmes drafting Jack Campbell and Jameer Gibbs, both of them should have been third-round picks. These are the type of players that Brad Holmes brings in. He likes to draft choir boys, oh holy thou, instead of taking someone like Jalen Carter. It's showing up right now. You have no one in the interior of the defense on that line, and it's going to show this year as far as losing. And the linebacker, Roquan Smith, should have gave up a number 1 pick for him to Chicago. You would have had a stud on this defense.
David, what would you do for the future? Because, that's just dwelling on the past. What would you do for the future of this team?
Future of this team, go in the draft, get the best defensive players you can. That's what you need to do. Don't try to bring in somebody from another team because Washington for that guy named Jonathan Allen. They're going to want a number one pick, and the Lions are coming up in the 24th draft. They're hosting it. They're not going to want to give that up.
Well, is the player going to get at the end of the first round, in the 20s of the first round, is that player going to be better than Jonathan Allen?
Probably not. Well, certainly not right now. You'd be getting you'd cashing in your first round pick next year to get an asset literally right now. Well, he said the Lions lost to a better team. Certainly. They lost to a really good team.
But the Lions are not a subpar team.
They're not a subpar team. But I will get to some Lions fact that I find pretty fascinating. We'll do that at 12:02. Next hour, hear what Dan Campbell, the best of what he told the morning show, including thoughts on the approaching trade deadline. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Later we have another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? All right, Gator. I took a look at this because it's obviously early in the season, and we asked Jared Goff about playoff positioning and all that, and he said it was too early, but doesn't mean we don't look at it. 7 teams from both the AFC and 7 teams from the NFC, both conferences. Send 7 teams to the postseason. Lions are 5-2. They are the 2 seed in the NFC. This weekend, actually, when it was all said and done, the Lions gained a spot because the strength of record, I think it's strength of victory, they now hold that tiebreaker over San Francisco. They both lost, but the Lions went from the 3 seed to the 2 seed. At 5-2, do you know how many games the Lions have played against teams that are currently holding a playoff position?
Let's see. Kansas City would be. Baltimore would be. Seattle would be. I'm trying to think who else is on the schedule. Atlanta probably is. That's 4. Okay. Tampa probably not. And I can't think what the last game is.
Carolina
is not. 4.
It's 5.
Oh, Tampa is?
Tampa is in a playoff position. No other team in the league.
Even with Baker Mayfield?
No other team in the league that is currently holding on to a playoff position has played 5 other playoff teams. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Only one other team in the league has played 5 of 7 games against playoff teams. That team is 2-5. It's the Giants. The Lions are 5-2, and they're the only team in the playoffs that has played 5 of their 7 games against other playoff teams. As it stands right now. That may change as time goes on. It certainly will. But the narrative that they haven't played anybody, they've played the 1 seed and the 3 seed in the AFC. They played the 4, 5, and 7 in the NFC.
Yeah, they played their part of the schedule so far, and now the schedule lightens up. Other teams have yet to play the tough part, and they're about to. I like where they're at. You know, in the bigger scheme and the bigger landscape, I like where they're at. I like where they're positioned for the last 10 games of the season. And they could go on a run. And we said this weeks ago that, hey, you know what? After that Baltimore game, look out. This team could go on a run. And sure enough, they're set up. Start off with the Raiders on Monday Night Football, and then you get the bye week. And then hopefully you're healed up and things really get interesting.
Well, we got those calls yesterday, and I was looking at it, and I was like, let's go over the schedule. Let's compare it to everybody else. I mean, the 1 and 3 seed in the AFC is pretty impressive. So they haven't gotten their crossover games. But by the way, you forgot the Green Bay. They also play Green Bay, and Green Bay currently is in a playoff spot. And we'll see if Atlanta and Tampa hang on. But they haven't. Here's one thing that you can't say. You can't say that they've had an easy schedule. You can say that they probably have an easy schedule coming up. But 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your calls. We go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love the show, man.
Great.
Thanks, Jeff.
Hey, I want your opinion because I really think this is more crystal clear than it's ever been. If you look at Dallas, San Fran, Philly, Detroit, and I feel like I'm leaving one out, maybe not. Wherever home field resides, that's why these next 6-7 games are so critical. Wherever home field resides, they're going to the Super Bowl. So in Detroit, we're like, oh, there's all these things to jump and pillars to cross and all this stuff. If Detroit can somehow get on a run and lock down home field against all these other folks, they are going to control their own destiny. And they are going to be available to win the NFC Championship and go to the Super Bowl because they're solid. Offense, defense, special teams. You watch what's happened the last few weeks. San Fran's went in and lost 2 in a row after they blew up Dallas. Philly does not look great. Jalen Hurts, oh, my God. I'll take Jared Goff over Jalen Hurts all day. I just feel like if they can somehow lock down home field in these next 6-7 weeks are critical.
It is.
Look, home field. I
They
made this
can get
point
it-
yesterday.
They can get it done.
Not to oversimplify, but I think it's relevant information more so than the Lions for other teams. I think the weather did impact that game Sunday. I believe that. Now, and it's not an excuse. Baltimore was way better at dealing with it. Baltimore may be way better than Detroit. Okay, but with Detroit's schedule, and given that they're battling for the NFC with San Francisco and Philly, I think San Francisco and Philly can go on the road and win at each other or in Detroit. I'm not sure that Detroit is prepared. This is where I get a little bit, hey, they might need some the ball to bounce their way a little bit. I don't know that they can go to San Francisco in the middle of January and win, or go to Philadelphia in the middle of January and win. Maybe they can, but I don't know that. Hell, I don't even know.
Or
if
late January.
Or right. I don't even know if they can win a game at home yet in the postseason.
Oh,
I don't even know if they can win the division yet. I suspect that they will, but I think it's more important for Detroit to get a path to the Super Bowl. I'm not sure it only goes through Ford Field. You know what I mean?
No, I know what you mean, but yet it feels like you better. I mean, look, your best chance is to get that home field advantage. It's still in front of them without question. Home field advantage is in front of them. They do what they can do. I just want to make one thing. You're not saying the weather is why they lost. You're saying the weather is the reason why they lost as badly as they did.
I think the weather impacted. I think they struggled with that. I think they might be a team that needs to play indoors.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. And I think that the splits show that with Jared Goff playing at home.
I just would say it helps. I would say it helps.
Well, it's to their advantage, certainly.
San Francisco and Philly play and stuff like that more frequently than Detroit. So, I'd love it if they were perfect, and I think they could win under any conditions against any team.
Well, I don't think I think every team would agree with this. They'd rather play at home than on the road when it comes to the playoffs for a bunch of reasons. Obviously, there's no travel. You're used to playing there, and you're in your routines. The fans make an impact, and we know the fans at Ford Field can make a massive impact on the outcome of a game. So, yeah, please play at home, but also the indoor aspect of it is not to be overlooked because it is the controlled environment, and I feel like not only does it play to Goff's strengths, but it plays to the strengths of the speed on the team with guys like Jameson Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs, specifically with how fast they are, but everybody else gets faster too. And it just, want that advantage.
248-539-9797. We go to Matt next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Hey boys. Listen, one thing that bugs me is, I think, is we're not getting the ball in Jameson's hands enough. And I know, he's a great burner, but last year we were doing toss sweeps to him and or jet sweeps and backwards passes like that. Like, if we can't get him the ball downfield, he has such elite speed. And with our offensive line, I don't know why, again, we're not running him around the middle and putting his belly like we did last year. Because one time last year he did it and went for 40 yards.
Yeah, think of it this way too, though, Matt. It is 2 games that he's played this year. And they made a concerted effort to try to get him the ball in his first game back. And then on Sunday, they had 3 3-and-outs to start the game. It's like, so any plans you may have had for him to be part of that, hey, let's do the jet sweep or an end around or whatever, may have just gone out the window at that point early on in the game because you did nothing with the ball when you had it. So they were limited with plays. Now, once they started throwing a ball, it was like Katie bar the door, and they did take deep shots to him, and he just didn't come up with them for a variety of reasons. Some his own, some not his own.
I think the reason Goff has such a problem giving him the ball is, unlike St. Brown and Reynolds, where he knows where he's going to be, Jameson Williams his balls are so requiring him to get past the defense, and sometimes it takes that 2.5 to 3 seconds to get there. And Goff's just got to chuck it. He doesn't have a chance to kind of get set and know where he's going to be. He just has to kind of take that 1 second to see if he's going to get there or not. You can't really script those fly routes because you don't know where the coverage is.
No, he also, in defense of Jared Goff a little bit, he didn't have a whole lot of time to throw in that game on Sunday. He was pressured an awful lot. He was hit an awful lot, and he was sacked 5 times. There may have been some little shell shock there too. He fumbled the ball a couple times in addition to that, threw an interception. it was just not a good game all around for anybody. But he wasn't immune to it either.
The best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show starting today at 12:20. Are you going to eat that schedule for later on here on 97.1 The Ticket? Hey, it's official. Twin Peaks has added more time to their daily party. All lodges are now, they're all open late. That means an extra hour happy hour Monday through Thursday, late night. Happy hour starts at 10 p.m. Monday through Thursday and runs till midnight. That gives you late workers or night owls an extra hour to take advantage of their amazing happy hour specials. Bring the crew over and enjoy amazing deals like shareable items like $3 fried pickles, $5 hand-cut and breaded to order mozzarella cheese bites, and a chance to wash it down with great deals like $3 well drinks, $4 tall domestic drafts, or buy a round of cheap shots for the group at $3.99. Take advantage of the party with the return of basketball. 2 great matchups tonight. Our team tips off tomorrow. If you took advantage of this last night for football, you got Thursday night games as well, all at Twin Peaks, and the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls are there. Again, late night owls, Twin Peaks, great news for you, extended hours and happy hours. As a bonus, they run the late night happy hour Monday through Thursday, so you can watch a lot of sports early in the week, all while getting great deals. To find the location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
Front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Coming up shortly, hear what Dan Campbell had to say when the topic of the trade deadline came up this morning. 248-539-9797. Also, what he had to say about Jahmyr Gibbs, Jameson Williams, just to name a couple of the topics. The best of what he told the morning show. First, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Joe next here on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Always
Sure.
a pleasure. I'm going to just a couple things with the Lions real quick, and I can respect and look forward to your responses. First of all, the pass. The pass is last Sunday's game. It was an ugly game. It's one of the ones that we were grateful that it happened early. The team's going to look in the mirror and kind of study and see who they are and how other people see them. The present is the practice this week. I wonder what kind of practice it's going to be, if they're going to go back to the basics and got them what they got to 5-1 before the loss, and what kind of changes are going to be implemented. I'm curious to hear about that during the week. And my future is what's going on right now with Jared Goff, contract extension, trade opportunities, and the opportunity of losing Ben Johnson, possibly Aaron Glenn. So Brad Holmes has got to make a decision along with Dan Campbell. Are we in it to win it now while we have Ben Johnson? Yeah. And are we willing to sacrifice now, since we got a fan base that the season tickets are already sold, they're geared up? And so I just wanted to get your perspective on the past, the present, and what do you think is going to happen in the future? Because if we lose Ben Johnson.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a great question. They probably will lose Ben Johnson. Does that interesting approach? Does that change your approach to the trade deadline?
It shouldn't. I think my approach to the trade deadline is, can I make a move that's going to put us over the top and compete for a Super Bowl right now? And that's it. I don't think it matters if you're going to lose your offensive coordinator in the offseason, or if you lose your defensive coordinator in the offseason. You know what happens? That happens to every great team in football. They have to deal with it. And this is something that Lions fans and the Lions organization are going to have to do if they've built this thing right. The only guys you can keep are your head coach and your general manager. Those are the two. Those are the architects. You're going to be bringing in other guys to run your offense. I mean, this is Dan Campbell's offense, but obviously Ben Johnson has a massive influence on what's going on. He is the coordinator, but I do think that Dan Campbell's a big part of it. So I don't worry about that. But are there moves that they need to make? I'd make moves. I would absolutely look to make a trade in the next week before this deadline.
Here's the other part about all of this, is that Brad Holmes, being a pretty competent GM, would you not agree that he's already got his eye on who his next offensive coordinator will be? That he has some ideas? Like, are they grooming Mark Brunell to become that guy? Are they grooming Tanner Engstrand, who is their passing game coordinator, to be that guy? Do they have somebody out of house?
Do they have another tight end coach?
Right.
I'm sure he's got ideas. And he sees guys every day and how they interact with the team and their grasp of what they're trying to do. And I'm really not worried about it. I think that's something that maybe we used to worry about, but I don't think you need to. When you put it in the perspective of it's what great teams have to deal with and just overcome, and they do. Great teams overcome it.
All right, we said we get to this. Let's follow through. Here we go. This is, Gator, you mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs. One of the questions this morning was, all right, did anybody play well? And here's what Dan Campbell had to say. Okay, he had 11 carries for 68 yards and the touchdown. He had 9 catches. I didn't realize it was 9.
Yeah, on 10 targets.
For 58 yards. Pass game protections. I mean, all those things are a big part of it. And so hopefully it's a step forward for Jahmyr Gibbs. They envision him becoming a weapon. And maybe this is the first step towards really, I mean, he counted for over 120 yards. So
I like the comment that he said where he was fired up.
Yeah.
He starts by it stood out, first of all, that Jahmyr Gibbs was the guy. And I think we all agree with that. If you're looking at someone who should be singled out for actually having a good game, it's Jahmyr Gibbs, without question. And you might have a couple others too, but that was the one on offense that stood out. He said encouraged and then said fired up. So because there's genuine improvement that you can see. Great. I hope we're that much closer to really unleashing this weapon. He gets his first touchdown and the run that he had. Look, it was a big hole and it was a great play call, but you still have to execute it. And he did. He blazed right through there. It's funny when you watch that play, Penei Sewell come as the pulling guard on the play, and he just shot out of a cannon. I get amazed at how fast Penei Sewell is. Yep. And Jahmyr Gibbs just outrunning it all, and yet Penei Sewell's like the next guy to cross the end zone. It's kind of funny when you look at it, but it was just a beautiful crafted play.
So, and by the way, on defense, he said Kirby Joseph was the guy that played well. Next up.
Who's also going to be, they don't anticipate any issues. He's ready to go. He's a full go at practice.
How frustrating was it not to be able to get the quarterback on the ground? Here's what Dan Campbell said. He's so sure of himself at the end there, you know?
Yeah. Well, he sees what we all see. The schedule the rest of the way. He knows what his team's capable of. And I think we would all love to have the same opinion, yuck, throw it in the garbage of what happened against Baltimore at Baltimore. It was a terrible game in every aspect. Throw it away, move on, because you had, 6 other games on the season that you played pretty well. You lost one of those, but it went to overtime. It was against a pretty good football team. And as you mentioned, they've already played 5 games. And if the season stopped right now, 5 of those games have already come against teams that would be in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, currently in playoffs.
They're kind of battle tested.
All right, we'll have more from Dan Campbell, including our Jameson's drops becoming a concern and the challenge of adding pieces to the locker room at the trade deadline. Hear what the head coach of the Lions told our morning show coming up shortly. We got Are You Going to Eat That schedule for 1 o'clock, 97.1 The Ticket.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, we got Red Wings tickets to give away. We're going to do so today at 1:41. If you've been listening all show, you got a better chance to win because the way we give it away is a Carson Anderson quiz question. Although what that question is, it still could come. The answer still could come in the next hour and, 10 minutes. So keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Red Wings take on Seattle tonight at LCA. Hey, if you can't go... but you can get the ticket to somebody else, I guess. Remember, it's all done electronically now. I think we give away all e-tickets. Anyway, Red Wings and Kraken tonight at LCA. First one with the correct answer, 141. You'll get the tickets. If you don't win, for tickets and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. All right, more from Dan Campbell this morning on the morning show. And what do we got here? We got what he had to say about Jameson Williams. All right. The drops, which got some talk yesterday, has already got some talk today. Are they becoming a concern, more of a concern? Here's what Dan Campbell said. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that I think they're all hoping things are going to get better, and it does take practice. Everybody's talking about reps, and there's truth to that. But when you're trying to narrow down, does this guy just have a case of the dropsies, or is this an actual issue?
I wonder how many targets he has. 12 targets this year. Is that correct? Isn't that what we said earlier in the show? It's 12. I wonder how many targets Jamar Chase got in the preseason last year. And I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but it's been such a truncated start to his career. I remember Chase couldn't catch anything right away. I think part of that has to do with you're going too fast. I think a little bit has to do with building up the trust with the quarterback. Jared Goff talks glowingly of Amon-Ra St. Brown and building that trust. He obviously has it with Josh Reynolds.
You want Jamar Chase from last year?
No, I'm wondering how many reps, how many targets total in Jameson Williams' career he has, because I wonder if it equals what Jamar Chase had in the preseason. Targets.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see here. He's got 21 targets, Jameson Williams, in his career.
Right. Jamar Chase in the preseason, or in his career anyway. I'm looking at playoffs. Damn it. Wrong spot.
It's all right. That might be hard to find preseason numbers.
No, I can find it.
I guess my point is it's still the infancy stages for this guy. So while he may, as it turned out, I know some people want to call him a bust right now. Maybe he will be. I'm not ready. That's one of the reasons why I'm not ready to do this yet, because it's just getting going.
You're talking about Jamar Chase's rookie year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, when he was dropping all those balls and everything.
Yeah.
People thought. I remember the stories being written was he wasn't used because the football was bigger than it was in college. There was all this crazy stuff going on, and he looked terrible in the preseason.
Yep.
He did, and obviously he's a really good receiver. And that was just the preseason.
Yep. Now, J-Mo is probably through the equivalent of a preseason, I'd say, a four-game preseason. Well, 3-game preseason. I guess that's what Jamar Chase had. Yeah, he's through that, but I don't know. I'm okay with not getting immediate results. A, because the team is winning. So then the follow-up question is, when do I think it's time to say enough? Not yet. Not yet. 248-539-9797.
I mean, Josh Reynolds is playing really well lately. I don't know if we expect Jameson Williams to start at some point this year opposite St. Brown, but Khalif Raymond has his role on this team. Like I said earlier, those guys have identified roles on this team, and they're playing well in those roles. So Jameson Williams has got to find his role. He's got to find his chemistry with Jared Goff, and hopefully it comes this year because we all know what happened earlier in the year with the injury and the suspension. They weren't able to get those reps in, and Jared Goff is the type of quarterback who needs to trust you. I think Laporta has way more reps than he does with Goff than Jameson Williams does.
I think you're right. I think you're definitely right in that. By the way, Jamar Chase had 5 targets in the preseason in 2021, his rookie season. He had 1 reception.
And I don't remember how many he dropped, but he dropped enough that it became a huge story.
Yeah, but I guess what's concerning with me, it's not necessarily. I mean, sure, the drops are concerning, but the bigger concern to me is that he doesn't look like he's where he's supposed to be or looking where he's supposed to be. You know, when you're turned around in consecutive weeks on a deep pass, that's concerning. When you're not running out a swing pass, you're stopping the route and the quarterback leads you. That's concerning. So is when you're open across the middle and the quarterback throws it at you and you're not ready to catch it. That's a problem too. I mean, he's got a lot to work on, but fortunately the Lions are good right now, and there's going to be plenty of time for him in practice and in games where he shouldn't be too damaging to the team if there's the learning curve is still steep because of who they're playing. Let's hope that they can rip off 7 straight wins, and at the end of that run, we're looking at him and like, this guy's he's a real piece in this team, as opposed to still 7 weeks from now going, oh my God, they really do have a J-Mo problem. Give him time.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls in a moment. Let's do one more here. Trade deadline's coming up, and Dan Campbell's asked about the challenge of adding new pieces to the locker room with the guys you've already gone to bat with. It's more than just adding a great player. Here's what the coach said. So that goes back to the culture thing. I think that's the inherent connecting of the dots there. It's a culture thing.
It is a culture thing, but it doesn't mean that. I guess I'm looking at that comment and listening to it, and I'm thinking, okay, is this going to preclude them from making a move? Or is this simply, no, we'll make a move, but we're still going to bring the guy that makes sense to bring into this. It's not just what you see on the field, it's what you see behind the scenes. So, when I brought up a name like Jonathan Allen earlier, the defensive tackle from Washington, does he fit with what the Lions are looking for in a player? I'd love to have a guy who's pissed off about being someplace for 7 damn years and it's still not working out. He wants to win. He knows he's a big cog and things aren't working out. He wants to hold people accountable, including himself. I mean, that might be fire. Is that fiery enough that works? That's who you want. Now what? Josina Anderson has a tweet.
Yeah.
Speaking of Washington and interested parties.
Yeah, she said, It's my understanding that there are several identifiable teams that have both interest in trading for either Commanders' defensive ends, Montez Sweat or Chase Young, and are willing to offer either a long-term deal ahead of free agency.
So Montez Sweat has 5.5 sacks this year and 27 tackles, and Chase Young has 14 tackles, but he's got 5 sacks. Sweat has 8 tackles for loss in addition, and Chase Young has 6 tackles for loss. So both guys are impact players for sure. One a little bit more so during the game in Montez Sweat, but and I mentioned Jonathan Allen. I think the Commanders might be ripe for the picking right now because there's blood in the water. They're not happy with the coach. I think the coach is going to get fired. When, I don't know, but it seems like he will. And when you've got 7 days to the trade deadline and you've got commodities that other teams want, it's even got to be more maddening for the GM and for the ownership there that you've got talent, but you're 3-4.
Yeah. And just for the record, she mentioned free agency. Both Sweat and Chase Young are right around $11 million for the rest of the year. You'd pay for half of that, roughly. And then Jonathan Allen is signed for another 3 years, I believe.
Yeah.
Did you have that number earlier?
He is signed through 2025. So you have him for 2.5 years.
And his cap hit is, do you have that in front of you?
I was his cap hit. Now the cap
it's the base salary. Yeah.
So it's $14 million this year. So that drops to like $8 because of the prorated rate, and then it's $14 million, 15.5.
Yeah.
And he's got a couple bonuses in there that could add $1 million to it each year.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Jump into NBA action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place a $5 bet on the NBA. That way, you can watch all the action as you bet on everything from point spreads to player props. Best of all, you get paid your winnings instantly. So don't miss your chance to get $200 in bonus bets, plus 3 months of NBA League Pass. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and tip off the NBA season right. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. New customer offer. First online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. All customer offer, $5 wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer across both offers. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full terms on both offers at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. The Michigan investigation, we opened the show with that. Had Dan Wetzel on. If you want to continue that discussion, we've got the Red Wings with the game tonight. We got tickets to give away today at 141. Can they stay hot to open up this season? Some Lions discussion as well mixed in. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people. We go to Mike. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
go
we
ahead,
can.
Mike.
Hey, good afternoon. So I got a couple points. So I've been listening to the show since I called in. But so first, I think that, Dan Campbell's response about the culture in the program, I think you got to look at it as a sense of, Detroit is a tough market, and it's a tough market to bring some of these bigger name players to. And they've made a very good point about bringing in the right guys. And so when they brought in CJ, they brought in David Montgomery. These are guys that bought into what they were doing. And so I think that's what takes a little bit more time for what we're going to do in the when it comes up to the trade deadline. But and that kind of gives my second point. When you look at the trade deadline, I'll ask you guys, what do you think is the toughest position on the football field to play?
Quarterback.
Quarterback. All right. I think it's defensive back in the sense that you're always catching up. You're always behind. You're always in the trail mode. And great teams that make those defensive backs look great are the ones that are able to get pressure. And, our guys have looked good so far through the season because we've been able to get pressure. But this past weekend, Lamar sitting back there for 8-9 seconds being able to look, you're going to look bad. The defensive backs are going to look like they're being abused. But realistically, it's not their fault when they're always, playing catch-up. You're always in trail mode. So I think that we need to go to the interior linemen and find a way to get more pressure on our guys and help out our defensive backs.
I would tend to agree that the outside of quarterback, do you think defensive back, would you agree with that?
I think it's very hard to play defensive back in the NFL because all the rules are there to protect the offense. And if you touch a wide receiver, you're already, the referee's got one hand in his pocket ready to pull a flag. I think it's extraordinarily a tough position to play, but comparing that to quarterback, I don't think there's any comparison. Yep. That being said, I think what he said is right. I mean, you're not getting any pressure on the quarterback, and you're supposed to cover guys for longer than 5-6 seconds. You're going to lose. You can't do it. There are very few players in the league that can just stick to you like glue all over the field given that much time. And that's one of the reasons that I want to focus on the defensive line and add to that, make that a more of a strength so you get more pressure on the quarterback so it takes some of that pressure off of the defensive backs to cover. So instead of having to cover for 6, 7, 8 seconds, you're covering for 3, 4, 5,
Well, and the other part about that position is that you're also expected to come up and help in run support, and you are the least physical. Like the defensive linemen and linebackers are way more.
Of course. Yeah. But fortunately, I think the Lions have gone out and they found guys that are game to stop the run.
Yep.
Jerry Jacobs is more than willing to do it. Brian Branch obviously is willing to do it. I think they've got those guys.
248-539-9797. Jake is next. What's up, Jake?
Hey, how's it going? I'll make a couple points. The first one about J-Mo. I'm not too worried about J-Mo. I mean, he is getting open. He is adding that dynamic downfield playmaker that we have. As for the drops, I mean, a lot of these young receivers, pretty much his rookie year, he's played in, 5 games now? And these are the first 3 games he had in his career where he wasn't really limited to the ACL injury. And, I mean, it takes some guys a few weeks to get adjusted. Like Justin Jefferson didn't come to the league running right away. It took him 4 or 5 weeks before he became the threat he was. Jamar Chase. I mean, we saw last night with Jordan Addison. Jordan Addison had a good season, but last night he finally took that step up to show that he could be an elite receiver in the league. So J-Mo I'm not too worried about. Plus it opens Amon-Ra up. But as for Dan Campbell and the trade, this is the first time that I'm not a big fan of a move that they're making as a franchise with Dan and Brad running it. I mean, after we saw that with the Ravens, like Lamar getting all the time in the pocket and us being down Jerry Jacobs and Emmanuel Mosley are corners 2 and 3. Will Harrison look great out there. So I get finding the right guy for the culture, but there are seasoned vets like Cameron Jordan in the league, who's a guy you could bring in for probably a 6th-round, 5th-round draft pick who could come in and help the D-line right away. Or you could find some average corner like we did with Cam Sutton and help him bring him in and help fit the scheme.
I don't know if I would call Cam Sutton average, but I think you're probably more right than wrong, Jake. I think that you're in, and I'm talking about a lesser splash move that makes sense is probably more in the cards.
When I look back at it, we have another day to reflect on the Ravens' loss. I honestly think a lot of it was more schematic. I think it was they didn't want Lamar Jackson to leave the pocket, and they kind of wanted to contain him, and they paid for it. The coverage was just not there. It was either one or the other. They didn't get enough pressure where, to make him feel uncomfortable, because you want to make the quarterback feel uncomfortable, but when they got him in the pocket, they couldn't cover long enough, and when they covered long enough, Lamar Jackson just made more time, and they couldn't cover. So I honestly don't want to go overboard on the defensive line help, Gator. I understand what you mean. Yeah. And this is not just the first game you brought it up. You brought it up.
Yeah, this is. I mean, this game's a little different. And one of the other questions that the guys asked Dan Campbell, they got a one-word response.
That was interesting.
The question was, do you think that you played too soft of coverage in the game? And his response was, yes. No elaboration, just yes. So make out of that what you will, and so that plays into what you say about scheme. That being said, I still want more pressure, and there've been too many games already this season that you see that there isn't pressure, and not getting home.
You know who played a ton against the Ravens? The most he's played all year. It's Jack Campbell. Mm-hmm. Do you notice that, Doug?
Yeah,
I know you're on.
He was on the field a lot.
Yeah, you're on Jack Campbell watch. Malcolm Rodriguez, I don't think recorded one defensive snap. One of the reasons he played fullback was they wanted to keep him involved in the game, I guess. And they like, obviously, what he can do as a possible blocker, but he's a core special teams guy, so he's on the field for that. But as far as linebacking play goes, it went Campbell, Barnes, and Anzalone. The reason I bring up Campbell is, if you want that pressure, do they start blitzing Campbell? I mean, he's athletic.
They have. He's been, because he's playing in place of basically Charles Harris. And if you watched him line up against Baltimore, he was right up on the line coming after the quarterback a ton. And, just part of everybody else not getting home.
Rodriguez played one defensive snap.
Did he? Okay.
Yep. 2 snaps on offense. 248-539-9797. Edward is next. What's up, Edward?
Hey, guys. I would love an opportunity to talk about Campbell and Rodriguez, but that's not what I called about. When I heard Campbell, the coach, talk of being very protective of the so-called culture, I have to admit that I cringed a little bit. I hope that we can talk like friends here. We know that there's a lot of expectation with the Lions. They're 5-2. I don't know if anybody noticed. Due to tiebreakers, they're number 2 in the NFC right now.
Yep.
They should play a home field game. They may even play another one. Who knows? They may even play 3. The window is wide open right now. And when I heard him talk about culture, it got me to thinking about the Jalen Carter pick and what the Lions prioritize. If they don't see that they have an opportunity to really put their teeth not only into the division, but the conference, I really wonder, what do they prioritize? Are they the kind of organization that just eats winning football games for breakfast? They wake up and say, how do we win? How do we get better? As opposed to holding on to something else
Edward,
that hasn't resulted in much.
Let me ask you a question. Is what they are doing currently working?
At 5-2, it appears so.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the history books. There's no divisions. There's no playoff wins. There's no playoff appearances.
He didn't say they wouldn't make a trade, and he didn't say they wouldn't be aggressive. He just said that that's part of the things to consider.
They want to make sure somebody fits the culture of this team and what they're doing.
I mean, think about it, guys. We're used to winners around here, no matter what we're going through in the last few years in Detroit. The Red Wings didn't mind getting rid of beloved guys. The Pistons didn't mind getting rid of beloved guys. Sometimes you just go out and you reach for it. Like to lose those beloved players, but winning was the priority for those franchises, and they are who they are. The Lions don't have much to lose. They need to get after it when this window is wide open.
In the end, it might come to bite them in the butt. What they are doing right now seems to be working, so I'm gonna go ahead and endorse that they keep doing it. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. And there's an opportunity here to get better at the trade deadline. And either you do or you don't. We'll never know what the price is on deals that they pass on. And maybe it was just too much to give up to do that. But they're in a position where they can start looking at a first-round pick next year and say, we don't need it because we can use that first-round pick to acquire the exact player right now. We need that difference maker on the defensive line or the defensive backfield. Let's do it. Make it happen right now. We've got a first-round pick we can dangle in front of teams and get an excellent player.
248-539-9797. We'll recap a lot of what we've talked about today coming up next hour and another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Jared Goff, 130, 97.1. It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page. got another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 105. Sound good to you? Did you eat anything today?
Just breakfast.
Yeah. Are You Going to Eat That make you, like, does it make you want to eat right away?
Sometimes it inspires me.
Yeah.
Get an hour left in the show. I could be inspired.
I got 6 things today. I think you're going to go 3 and 3. That's my prediction.
Huh.
I had the shepherd's pie for lunch, reheated from last night, made with ground turkey, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's what the shepherds are looking at.
Yeah, exactly.
Aye, laddie.
Yep.
First thing, get the turkey. Get the turkey. We got to ground up the meat and put it in the shepherd's pie.
It's exactly the way it intended to be.
Lamb? Get the lamb out of here. You want the turkey?
Doug, I want to ask you a serious
I
question.
don't know if it's an Irish dish or if it's
Scottish or something.
Scottish either way.
English,
Something over there.
I thought it was English.
Alex
A
and
little bit of
Jonah.
Welsh.
Doug, do you think your taste buds hate you?
No.
They just
Did
don't
I
know any better?
Did I just not have the best homemade snack that there is in this time of year?
It's pretty solid. You had all of, like 7 peanuts and 3 candy corns in there. Yeah.
I had dry roasted peanuts mixed with candy corn.
You think he counted them out?
Yeah,
Like-
I do. I think at least he weighs it, I think.
I do
I
neither.
need 2.6 grams.
They went about halfway into this thing, this little
Yeah.
container here.
How much
was
does that
about
container
halfway
hold?
full. I don't know the
You
exact
don't
size.
know.
I don't know the
you know.
exact size.
You know.
I don't know.
Come on.
Yeah. Is the electronic scale over there somewhere?
It is it's the size on the bottom, but I really don't know how big. It's a small container.
What you eat for lunch?
I'm not saying that his taste buds hate him, Kang, but I will think that there were some taste buds that are like, dude, when am I ever going to get in the game? It's like J-Mo on the sideline
Right?
waiting to get in. When am I coming in, coach? When am I coming in?
How about
And in
one
Doug's
dart?
playbook, Doug's playbook, out of 100 meals, you're out there for 2.
Yeah, right.
Like candy corn's like, woo, here we go. Meanwhile, there's like an apple cobbler. It's been like, dude, when am I going to get my chance?
Wait, is that an onion ring? Oh my God! We're going deep.
What is this, 2001?
Totally shocked the system with onion rings, like once every 2-3 years. Anyway, we got another edition. Are You Going to Eat That coming up shortly? Let's go to Jeff. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Okay.
Good. I'm calling from Windsor. And the one thing that I want to point out, guys, is, last week in preparation for Baltimore, I'm going through the week and I hear that coach gives the guys Wednesday off, no pads, no hitting. And then all of a sudden, I see at Little Caesars Arena, J-Mo's a superstar, honking the horn there. And I'm kind of thinking in my head, well, listen, guys, man, you claim to be Detroit hardworking. We're a blue-collar town, and that's the way we're going to coach these guys. Well, in Detroit here, man, we don't take days off. We work 7 days a week, and then you look forward to your bye week next week. So I love the Lions, and I'm a very optimistic person. So it's hard for me to say this, but did we really prepare that well? Like, we're not superstars yet.
Well, they're the only ones that know if they didn't do something in preparation. They're the only ones that know because they strategically do take days off throughout the course of the year, and they're already banged up. So I don't know that occasional rest day is the end of the world. So if they did something wrong in preparing for, they're different in preparing for the game, they're the only ones that really know it, right?
Exactly, and time will tell on that. Keep doing what they're doing well. Let's keep working hard, man, and let's keep winning, man. I love the Lions. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. You looked.
If you're going to say J-Mo, the reason J-Mo turned the wrong way is because he was, ringing blowing the horn or whatever at the, blow the horn. There you press the button for the horn at the Red Wing game. Then I don't know what to tell you, man. There's nothing wrong with going to the Red Wings game. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing. All right, Gator. Got some stuff here. Let's go.
I am kind of hungry. So.
All right, I'm going to start. Well, I'll start with the food then. I was going to start with drinks. The Canadian Tire Center, home of the Raptors, home of the Toronto Raptors, has something called the Hickory Sticks Cheeseburger. It's hickory sticks in a bag filled with ground beef, shredded lettuce, pico de gallo, and spiced crema. I don't know what a hickory stick is. A hickory stick like an actual
I would think
piece
hickory
of
stick
wood?
sounds. No, I think hickory stick is like a Slim Jim, right?
Because Doug was in if it was wood.
Right. Is it not beef?
Oh, is that a stick?
Okay, hickory sticks in a bag with ground beef, shredded lettuce, pico de gallo, and spiced crema. Would you
Crema.
eat that? Crema, sorry.
Yeah, I would.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah, because it's got a little Southwest flair to it. Yeah.
Kang, would you eat it?
Well, I'm looking up hickory stick. It looks like these almost like not hot fries, but the potato fries, you know?
Oh, is that what they are?
Yeah, that's what I mean, there's hickory sticks.
Absolutely,
Lays.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
You're in, Kang?
I'd try it.
I would not.
But I could see maybe it's in some form it's also beef jerky type.
All right, next up, Cheetos is debuting some pretzels in 2 flavors.
Love pretzels, love Cheetos.
Cheetos Pretzels Cheddar and Cheetos Pretzels Flamin' Hot. Each flavor features 2 distinct sides, one covered in some sort of cheese dust and the other in classic pretzel. So,
All right,
so one is cheddar and one is Flamin' Hot.
Yeah.
They're pretzels.
I would absolutely go for the cheddar. I'm not a flaming hot guy.
Okay. If I were to do this, I'm
not flaming hot.
I would go with the Flamin' Hot.
Yeah, I would not. It's going to hurt my boom boom, and that's just not me. But the cheddar, absolutely. I mean, they're I think it's Snyder's makes like they have this pretzels that are like pretzel pieces.
Yep.
And they have a cheddar one, and I envision it being kind of like this. I'd be all about it. Yeah.
I'd actually try the Flamin' Hot ones.
You wouldn't try the regular ones?
I don't think so. I think I prefer the Flamin' Hot and the cheddar.
You can try them both.
I can try them both. I mean, I guess I could try, but I would I would go for the Flamin' Hot, and my guess is far more often than I'd go for the cheddar. But Kang, what about you?
I'd try them both.
All right, there you go. Next up, Oreo has come out with
I'm pretty much in on this, but
a hot cocoa chocolate sandwich cookie, which features the brand signature chocolate base cake with 2 layers replicating the beloved winter drink, a marshmallow flavored cream stacked with a top layer of rich hot cocoa flavored cream.
I'm not sure I understand why this is just different from a normal. It's just it's not the typical chocolate flavor they have. It's a hot cocoa flavor they have.
It sounds like it's 2 of the regular cookies with a marshmallow flavor and then like a cocoa.
Yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Oreos. Oreos haven't really done me wrong yet.
Would you dip this in milk?
Yeah, I would do that. Sure. Would I dip it in hot chocolate?
Yes.
Yes, I would.
It sounds like maybe a once every year treat.
Every year, he says.
Did you say year or other year?
Once a year treat.
Okay.
Yep.
I told you his taste buds hate them.
What about you? I assume you try it.
Yes, of
All
course.
right,
I'd break it apart. I'd dip it in everything.
I'd probably throw it in the hot chocolate, like break it into pieces and throw it in the hot chocolate. I'd probably break it up and smash it and make it into a crust for a pie. Yeah.
All right, next up, the SAP.
Once a year, though, Doug.
Yes, once a year. SAP Center, home of the San Jose Sharks, have something called the Cadillac Michelada. It's Modelo Especial with Clamato juice, rimmed with tahini and topped with cucumbers, a shrimp tail, a lobster tail, oranges, and lime. Gator?
No. You know how I feel about Clamato and beer. I think it's awful. I think it's disgusting. I think this is so funny, Kang, because this is 100% up Doug's alley because there's no beef. You got the shrimp and the lobster tail, which are fine. The citrus, which is fine. And Doug loves Clamato and beer. So it's a big no for me. Before Doug answers, Kang, is this a yes or a no for you?
It sounds disgusting.
All right. So, Doug, naturally.
This is quite frankly the best thing we've ever had. And how are you going to eat that?
I mean, you're unbelievable.
This taste buds are going, no, not Clamato, no!
Not again!
No!
So good.
Why did you do this more than once a year?
Capital One Arena, the home of the Washington Wizards. Wizards have
the Wizards, huh?
The Wizards have something called the New Fashioned. You know, there's an old fashioned.
Sure,
this is the
yeah.
New Fashioned.
Yeah.
It's Ritual Zero Proof whiskey alternative with cherries, bitters, and a simple syrup. Gator?
No. No, if I'm drinking, it's because I want to taste the alcohol.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't want something that's going to mimic it and probably not taste anything like it. I everything in moderation when it comes to the beverages. Drink responsibly.
Yep.
If I'm going to have an old fashioned, I'm going to have an old fashioned. I'm not going to dumb it up.
Kang, would you try this?
Yeah, I'm with Gator. If I want alcohol, I literally want alcohol.
I like alcohol in my alcohol.
Yeah, I'm not.
That's just me.
I'm not down with this at all. And finally, Arby's fried mac and cheese bites feature the premium blend of 4 cheeses and noodles that are baked and fried until crispy and golden brown.
Yeah, I'd try it. I would certainly try it. I don't know if I'd order it. It's never going to be a go-to, but I've always been interested in the fried mac and cheese bites. You know, you see them on as appetizers every once in a while. It's like a once in 5 year thing for me, Doug.
Yeah, I'm a no on this.
Not even once every leap year.
No, not for me. What? No?
Yeah.
You don't like mac and cheese?
I do, but I mean,
But the calories,
I'm not-
Gator. Come on, man.
I don't need a deep fry.
Those are empty calories.
It's too much.
Yeah.
All that.
Moment on the lips, lifetime on the hips.
Yeah. Kang, you down?
Of course.
Yeah.
All right, there
I
you
love
go.
mac and cheese.
And that concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Red Wing tickets to give away today at 141.
You're so on brand, man.
The Chilada drink.
And he's regular.
Yeah.
It's making me want to go see the San Jose Sharks play. 97-1 the ticket. Oy. I was up at 4 a.m. today. Never got back to sleep.
What for?
Nothing.
Coyotes?
No, you had the Coyotes.
That's right.
I just woke up and then laid there. I was like, all right, let's go back to sleep.
Dude, it was like my house this morning when that happened. It was like a scene out of The Howling. Just all of a sudden.
And you think they were literally right outside your window?
Yeah, like within 20 feet outside my window.
Did you consider getting up and like putting a flashlight out there to see them?
It would require me to go all the way out into the kitchen, grab the flashlight, come all the way back.
Was your phone? Do you think your phone light would have been strong enough?
No. No.
No.
I was curious. It's one of those things where I wish I had the motion sensors and the whole big cameras on there.
Yeah.
On that spot of the house anyway.
248-539-9797. Open lines. Let's get back to the people. Brandon, you're next. What's up, Brandon?
Hey, I was just curious your guys' thoughts on Jameson Winston's trade value. And before you react, just hear me out for a sec. Our success this year has not been because of him. We traded up to get him. And when you hear the coach talk about...
Hey, hang on one second, Brandon. Are you saying you mean Jameson Williams?
Williams. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Not Winston.
Okay.
Williams. Very similar names. But for the Lions, yeah. So when you hear Campbell talk about culture and how important that is, why not make a move with him who still holds value as opposed to letting it ride out and potentially, we still got Hendon Hooker, right? And didn't we trade up to get him? And we don't even know if he's going to translate to the NFL at all. So
I'm not worried about Hooker in that he was a third-round pick. Not worried about that if it works out or not. I love the player. Love to see it. The idea of trading Jameson Williams, if you're going to give up on him, and you can get an asset at another position, then go ahead and do it if that's what you want to do. But that's the question they have to ask themselves. Do they give up on it? Would you?
Don't you think there'd be more value in getting someone who helps Aiden?
So here's what's weird about it, Brandon. You think if you're another team, the reason that we're talking about this is because we're not sure that he's of value to this team this year. And so another team is going to try, if another team, they see the same things we do, they're going to try and get him dirt cheap, right?
Well, sure. And he's not done anything. So right now, I think we're in a kind of a sweet spot. He's still fresh off being a first-round draft pick. However, what are we trying to do? We're trying to win the NFC North, which it looks like we're in a good position to do. We're trying to win playoff games. Aiden in our D line is going to need help to go deep.
Yeah,
that's more value than a receiver who hasn't really contributed to our success at all.
Are you going to get a valuable defensive lineman, you think, for Jameson Williams?
I'm not saying it's going to be even.
Yeah, okay.
We'll probably have to throw something else in there.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, would that package prove to be more valuable than just simply hanging on to JMO?
Yeah, maybe.
Look, everyone wants to pair up the college teammates together, right? When it comes to quarterback receiver, would Carolina have interest pairing Bryce Young with Jameson Williams? They might. And Carolina does have a couple defensive linemen that we've talked about. But again, it comes up with what are you ready to do? Are you ready to move on from him, or do you still think that there's so much potential left in this player who's hardly seen the field? Hardly had the opportunity just yet. I'm not ready to throw him out, and yet I also understand that maybe it doesn't go as well as you want it to, and then the trade value diminishes significantly. I guess I'm willing to take that chance at this point. I'm not ready to move him. If I want to get a player to bolster the defensive line, I've got a first-round pick I can use. I'd rather use that.
Yep.
Because the truth is, if Jameson Williams becomes good, his trade value will be higher, but then you won't want to trade him. Right? So, I guess the time would be now if you're going to do it, where it's low, but it's not bottomed out. He just hasn't gotten opportunities. He's been in the field, long enough. Do you want to trade him for someone to help you just this year? Does Brian Burns have to sign an extension for you to want to trade him, or would you say hey, I'll just take my chances. I'm going for it all this year. and trade Jameson Williams and some kind of package for Brian Burns, would you do that, guys? I mean, and with no guarantee that you extend Brian Burns, by the way.
I might. I think the price tag for Brian Burns is going to be pretty expensive.
It might be pretty expensive, and I think I might rather look at other options than Brian Burns. There's guys out there.
I feel like you've soured on Brian Burns.
I kind of have a little bit.
Would you trade Jameson Williams for Chase Young? You guys thinking about this?
No, I am, because the thing is,
I'm in the more in the no category.
I'm not the big time fan of J-Mo like you are, but I'm not too far away from it.
You still believe in him?
I still do. I just there's too much there to just wash away at this point. That's why, I mean, if you're the Commanders, would you rather have Jameson Williams, or do you want a first round pick? Or do you want a second round pick, or whatever it would take for Chase Young? I mean, Chase Young may not cost a first round pick.
Well, what we don't know is how they evaluated him out of college. Because if it's a player you loved out of college, they'd probably take the player because they get him now. But I don't know what they thought of him out of college. So that would probably dictate that answer. 248-539-9797. By the way, I want to bring something up, Gator. There is footage going around of Connor Stallions on the Michigan sidelines during the Ohio State game last year, peering over at the Ohio State sidelines and
stealing the signs and then
yes,
relaying them to the rest of the team, including the defensive coordinator.
Yes, which was his job as a sign stealer. It doesn't mean he's guilty of what he's charged of. It's not as damning as the evidence that he bought tickets at other stadiums.
It means his hard work paid off.
His job, there are guys who are sign stealers that are on every sideline, and that's what he was doing at that time. Now, buying tickets at other stadiums is I think far more damning evidence than him doing what every team does during a game. Now, if he went into it with knowledge that was illegally acquired, that's the issue. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. We go to Ed next here on 97.1. Hi, Ed.
Hey, Karsh Anderson, how's it going?
What's up?
Ed.
Hey, I think we'll just keep it real simple. That way all the little kiddies can grab all the cookies off the first shelf. King Henry to the left, Montgomery to the right. King Henry to the left, first down. Montgomery to the right, King Henry to the left, Montgomery to the right, first down.
All right, so you want to trade for Derrick Henry is what you're saying.
I'm not. I do what you got to do to get Derrick Henry in there so we can play Philly and be the number 2 seed in the NFC Championship and then get our asses kicked. But then
would you hold on? So you'd rather have Derrick Henry than anybody on defense?
Look, this is late in the game. How many opportunities you have between now and October 31st to seal a deal?
The same amount did you have with Derrick Henry? You have a defensive
player. Pick one player. Give him what he wants. Call him up. Call his agent up and say.
All right. So I guess Ed, you're not. So Doug's question was,
you'd rather
have Derrick Henry, a running back, than add help on the defense.
Yeah, because I think you got to build the defense with a first round draft pick next year, a second round draft pick, both on defensive line, and then get a linebacker in the third round.
You're not giving up a first, second, or third rounder for Derrick Henry?
No, I'm not giving up no draft capital. Just pay the man what he wants.
You have to trade for him.
Yeah, how do you acquire a guy without trading for him?
Well, then you just ask the Titans what they want. What do they want?
But that's a draft pick. What don't you understand?
I think he thinks Derrick Henry's a free agent.
Well, if you're a free agent at the end of the season,
yeah.
While you're still playing games, you're getting paid for them. You're not a free agent.
All right, Jared Goff. We'll get to his thoughts on what happened Sunday at Baltimore, and then we're giving away Red Wing tickets today at 141 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Ford-Hamp and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing. And nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have, in today's national football, you have to be on the same page. it starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They're all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's national football, you have to be on the same page.
All right, it's time to give away some Red Wing tickets for tonight's game against the Seattle Kraken. Earlier this hour, I mentioned I had a snack in a small container. Gator joked that I must have weighed it out. What was the snack? First correct answer at 248-539-9797. You can sell a pair of tickets to see the Wings and Kraken tonight at the LCA. If you don't win, for tickets and more information, go to DetroitRedWings.com now. Hey, Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the new no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you normally pay. If you're not working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com.
It starts at the top and goes all the way down. But the culture is set by Sheila Fordham and, Brad Holmes, Chris Spielman, Dorsey, Dan Campbell, the players, everybody in the front office, the nutritionist, training staff, whatever. There's just a mindset there of all for, one for all for one, whatever it is. They all have a singular goal. And that used to never be there. There used to be all these fiefdoms that this person cared about this thing, and nobody would get along. They got along as people a lot of times, but they weren't on the same page.
Yep.
You have to have in today's National Football League, you have to be on the same page.
We did get a winner. Congratulations to James, who knew
2.6 grams worth.
The snack that I had was peanuts and candy corn.
7 peanuts and 3 candy corns.
It's not true, but that also wasn't part of the question. So it's borderline irrelevant information.
What's the ratio you think you have to peanuts to candy corn?
It's a lot more peanuts than it is candy corn.
5 to 1, 8 to 1.
Closer to 8-1, 8-1,
Wow.
10-1, something like that.
It's a fantastic concoction.
It is, and Gator took it to the next level once because you went cashews.
I go cashews instead of peanuts.
And cashews are pretty great.
Yeah, I do. You do need to have more of the nut to candy ratio.
Yes.
I don't know if you need to go overboard like you're doing it, but
What, 10-1?
yeah.
Right,
I think 3 or 4 to 1 is kind of the money.
Is it?
Yeah, but see, Doug, he's healthy, man. He's got to
Doug's the-
overcompensate. The protein of the peanuts. To
Doug's the
candy.
PG guy.
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to overplay. This card gets overplayed a little bit. I'm not a health nut. I'm just a little bit more health conscious.
You're a lot health conscious.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, like how much longer are you going to run on the treadmill today because of those candy corn?
I mean, there'll be some cardio, but it's not because there was cardio in the plan already.
Cardio's in a plan because he allows himself to splurge, having 3 candy corn.
Exactly.
It was already part of the day. Had nothing to do with the snack. I mean, seriously. It was just part of the day. So I got some other stuff I got to do after work, but eventually I'll get around to it.
Bed Bath & Beyond?
If
You have
time allows, yeah.
Not anymore.
right. Now you're really going to find them. We got to really look for
It's
them.
online only.
Yeah.
Is it all online now, or there's still a few stragglers?
No, I don't. There might be a few stragglers, but they went bankrupt, so I'm pretty sure they're all gone, and it's just online.
That's a shame. I like that store.
Which part did you like most? The bed, the bath, or the Beyond?
I guess the Beyond, because it was kitchen stuff.
So that's what you like the most.
Yeah, I did a lot of Christmas shopping in there.
It was an easy place to go for Christmas
It really
shopping.
was. It was for Christmas shopping. It was that was money. It was money for Christmas shopping.
Yeah, where else are you going to get the battery, shack or whatever the battery caddy?
I liked it for gift suggestions too, like to family members. And what do you want for Christmas? I don't know, whatever, And then you go to Bed Bath & Beyond, like I could use this, and start taking pictures and sending it off.
I registered for my wedding. That was one of the places I would think.
Is it?
Yeah.
And it's gone?
Sad. It's gone.
Oh, that is sad.
You get that gun and you just start pointing at stuff.
So you're no longer registered?
That is fun, I will say. Anyway, congratulations, James. He knew it was peanuts and candy corn, and he's got 2 tickets to see the Red Wings play tonight. For those who didn't win, you can still go to DetroitRedWings.com for ticket information. Okay, so that team's playing out of their frickin' minds. And the thing is, they're doing it in such an unsustainable way offensively and we all know this, like their stats are off the charts. But when they settle in, Gator, what are they going to be? Because I guess what surprises me, I never would have guessed that they would have gone at any point during the season through a 6-game stretch where they were the most potent offensive team in the NHL. I never would have guessed that.
No, I would
And
agree.
I'm not talking about just right out of the gate. Because
Any
teams,
6-game stretch
yes,
during the season.
Any 6. If you had asked me before the season, well, the Red Wings put in a 6-game stretch in which they are the highest scoring team in the NHL, I would have never said yes.
I think it's so exciting to watch them play because they are putting the puck in the net. A lot of it has to do with the power play. And then you get the game Sunday afternoon against Calgary. I think they were 0 for 5 in a power play, and they still scored 6 goals, and none of them were empty net goals. I mean, they're fun. DeBrincat is fun to watch. He and Larkin together. It's night and day difference between watching those two play and watching Larkin play with Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi was the gritty guy, go in the corners, dig the puck out, get some ugly goals, and you do a lot of the dirty work. These guys just fly now. Larkin's got great speed. So does DeBrincat. They just fly around the rink, and you get them open on there's a 2-on-1. It's done. DeBrincat just buries that shot, and he's done it a couple times already this year with that 2-on-1 mentality. And the power play is it's fun to watch it done with that kind of precision. And even if they don't score, my God, they're creating chances. So they're getting a reputation early, I would imagine, throughout the league that you can't afford to take penalties against the Red Wings. They're going to kill you.
Well, it might be the best thing that's happened to Dylan Larkin, who's been a very good player here. But this could be the buddy that takes him to the next level.
The buddy. Going back
I just go back to that old
the Mike Ilitch thing.
Yep.
We're going to get you a buddy.
Yep.
To Pavel Datsyuk, that they never really got him the buddy. Yeah, it's and yet you look at last season, and he had his best season last season with 79 points in 80 games and tied a career high in goals at 32, and he did it without having anybody riding shotgun with him. That was all him, because you had guys that were hurt and then guys who were traded. That was all Dylan Larkin. Now it's totally different. Now, are they both going to get 2 points a game for the rest of the year? Absolutely not. But is it possible that you've got two guys that are at least a point a game guys playing together? And I think the answer is yes.
So ESPN, because today's the Frozen Frenzy, where they're going to start games basically every 15 minutes from like 6 o'clock to 11. And ESPN at 8 o'clock is going to go with live hockey coverage. And so you're going to see they're just going to bounce around the NHL red zone style. So ESPN put up a story, basically one reason to watch every team. And for the Red Wings, it was, quote, the Lark and the Cat. So I don't know if this is what this is going to be known as, the Lark and the Cat. And, of course, Lucas Raymond's on the line as well.
Yeah, it seems like they move around a little bit for that extra winger there, but I like them. I like this line together. I like the other lines on the team. Everybody's got a purpose, and that's kind of fun because it takes me back to when I first got into Red Wing hockey in the mid 80s. Once they got lines together and you knew the guys on each line, and everybody had their purpose and had their role, and they acted accordingly, and it kind of went that way for 30 years, that everybody knew the role. Oh, here comes, then you had the glorified grind line was great to watch. But before that, you had guys who was a checking line. Oh, you don't want to mess with these guys. Here they come. And you're starting to feel that way now that you see guys like Rasmussen who can kind of control the game a little bit with his length. He's starting to learn. It's really starting to learn with it. And Veleno is another one who's really up to his game. And everyone talked about Veleno when he was drafted, that this is a guy that's got, perhaps future captaincy written on him. He was a very good leader, and all right, whatever. We haven't seen much out of it, and now we're starting to see it, and I like it. But it's early.
Yeah, it's very early, and yet, bottom line here is it's enough. Hopefully it's enough to get people to show some interest, to tune in early. We've gotten to the point where just the concept of playoff hockey is exciting. And I think back to when the Tigers went all those years from, what was it, 87? Was that 87 through 2006 and never made the playoffs? Wasn't that what it was?
The Tigers?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. They made the playoffs in 87, and they didn't make it again until 06.
So this hasn't been that long. But it's kind of got that feel.
Yeah. Well, look, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't say this, because one of our favorite people in the world is Ken Kal, and Kenny's out for a little bit on the mend. He had a tweet a couple days ago that I'll just relay here. He says, "Thank you to all who wished me well and sent prayers. It's truly appreciated. I was in quite a bit of pain yesterday calling the game. Had a procedure done as soon as we got back from Ottawa. All went well. We'll be on the IR for at least a week." And enjoy the at B. Kaser call. So Kenny's on the mend. He's going to be out for a little bit, but we wish him the best.
He is the best. Great dude. Great at his job. And I'm glad that I've known him for as long as I have. Glad to be his friend. So, Kenny, yes, thoughts and prayers are with you, buddy. Hope you'll be better and back at it soon.
Speedy recovery.
He didn't expect to call this many goals so early.
No,
the voice.
I think he said, what just happened? Yeah.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen.
How we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Not bad.
So,
little tired.
Fried mac and cheese, where is that from?
Arby's.
Okay.
Arby's
I
is
didn't hear
introducing.
where.
Yeah, it's Arby's. It's an Arby's thing. So
Arby's is not a place that I just always thought it was like a front. It was like just a money laundering place.
Did
Arby's?
You didn't think it was a real restaurant?
Arby's is never crowded, like ever.
There's something true about that. As I
always thought it was like a station for like the Men in Black or something, where you could just order a certain thing and a secret door opens, and it's like stuff going on. Like there's never a rush at Arby's.
I have to admit to some a theft at Arby's years ago.
What'd you do?
I was a teenager in my high school years, and we went to eat at Arby's, and not with my family, with my friends. And as we walked out, may have walked out with one of the squeeze bottles of the Arby's sauce.
You stole some Arby's sauce?
Yeah.
Hey, they were like that. That's okay.
Yeah.
We got a whole stock.
Puerto Rico, it didn't matter. Like,
Nobody ever eats here.
Oh,
Maybe
somebody took it. We got to write that up for $650,000.
Please, they talked about you in the meeting. Hey, we got a lifetime customer. He wanted our sauce
There he is.
bottle.
Yeah.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Auto Accident Attorneys Applebaum and Stone. The Lions are off both today and tomorrow as they get ready for the Raiders on Monday Night Football. All eyes right now on the trade deadline, exactly 1 week away. Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning that the Lions will not let any trade jeopardize their chemistry. The 5-2 Lions 8.5-point favorites against the Raiders. And the Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Both Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin will miss the game with injuries. The Wings right now tied with Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's dive in on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. Soak it up. Maybe some of you can get out on the golf course today, or I don't know, throw a football or a frisbee. But it is something
gorgeous.
Rico, I want to present something to you. I know yesterday we had a fun moment where you were change the channel, please. In the mindset of you being the new king of Zamunda, I'd like to present something to you and the listeners.
Okay.
Because I just want to button something up. And I want to see if we can get people to do something they don't like to do in 2023. And it's think critically. Thinking critically just requires that you don't run to be told what to think. And you don't immediately go to your camp to parrot party lines. We don't think critically in this country. And after hearing some of the morning show, A, I didn't realize we had hired Mike Lindell to host. But B, it's just not critical thinking. And I don't have to accept it. So here's what I decided to do. The only thing more fun than hearing talking points that bore me is to put bullets in them one by one. So I wanted to present this to you. And here's what we have to do together. You need to tell me what is more plausible. What is more believable? More believable that the talking point is true or what I present is true. And it's just critical thinking. Now, I'm going to just go right from the top. Let me roll through these. Any objections? You, the audience, mark them down on your scorecards. Rico Beard, mark them down on your scorecards. David, Kenny, and we can investigate the inaccuracies. By the way, when you put a propagandist on TV to talk about said propaganda, bad idea. I mean, having Desmond Howard on TV to talk about this scandal, wow.
Oh, I really think it's a nothing burger.
Right. Well, and again, when you put people whose entire self-identity and self-worth is tied to a collection of strangers playing a kid's game with a leather football, I think you've reached the bottom of the chili pot. So here's number one. Here's the things I've heard the last week. There's no competitive advantage to what Michigan was doing. Okay. Then why do it? Why staff it? Why hire a man whose background is to break codes, to break signs? Why waste $50,000? Why give him access to your coordinators on the sidelines? I mean, coordinators are awfully busy to talk to some low-rent, low-budget staffer who I'm being told is a nobody. Yet there he is in photographic and video evidence, in Sharon Moore's ear, in Jesse Minter's ear, and even worse today, a video has surfaced, him after OSU audibles at the line, looking at their sideline, looking at his magical sheet, signaling, and then everyone, unless they're in a dance troupe, signals with him. Well, you couldn't do this in a timely fashion. Flowchart, I've got video evidence you can. So goodbye to that one. Well, Harbaugh didn't know. You sure about that? Now, I mean, you could ask Jim Harbaugh, but what do you think? Harbaugh's going to open up to you and go, yeah, that one got me good, Odell? No. You ever see that video? The guy who gets stabbed with the katana on the Home Shopping Network? And Odell's the cameraman, and he comes out and he goes, oh, that one got me. All right, so you mean to tell me Stalions is on your sideline. He's got these grandiose play sheets and laminates. He is in the ear of the power brokers on game day. And Harbaugh doesn't venture to ask, who the hell's Boy Wonder? Why the hell am I tripping over this guy? Wow, we're in the right set all the time. Or do you just say, well, I guess I hired a savant and I'm stealing him for $50,000 a year and I'm going to walk over here. See, you know what that's called? Willful ignorance. You don't want to know. Not knowing and then not wanting to know, not the same thing. Here's the other problem. When your entire staff and your players benefit from it, you're the head coach, you're the CEO. It's your responsibility to know. Do you know why I can say that to you? Because Bo Schembechler told me that. Bo Schembechler told me that leaders don't get to say I didn't know. Because saying that they didn't know meant they were too stupid to hold their job. And if they're too stupid, why do they have it? You know who else doesn't care if Harbaugh knew? The NCAA. It's in the bylaws. All right, so now we're down 3 of these. He acted alone. Another popular one I'm hearing.
The lone wolf.
All right. So what's more plausible? That a guy on a $52,000 a year paycheck self-funded 30 trips to 11 different Big Ten venues that just happened to all be future opponents of U of M, buying tickets on both sidelines in choice areas where he would have a vantage of both sidelines that's not available to you on the All-22. And not out of the kindness of his heart or his competitive nature, he was willing to largely go broke doing this. Or is it fair to say, geez, I wonder if someone was helping fund this? $52,000 a year? $400, $500 tickets on the 50-yard line at places like OSU and Penn State and Wisconsin? Okay. Everyone is doing it. Another good one. Here's your problem. Show me one piece of evidence that that's happening. Show me who's doing this for MSU. Where's our whiz kid with a lanyard? Where's Ohio State's kid with a lanyard? Where's our road trip theater lanyard crew? There aren't any. So do me a favor. Saying everyone's doing it when you don't have anyone else under investigation and you don't have any other proof of it, just stop saying it. You can say it a million times. It doesn't make it true. Well, the rule is dumb. All right.
Heard that one.
Well, first of all, that doesn't work here in adult land. The rule is dumb is something children say. The rule is dumb does not work with the police. It does not work with lawyers. It does not work with divorce law. It doesn't
with your job.
Right. It doesn't work with mandatory minimum sentences. It doesn't work in the workplace. There are lots of dumb rules, but the rules. Saying it's dumb, ergo I don't need to follow it. Good luck with that in any other arena of life. But here's the problem. You're not living in reality because you're a college football cultist. This is the problem I have. It is the same as politics. The left does not care about you. The right does not care about you. They care about themselves. Jim Harbaugh does not care about you. You could live or die. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about your mortgage. He doesn't care about your kids. He doesn't care about your unhappy marriage. He doesn't care about your dead-end gig. So why would you deny reality, cash in your integrity, and start touting nonsense? Why? What's more plausible? Okay. It's a witch hunt. It's true. It is. But ask yourself the more important question. Is it deserved? True or false, did Jim Harbaugh mock and bait and needle the NCAA for a decade? True or false, is Jim Harbaugh already under NCAA investigation? True or false? They're out to get you. Because 11 teams in the Big Ten know you're doing dirt. You can say it's a witch hunt, and you can say the NCAA is hard up to get you. They are. But do you think there might be a reason? If you've been found to be peddling drugs out of your home, and you get out, and you promise you never do it again, and then you open up a lemonade stand that says free heroin on a busy street corner, don't be shocked when the cops pull up. This isn't hard, guys. Oh, Sparty Radio. That's a good one. So here's my question. Do you have any evidence in my 20 years that I apologize for, excuse, rationalize? Do you have anything where somehow I ignore my school and bombing them? You don't. And guys, if you do, I don't know why you listen. If you truly in your heart of hearts don't believe I would handle Michigan's cheating scandal the same way at Michigan State, I don't know why you're listening. But you know in reality that's not true because you've delighted when I burn my school down. You're doing the Lord of the Flies dance when I do it. And it's part of the reason this show is this popular. It's part of the reason that I've had the career I've had. I'm going to give it to you straight, even when it hurts. So why would I treat you any different? Now, I know why you say it. You say it because it makes you feel better. You say it because it's your only out. It's like when a kid loses a game and the only thing they can do is scream into the sky, that's not fair. Well, we're not kids. And I don't take money from my school. I don't work for my school. I don't have a logo on my paycheck. I don't have friends in East Lansing, and the few that I do have know the rules of engagement of a friendship with me. You are entitled to nothing. I'm going to do my job. And if it costs me my friendship with you, then so be it. I don't care. Yes, I play Sirens with Rico and have fun, and Rico's very well connected. Respect. I chose a different path. I go on my own. I don't owe nobody nothing. I don't trade my integrity for access. I don't need to spit a company line. If I want to drop bombs, I drop them. If I want to burn them to the ground, I burn them. So here's the deal. This scandal keeps getting worse. So my question is this. What would need to be presented to you to just admit this doesn't look good? Now, mind you, I have no idea what the punishment is going to be. I've never claimed to. I have never said you don't have a good football team. I still think you got a great shot to win the national title. But the integrity of the games is being called into question. And the only people who don't believe that are you. I mean, this really is politics 2023. The other side's not always wrong. You're not always right. And when you do these culty talking points that are largely convenience, you can bring them to a lot of places. You're just not going to bring them here. Because I don't live in that world. I look at things and think critically. When I see a video of Stallions with a sign sheet in the ear of your defensive coordinator and hot signaling to your team and putting you in exactly the right calls, when I see your ascension and the best football you've played in 50 years directly tied to this scandal, I just feel like it's okay to question that. It's okay to say, you know what? No, it's not a nothing. It's okay to say, hey, the rule's stupid, but we broke it. It's like speeding. Officer, the rule's dumb. You were going 85 and a 70.
Okay, thank you.
Here's your ticket. I mean, guys, I'm not sitting here and acting like I like the NCAA. I hate the NCAA. I also have nothing to gain. You're going to win games. My team's going to lose them. You're going to compete for a playoff spot. Mine's not. What's my win? If your identity is tied to a collection of strangers you don't know playing a kid's game with a leather football, look in the mirror. Because that's what's going on here. You're too close to it. Your identity is tied up in this to where you can't, as reasonable adults, look at this unbelievable amount of not only accusation, but trickling out of evidence and make a decision in your own mind of saying, you know what, more plausible than not, this is a bad look. And we probably did something wrong. No one's saying shut your program down. No one's saying somehow in some Sparty-esque way this absolves our program of being an embarrassment. We are an embarrassment. My school's an embarrassment. So I just get upset when I hear certain things and read certain things. And if that upsets people, I don't really care. Because we have to think critically. Being a fan is fun. Busting balls, my team's good, your team's bad, that's fine. I have no issue with it. But when you get into stuff like this, and a school that's already under NCAA investigation is now incurring another one, and it looks really bad as it would pertain to integrity of the game, you don't just get to say everyone's doing it because we don't have proof of anyone doing it. You don't get to say, well, he went rogue. Do you really believe that? You don't get to say it doesn't matter. Then why were you doing it? Why would you blow $50,000 on a meaningless staff spot? What, were you doing a favor for some? Oh, no, you weren't. That was when you hired Shemmy. Come on, guys. So I'll throw the number out. We can have some fun. But I would just like to know if you're capable of thinking critically through some of these, or if you just want to burp out real nonsense, do whatever you like. But, yeah, it is something. And people have a right to be suspicious. And people have a right to call into question you. Now, what happens in suspensions and vacating, and guys, I have no idea. It's a total wild card.
It's new territory.
Yeah, it is. 248-539-9797. Rico can attack anything he wants. David, Kenny, and you, the callers. I don't give a damn. But tell me where along the line, anything I said here, tell me what is bias-laden. Tell me what is unfair, untrue. Tell me what is conspiracy. Go ahead and tell me. Because the answer is none of it. It's critical thought. That's it. 248-539-9797. Let's get it going on a Tuesday.
They're lining up and waiting for you, Mike. Let's talk about that Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew, well, he's a Wolverine fan. He enjoyed this past weekend. And the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Hamilton recently received a large delivery of new 2024 Chevrolets. They're ready for immediate delivery, and the selection is best right now, including the October Rico deal. You better hurry in there because October is going quickly. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox, $299 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, you heard me right. A Chevy Equinox for less than $300 a month. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet and tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
When you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, or slip and fall, attorney David Femininio, the guy you need to call. It's simple. You just go get David and you get paid. David personally makes sure you get every dime you deserve. And David doesn't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured, you know somebody who is, Tell them to get David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Is that the way you want it to be or the way that it is? I just, listen, I like John. I think it's tough when you're doing the coach's show. I think it's tough when you played there. I think it's tough when you have a job with them. Because, frankly, I'm sorry, you're compromised. Can't do it. I'll shoot you down Main Street with mine. I got nothing to lose. I don't give a damn if my school likes me or not. You know who I care who likes me? My bosses. You know who I care who likes me? My sponsors. Don't really care. And it may sound terrible. Don't really care if anyone in this place likes me. I got a job to do, and I'm going to do it. And the one thing I'm not going to do is compromise my integrity out of some weird adoration of a stupid football game. Like, that's crazy to me. So now, guys, go ahead. Hit me. I'm asking for critical thought. I've laid out all of the talking points. All the 3x5s are on the floor. What's more believable or not? That something's going on here or nothing to see here? What's more believable than not? Rico Beard.
Mike, I think something is going on here.
Smarty.
To what extent, I don't know. But I do know this. Any coach, whether you're a head coach, your assistant coach, your time is valuable, okay? You often hear the coaches sleep at the facilities. They got beds in their offices because they're there 24/7. If this is nothing and no big deal, then why are you wasting your time with it? Why are you putting resources in this? Why are you sending people across the country to do this type of things when, as I said, coaches, your time, valuable. They will tell you they don't see their family because they're too busy game planning. They're too busy trying to find something out. There's a competitive advantage to this because, yes, if you know what's coming, it helps you in reacting to that and to stopping that. So I absolutely believe that. Yes, there is an advantage that was there. I'm not into the school, well, we were just that good, because you brought it up so eloquently yesterday when you think about the Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds was going to go into the Hall of Fame regardless. He was one of the best home run hitters I've ever seen. But as a lot of competitors, they want a little more. They want a little extra juice, no pun intended. But they want to be the best. It's why you hear of Kobe Bryant just being an absolute assassin. He was a Hall of Famer regardless. Michael Jordan doing all types of crazy things. Why? Because he always had to win. And I do think that same mentality is there. I don't think it's a coincidence that this all kind of took place after Jim Harbaugh took a pay cut and pretty much was on his way out and said, you know what? I got to make some changes. And he made wholesale changes, and this was another change that he made. And then all of a sudden, he got a lot better. All of a sudden, he became an oracle. It was just like the light switch just came on, and he could just shut you down in the second half.
So, David, what's more believable, that Rico is a Sparty idiot with a narrative, or is it fair to question it?
It is fair to question it, and I agree with what Rico said. Coaches aren't going to waste their time on something that's not going to help them.
No.
I just can't believe that all of a sudden, he has his, no, I'm leaving you. No, I believe Harbaugh knew, okay? And even if he doesn't, he's still responsible. You are the CEO of your program,
David, it's why all of a sudden now every coach is like taking classes in analytics, because now they feel like analytics can help us So I need to know, or I need to get somebody on my staff to give me the analytics rules. Give me the thumbs up or thumbs down. Should I go for it? 4th and 4. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes? Let's go for it. So, yeah, their time is valuable.
I definitely lean in the direction that something's there. We need to see more. We need to see more of a connection to see what Harbaugh knew. But, yeah, something's there.
I think the problem is more keeps coming out. And when you start to look at it, again, I'd like to think semi-critically, it's really hard to be like, well, everyone's doing it. No, everyone's not doing it. I've never heard of anything like this. Sign stealing's legal, but traveling to record teams is not. Sending people to games that aren't you is not. Matt Rule addressed this at Nebraska, and he was careful. He didn't want to light a fire at U of M, but he said it. He's like, this is what's legal, this is what's not. And it doesn't matter if I like the rule or not. It doesn't matter if the rule's good or not. The rules are the rules, and we have to follow them. It's about competitive balance. And he was sure to say, and I don't know everything that has or has not gone on. I'm speaking for myself. The point I'm making is, you don't get to just say, it's nothing. When you say it's nothing, you're telling me you don't want to have a conversation. You're telling me you're worried that in 5 years, somebody's going to be able to bust your balls and call you a cheater. Or you could just take the other approach and say, I don't care. You could just say, I don't care. That's what fans from Bama do. That's what fans from Georgia do. That's what fans from the old U and FSU used to do. But here's the difference. Their whole self-worth and image is not tied up in being a phony intellectual or somehow being the moral authority to everybody. See, your school's got a weird thing going on. They want to pretend that they're Harvard, that they're above it all. The reality is you're dirt like the rest of us. That's hard for you to let go of. David, you want to go to the ticket text? We'll go to the callers momentarily.
All Michigan victories since 2021 should be vacated. This includes bowl wins. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. No, I'm being serious. Mm-hmm. I can't say that. I can't even get what I thought were well-adjusted adults on the same page to go, you know what? This is a real bad look. And something's up. Yeah. I mean, if we can't get to that, how the hell do we ever start speculating on punishment? You don't.
But it does make you wonder. You had Ohio State's number, and Ohio State had Georgia on the ropes. Georgia was about to lose if it wasn't for Harrison getting knocked out the game. Georgia had a month to try to figure out Ohio State, and they couldn't. And then they played TCU and just burnt them to the ground. It makes you wonder.
See, I don't think it's unfair to ask that question. You're not saying it's fact.
No.
You're asking.
Right. It's just something that you sit there and you say, okay, you had your way with them, but man,
right.
If Harrison doesn't get knocked out the game, Ohio State wins.
The video that Evan showed me is against Ohio State. It is. Stallions on the sideline. They check with me at the sideline. Ohio State's changing what they're doing. Stallions looks over, looks down at his sheet, immediate hand signal that every assistant and player begin emulating. Do you want to tell me you don't have time to do it or that it's meaningless? Otherwise, what's Stallions doing? Operating a Zumba class on the sidelines?
I mean, yeah. It
Cha-cha to the left. Slide to the right. Like, guys, come on.
It leads me to think that maybe you wanted Ohio State to beat Georgia because you probably be the national title. You would have won the national title last
and they
year.
could win it this year.
You can. You have the athletes. But that doesn't mean you don't want more. See the New England Patriots. See Tom Brady. Right. See Michael Jordan. Top athletes always push the boundaries even further, even though they don't need it.
Even Wojo admits that Jim Harbaugh famously pushes boundaries. Direct quote. So we'll get to your calls next. Let's get some pizza. Hungry Howie's. Hell of a nice job sponsoring Saturday's event. It's the month of giving. You still got a week left. They're going to donate $5 million to the National Breast Cancer Foundation. All you need to do, buy some pizza. That's it. Piece of the proceeds go right to a great cause. And all you need to do, be involved. Get some pizza. Hey, listen, you're going to sit back, relax. Maybe you're watching the Frozen Frenzy tonight or whatever the hell it's called, the new NHL Red Zone. Get a little pizza tonight. 16 hockey games tonight. Buy a little pizza. Kenny's going to get pizza. It's hungry.
Kenny's all in.
It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. All right, so we've gone around the room. Let's get you guys involved.
You sure?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, stop. Relax. It's beautiful out. You can't be in a bad mood. Let's go to the people, see what everybody's got to say. And again, what's more plausible? That it's a nothing or that it's something? I'm trying to make it as simple as possible. Shall we? Jeff dialed in first. He's batting leadoff on a Tuesday. What's up, Jeff?
Good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon.
Couple of points here. First, let me put out there. Yes, it is a bad look. It's definitely a bad look, but we don't know exactly what the extent is, okay? And so where I would like to start with this basically is there's really like three levels here, right? It's did they do it? If they did, to what extent? And then who knew, right? So these are the things that are going to be filled out. And although it's a bad look, the investigation hopefully tells us whether it's a problem or it's not. But at the same time, too, I would like to add that, these people are saying that it's a nothing burger or whatever else are just as intellectually dishonest as the people that are saying the only reason Michigan is winning games is because they're stealing signs.
Agree totally.
They got good players.
I agree
right?
totally. Now, hold on. Just to be clear, Jeff, hold on. Relax.
Mm-hmm.
That's not emanating from this show.
No.
I have said to you, Big Ten runs through Ann Arbor. I think you can win the whole damn thing. My whole point is, if this is going on, the conversation doesn't get swept under the rug. That's not fair. That's not right. And I'm not saying you're doing that, but I'm hearing an awful lot of it, and I don't like it.
Right, and that's the bad look part of it, is that people don't want to, there's no moral equivalency here, okay? You can't say, well, everybody's doing it, or it's not as bad as this offense, or this team did that, so we did this. You can't play that game, all right? What you have to do is you have to look at is what you're saying. You're saying, what are the probabilities here, right? And if in fact the information comes out that suggests that they're in person doing these things, and as you said, it's not illegal to steal signs. And you can have somebody on the sideline that's a code breaker who's looking across the field or looking at film. That's all legal. But if in fact they sent and knowingly sent this guy, right? That's a problem, and you have to deal with that. You have to deal with that intellectually, and you also have to deal with it in terms of punishment for the team. And people need to stop, with this moral equivocation about things. It's just, let's focus on this, right? Let's work through this, and then once this is solved, move on to the next problem.
Yeah.
You cannot do this. It's intellectually dishonest.
Well, and that's the problem I take with not just this, but with a lot of discourse in today's world. It's just exhausting. Like, I always talk about this. You shouldn't watch the news and say, well, I disagree with that. Mm-hmm. No, it's the news.
Right.
But news today has narrative. You watch games now. You walk away saying, I agree with the broadcaster. I disagree. Disagree with what? Yeah. They were calling a game. So that's the point. I don't like the talking point. Let's talk. Both things can be very true. You have an awesome football team. But it sure looks like something's going on. Mm-hmm. And frankly, the idea, do you want to know what the lowest probability is in my world? The lowest probability scenario is the very talking point that the Michigan Blue Wall is putting out there right now. That Stalions acted alone, in complete covert fashion, under no one's direction, no one's funding, and all the work he did to largely bankrupt his bankroll ended up having no effect at any point in any time of the last 30 football games we've played, and there's nothing here. That's the lowest possibility.
Right, but every time you hit that possibility, you then see a piece of video where he all of a sudden makes a signal, and then everybody makes the same signal, alerting the team. If he was a lone wolf, then this is something that you talk about after the game and in the meetings, but as the game is going on.
Well, the other thing, too, is I don't know, and you would be more qualified to speak on this than me. I'm pretty confident in saying this, but I know you'd be absolute. What low-ranking, nothing burger analyst has a direct audience with the coach, the OC, and the DC in live fire, real time, as plays are being put in or as checks have to happen at Michigan State, Penn State, Ohio State?
Nobody.
Thanks.
The people on the headset, honestly, only a certain amount of people are even allowed to speak. You can listen. I don't need to hear your voice on game day.
So if there's no value to it, why would this guy be allowed to do it? That's all. Plausible or not. Jason, 97.1. What's up, Jay?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I want to start out by saying I think the smartest thing that you said, and as I get older, I have felt this way, is that when you cannot separate yourself as an adult or a person from the teams that you watch, and this goes down to people getting in fights at games over the outcome of the games. And with regard to this situation, I will say this. When I first heard it, it bothered me because as a Michigan fan, I don't want people to say that Michigan is winning these games because of this possibility. Now, again,
it is a possibility. The part that I don't like about the coverage that's coming from your show is, and the caller just said, he said, Michigan has good players. And then you said, well, that's not coming from the show. But then you and Rico have said multiple times, oh, it seems weird that Harbaugh was about to be fired. Then all of a sudden they started winning all these games.
All right, hold on. So let's yeah, I do.
Right.
But let's talk about this for a second, because Jason, how is it wrong to say, okay, now that the scope of this is directly tied to that magical 21 season, how is it wrong to say, man, the timing's awfully convenient? Tell me how that's not fair. That's not saying you're only winning because of it. It's saying
it causes you to look back and look at different things and say, you know what? I see this differently now.
I'll tell you, if that's the way that you guys were actually portraying it, was like, it seems weird.
Okay.
But but that seems to be a driving part of your coverage of this, is that Harbaugh was about to get fired. All of a sudden they're winning all these games. I haven't heard you guys, come on the other side and say, oh, wait a minute, Michigan's about to have the most players possibly in the history of the draft taken next year, because obviously they're projecting as many as 19 of these kids are going to be drafted off this team. And then I just heard Rico prior to this talking about how, Georgia blew Ohio State out and they blew TCU off the field, and, which is intimating that, well, Michigan didn't go to those games, so they didn't have the calls to be able to do the same thing they did against.
But is that not a reasonable thought?
That's fine. But then the flip side of that is why isn't John allowed to have the reasonable thought in the morning that this is only, even if this is happening, it's a level 3. Now, you might not like how he words things, but if in his mind he thinks it's not that big a deal and that it's only a level 3 of violation, and you said that he's your friend and you like him.
No, I never used the word friend. Hold on now, let's be fair. I don't claim a friendship. I like John.
All right.
I don't think John's a terrible guy. I think when we get on this topic, I can't really take what he says seriously.
And that's fair.
He's in too
That's
deep.
fair. I mean,
and he works there. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's not a personal attack, Jason.
And he has a check with a block M on it.
I don't get to change that, Jay. It's not personal. I don't dislike the man, but this is a topic. I just can't take it serious. It's like if someone works directly for a political party, how could I ever take their commentary on a controversy within the party seriously? Right. You can't.
And just because I think critically and you disagree, you're afforded the right to come up with your own speculation and your own thing.
When John says there's no competitive advantage, and I argue the other side, what argument's more compelling?
Yeah.
That's all.
Let me put it in a way that maybe this could help out some other people. But let's just say your wife or your girlfriend, you find out that they're cheating. Now you go back and start, you know what? When I couldn't reach you on that trip, now you start thinking, maybe this is, what were you doing when you weren't answering your phone? What were you doing when you said you were working late?
Rico, Kenny is sitting right there. You can't say that.
No. So maybe
Kenny,
that
it's
help.
a frozen frenzy. You can't be in a bad mood today. We got 16 hockey games.
Maybe that'll help people out. So,
man, guys sitting right there. You can't do that.
You're allowed to think critically when new information comes out.
We talk about Northville Lumber all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. Northville's best in class. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields. How do they do it? It's all in their warehouse. It's just a very A to B process. It's a mile down the road. There's no lead times. Oh, our shipment didn't come in. Well, that doesn't happen when it's already there. You need someone to build that deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. They got you covered. Industry low prices, tons of inventory. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we're having a good conversation. People, I will get to you guys as quick as I can. There's a ton of people who want to talk. If you're not into this, we will get to the Lions later on today. I think Jared Goff, middays, did a really nice interview with him. I want to juxtapose a question he was asked about J-Mo and a question he was asked about Laporta. We also have some trade deadline stuff because one of the contenders in the NFC has made a pretty sizable move. I want to know what you're going to do to match it. So we will get to the Lions later on. David, where do we get in Ticket Text? We'll go on the board briefly. Kenny has 16 hockey games to choose from tonight. It's just rather exciting. David,
Kenny may go blind. He just may go blind.
David.
Kenny, I hope that's the remote.
That's enough.
I'm trying to read here. If Stalions was part of the game planning and he's been seen on Michigan sidelines right next to DC and Jim, did Michigan staff just think he was an expert and didn't question suggestions he was saying? That part doesn't make sense to me.
No, and again, him stealing signs in the game, it's actually a brilliant hire. But that's not what they're accused of. And that's not what the evidence that's coming out is suggestive of. Guys, let me ask you a question. If what he was doing wasn't illegal in the bylaws, then why were those seats empty at Penn State, Ohio State this weekend that he had purchased? Mm-hmm. Do you want to tell me that? If there's no competitive advantage to doing it, then why do it?
Yeah, he would almost been better off having the people sit there to say, see, they just wanted to see the game.
Replace the Zapruder film with a lollipop.
Yeah, I had the week off, and I just wanted to go to the game with my boys.
They just changed their plans. What are you talking about?
Okay, then.
Stuck in
You're
traffic.
Right. We didn't realize we had a baptism to attend.
You know what? It was such a great tailgate, we decided to stay right here and watch the game.
Noted.
What rule did they break per NCAA bylaws? Give me a specific rule. Michigan exploited a loophole. That's all this is.
I mean, I don't have the actual rule in front of me, but the rule says that you can't go to opposing stadiums and scout them. That's actually in the rule book.
Yeah, I mean, look, no offense, but Matt Rule, not spelled the same way, but Nebraska's head coach would disagree with you. He cited the specific rule you broke.
It's like it's actually there.
Yeah, what rule did I break?
Now the rule,
limit.
right?
Well, I don't like that rule.
Well, the speed limit didn't have my name on it. It didn't say that I couldn't speed. No, it's just
and I'll say it again to you, and then we'll get a couple of picks in here, and we're going to get back to the people. I have no idea what this shakes out as. I have no idea. You think I can predict the NCAA?
No.
You think I can predict? Look, I'm taking it for what it is on surface, and what we know so far looks really bad. Now, if you can't bring yourself to say that, well, that's part of the issue. But I have no idea if wins would be vacated. Please, guys, figuring out the NCAA, good luck. And in the end, you still have the memories. Like, let's say 3 years from now, they take away everything. I mean, sure, you're going to get your balls broken at the bar. But if you watched the game and it felt some type of way, what am I going to do? What are they going to do? Give it a memory eraser for Men in Black?
Well, I mean, but then again, you also have people who will just die on the hill. Well, stealing signs is legal, and everybody.
That's not what they're accused of.
I know. I'm just saying that is the most simple-minded thing. But you know what? Hey, stuff.
Got it. On the board briefly, and then we have obviously phone calls to get to.
That was really me last night watching the game to the Niners and Brock Purdy.
Hey, your boy looked great last night.
I was rooting for you.
I want to go right to Kenny Cott. It is the hockey solstice. Every team plays tonight. A brilliant marketing job by the NHL to debut the Frozen Frenzy, a.k.a. Hockey Red Zone on ESPN2 tonight. Kenny is fully lathered and ready. What selections are you offering?
Are you ready for a 16-game parlay, Mike? Not really.
I was about to say,
want no part of this.
Kenny,
no shot.
Give me
no
half
shot.
your money and let me punch you in the face.
No. Thank you, David. Wow, got some production.
Great production.
I have two games that I like today. I'll just give you the one that I like the very most, though. That's the Flyers traveling to Vegas. Bit of a trap game for Vegas. They're undefeated, and the Flyers Exactly. The Flyers are playing really good hockey for a rebuilding team. Kind of an up-down almost theory. All the nerdy metrics are on my side with this.
And you get plus 180 on it.
Yeah, you get plus 180. You're going to Vegas. Vegas can't be undefeated.
Now, that's a problem. That's an 11 p.m. puck drop.
Yeah, you're going to have to stay up.
That's a bit of an issue.
You're going to have to get some Red Bulls and some 5 hours. You'll be
How
fine.
about something for the regular people?
For the regular people, I like the Mighty Ducks traveling to Columbus, plus 125. Columbus missing Patrick Laine. Blue Jackets very hot and cold. They lost their head coach over the
But they have
summer.
a cannon.
They do have a cannon. That is correct. That won't be fired off very often tonight.
All right, Anaheim and Philly.
Yep,
Okay.
Anaheim, Philly. No 16-leg parlay. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. I'm actually thrilled you didn't do that. Rico, anything tonight, or are you just completely distraught that
I'm
you're a
broken.
team of... Okay, Brock Purdy coming back down to earth. Good to know.
It ain't Brock Purdy.
Okay, then.
broken.
Nice fourth quarter interceptions.
Whatever.
David.
Well, for
We all don't have Tyrod Taylor, you
That's
privileged
right.
bastard.
That's right. He's got a visor, damn it.
Right. Privileged.
Privileged. I got Tyrod Taylor.
You're so privileged. You lose Danny Dimes, we have Tyrod.
Nailed it.
So for those that don't understand or don't know or don't pay attention, yes, I understand what hockey's doing tonight.
WNBA?
But the
Oh,
NBA,
wait, they're done.
The
NBA's
NBA starts
back.
tonight.
We got Suns Warriors tonight,
So
huh?
I'm gonna give you a choice here. You can go plus 300 for LeBron to score 30 plus points, which I think he will. They're determined to beat the Denver Nuggets. Or, which I don't understand, it seems too easy.
Say it.
Plus 155 for Nikola Jokic to get a triple-double.
Don't do it.
Ooh,
David,
ring night.
David, it's opening night. Jokic has been banging beers, puffing heaters, and betting on horses all off season. The man needs to get his wind up. You cannot bet triple-double on opening night.
When they talked to him on media day, he says, yeah, the only thing I didn't like about winning it all was I had 2 less months of an off season.
Yeah, dude, stay away from that one. Anything on Suns Warriors tonight? Warriors a slight favorite?
Nah.
No?
I'm
Let's
good on
see.
that.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay, just had to ask.
What if Steph came out and started knocking down threes? Wow.
What?
I'm just trying to get, wow.
I'm just share with the class.
I'm trying to get a number that we can use. It's Steph to hit 5 3-pointers at minus 120.
I'm all set. We're good. Go Flyers, go. That's on the board. Your phone calls next, 97.1. All right, it's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, you bet 5, you get 200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers going to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel, when they place a $5 bet. It's simple. You can watch all the action, bet on everything from point spreads to player props, and best of all, you're going to get paid quick, and it's on the best app in the game. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NBA, official partner of 97.1. You got to be 21 and up, present in Michigan. New customer offer, first online real money wager only. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. $5 NBA wager required. Limit 1 pass per customer. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See full. I mean, this copy is nuts. Call 1-800-270-7117 for help. NBA League Pass. Local blackout restrictions apply.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walk in anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Lions are off both today and tomorrow as they get ready for the Raiders on Monday Night Football. All eyes right now on the trade deadline exactly 1 week from today. Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning that the Lions will not let any trade jeopardize the team's chemistry. The 5-2 Lions, 8.5-point favorites against the Raiders. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin will both miss the game with injuries. The Wings right now tied with Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Pistons will be without a couple of key rotation players for the first few weeks of the new season. Bojan Bogdanovic is out 4 weeks with a calf strain, and Monte Morris will miss 3 weeks with a quad strain. This, of course, comes as Isaiah Livers still out with a sprained ankle. Detroit, they open the season in Miami tomorrow night. Lakers Nuggets tips off the new season tonight at 7:30. And it's Game 7 of the NLCS tonight in Philly. The Phillies and D-backs play at 8 o'clock. The winner takes on the Rangers in the World Series. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tremendous moment from yesterday. That was great.
That was pretty good work.
Not bad. Welcome in. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We are asking.
I like the music behind it, too.
We're asking a question of thinking critically, because what we're seeing happen with the Michigan scandal, accusations, it's just wild. Again, up on ESPN again. You're just seeing political talking points. And it's like, all right, can we think critically for a minute? So I went down the list and I go, all right, what's more believable? You know, the talking point or what I'm presenting to you? And again, let's be clear. No one knows how this is going to end. I have no idea. I have no clue. I'm trying to figure out what the NCAA is going to do. This is uncharted territory because it's the first investigation of its kind into something like this. That's why I don't accept things like everyone's doing it. But no, they're not. Well, it had no competitive advantage, as I heard on the morning show today. Really? Then why were you doing it? Then why was this guy, who's a low-level nobody, given a direct access to Minter and the Moore and in their ear before play calls? Why do we have this guy on video? Urgently hot wiring a signal and everyone on the sideline imitating him to get the attention of the players on the field. Guys, look, it don't look right.
No competitive advantage. You don't continue this for 2.5 years.
All right, you would
no
be
competitive
like,
advantage means, you know what? After the first game or two, you know what? Why are we doing this? We didn't need it. You know what? Scrap that. We're not doing this anymore. But the fact that you went to over 30 games and you did this for over 2.5 years meant that the team saw some value in this.
And if he was just sending people to be a great citizen, then how come those seats were empty at Ohio State and Penn State this weekend?
Uh-oh.
I mean, if he was just operating out of the kindness of his heart and, you know, his Nona wanted to go to the game, I mean, why were they empty?
Well, at least his Nona's alive.
I'm just making the point. It's okay to say there's some smoke.
Yeah.
It's okay to say, Houston, we may have a problem. Anything beyond that, man, don't put that on me. But I absolutely think it's a conversation. What I don't like is when people refuse to think critically because they only want to think about the way they want it to be. For me, this doesn't do a whole lot because my team blows. I wish we were good. This would be much more entertaining if I could howl about how we got screwed. No, we're terrible. We are at the bottom. We are the crust at the bottom of a chili pot that the heat was left too high on. Yeah. We're that. David, any ticket text before I get to the callers?
This cheating scandal is a big fat nothing. Every team does this. They look for an advantage. That's all Michigan was doing.
Okay, so on my list of talking points, the first thing, we got to point number 4, everyone's doing it. Cool. Show reasonable proof that anyone else is. You can say it. It doesn't make it true. Find another school that's doing it, and I'll treat it the same way. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's okay. What's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Just reading text here. What was Stalions even doing on the sideline as an analyst? Coming into this season, Michigan was already under investigation for analysts impermissible actions. Yet here they are doing it again.
Well, I don't know if what he's doing on the sideline is illegal, but what I can just tell you is it looks impactful, unless you're operating a jazzercise class. You want to get to the people?
You know, like the raising of the hand.
You know what I'm saying. I mean, David, that looks really bad, man. I don't know what to say.
As if they've all been told, when I do this, this is what this means.
Let's go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, brother? How are you?
Good. How you doing today?
Good, Stevie. What's up?
All right, man. You know, you guys are. I'm listening to you from Key West, Florida, and I do it religiously every day because I respect you guys. But I am having a hard time. It sounds like Michigan State radio here, man. I mean, you guys are. This is involving kids. And these kids are listening to all this garbage. Now, do I think Harbaugh did something wrong? Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But what did he do wrong? I played ball here in the 70s. Woody Hayes used to send people down every year to our practices. Bo would have me and Mandich or somebody else go out and remove them from the practice field. The advantage that Harbaugh could get from them stealing signs is slim to none, man.
Okay, well, a couple notes. Hold on, relax, Steve. Let me offer a couple things. I don't know why you're calling it state radio, but that's fine. But the rule went in place in 94, so whatever happened 50 years ago doesn't matter. Second of all, if there's no advantage, why would they do it? Why would this guy buy tickets and send people to games, 11 venues, 30 games? Why would you bother to staff it? Why would you?
I totally agree. As I said, my brother, there is something in the mix, but I don't think that it's enough. NCAA is going to get a level 3 violation, you know, and nothing's going to happen. But people are bad, and I don't feel sorry for Harbaugh because Harbaugh creates his own monster. I feel sorry for these kids. I got a grandson that plays on that team. I feel sorry for
hold on. Let me ask you a question. I want to, let's be accurate. Who on this show has ever attacked the kids?
Well, you guys are talking about their cheaters. I mean, yesterday I got upset, man, because I love you guys, and I think you're very informative, and I think you guys know what you're talking about. But yesterday you were just bashing the program.
Okay, well, Steve, first of all, thanks for listening and calling from Florida. I hope you're having a great time.
Well, how could he have a bad time? He's in Key West, for Christ's sakes.
Right.
You know what? You know what? You both win.
Yeah.
Second, I guess if this was nothing, then why did you continue to do this for a couple of years? Because if it was nothing, hold on, Steve.
Hang on, Steve. Hang on.
If it's nothing, you stop doing it after a game or two. That, yeah, they do have proof that he's done it to over 30 games.
Okay. Do you have proof of that?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, we do. Like, I think Steve, here's the problem now. Look, first of all, I'm not being rude, but I'm a little confused and conflicted how you call up and you say it sounds like state radio, which, by the way, is talking point number 9 on my bingo board. And you say it's garbage, but then you actually agree with us that it sounds like Harbaugh did something and it sounds like they did something. Now, no one has knocked the players. It's not the players' responsibility. The adults in the room are the ones we're talking about. If you're gaining an illegal advantage, you are in fact cheating, and you are in fact a cheater. Now, this isn't the Houston Astros, where the players, we know for a fact the players took an active role. We don't know that yet. And largely in college, I got bad news for you. Players do what they're told to do. The adults in the room are the ones who have the burden of responsibility. I'm with Rico on this. Like, if it had no impact, this is where I can't stand when people go out and go, oh, there's no impact. Then why would you do it? The ESPN report said from a source, everyone in the building knew what he was here to do, and it wasn't recruit. Mm-hmm. Why would you staff that position if it was totally useless?
Right. And the fact that he's allowed on the sideline and he's talking with the coaches because everybody knew what was going on, which meant he met with coaches. Guys, when he put up his fist, everybody did the same motion. Coaches' time is so valuable. Down to high school coaches, they don't have extra time for anything. No. Because they are so focused on, we got to do this, we got to do that. Especially during the season, it tells me there must have been some effect for this because you wouldn't have kept doing it.
Let's go to Ron, 97.1. What's up, Ronnie? How are you, bud?
I'm doing fine. You guys?
Okay. Sure. I mean, I wish I was outside, but other than that, it's good. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got 2 points. I'll make the first one, and then you can decide if you want to hear the second.
I'm willing to hear both. Go right ahead.
The first point is I listened to Jansen this morning, and when he was talking about level of infraction 1 through 3,
yeah.
And he talked about severity of the competitive advantage, don't you have to kind of put that in context? And by that I mean, if it's Michigan playing Indiana or Northwestern, is it a huge advantage? Probably not. If they're playing Penn State or Ohio State, where it comes down to 1 or 2 plays can determine the outcome, isn't that a big competitive advantage when the margins of error are so razor thin?
Can I answer this before we get to number 2? Or do you want to go to number 2 first?
No, yeah,
all right,
no,
let me answer it. I understand fully what you're asking. My issue is it's like a baseball player who gains a competitive advantage, but they're playing a bad team. And that's okay to cheat. But when we play a good team, that's where cheating's wrong. No, you can't. Ron, it's almost like power ranking crime. Not that this is illegal. I'm saying you broke a rule, you broke a rule. I don't think who you broke it against really matters. That's an awfully slippery slope. So I would disagree with that assertion. Now, what was your second thing?
The second point, and this may be a stretch, is what kind of disappoints me as a college football fan is I look back at last season, and I don't really know. Was Michigan better than Penn State? Was Michigan better than Ohio State? I don't know. I mean, I walked out of those and said, well, yeah, they are. They beat them, and gosh, they beat them bad. And so I say, now I go, well, were they or weren't they? And I don't know. I feel bad for the kids because do they know whether they're better or not better? Well, I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. The second point is, and this is the stretch.
Yeah.
During the Michigan State game, when that game totally went south for Michigan State on the second half, and you have the tunnel gate, does that tunnel gate happen if Michigan State happened to have won that game in the second half, by the second half? Then do you have the big tunnel gate and then losing 8 players for 8 weeks following? You know, that's a stretch, I admit.
I mean, well, first of all, Ron, I'm not being rude. I don't know the relevance. I mean, if you want me to speculate, sure.
Yeah, I was having a hard time connecting.
I'll say no. But as far as, look, the Penn State, here's what I'll always tell you. My problem with this issue, let me be very clear. My problem when it gets to cheating in the actual game, and it's the same way I felt about the Astros, and it's how I feel about this. In a football game, there's 5 or 6 plays that will decide it. You can point to a million things, but the reality, go back to last Saturday. Penn State forces a sack fumble and returns it 80 yards for a touchdown. There's a defensive holding call that had nothing to do with the play that wiped it out. I could argue to you that one play flipped the entire game. Why is it relevant to this? If Stallions was able even to get 1 or 2 plays right a week at the right time, you have impacted the integrity of the game. I got a problem with it.
Yeah.
I actually have more of a problem with stuff like this than if you just drop a duffel bag so Boobie Miles plays at your school. That may not make sense, but that's where I'm at. Good?
Good.
All right. Football is here. If you're struggling to get tickets to a game, or maybe you don't want to spend the money. I mean, if you've seen the Lions Monday night ticket prices, you could probably get a pretty damn nice TV for a pair of tickets. You go to Paulson's Audio Video. What? What's so funny?
I was going to make a joke.
All
I'll
right.
take it to a game.
65-inch 4K OLED TV starting at $17.99. And that doesn't stop there. I mean, they've got a complete lineup of incredible home audio for your man cave or home theater or whatever you may want. Bottom line, the prices are as low or lower than Amazon Prime and Best Buy, and they got you covered. They are ready to rock. Great install team. It's Paulson's Audio Video. Go to paulsonsav.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups. Hey, I wanted to provide some clarity here so you guys can do what you want with this. What's up, David? Because it was brought up about Stalions being an analyst. And a gentleman said, well, he can't be on the sideline. No, he can be on the sideline. But here's the interesting part. The video that's come out today regarding him on the sideline against OSU last year. By the way, Harbaugh up on ESPN again. So if you think somehow we're making a big deal of this, it's nonstop, guys. Here's the rule on analysts. And I want you to tell me if the video violates this.
Okay.
Because the video shows him standing right near Minter, having his sign sheet, looking over, and then signaling to the players and everyone emulating his signal. Okay, so like he ain't just standing there whistling Dixie.
Yeah.
11.7 of the NCAA manual. Non-coaches, that includes analysts, are prohibited from technical or tactical instruction to a student athlete at any time, and they are prohibited from participating in on-field activities. Now, mind you, this wouldn't be nearly as big of a deal if Michigan wasn't already busted for the exact same thing. You remember that Butte who took the picture when they were up at State with the whole Paul Bunyan deal?
Oh, yeah.
That guy.
Yes.
I
remember him.
Yeah, that guy got let go.
Yes.
So my point is, even if you guys, and again, I think the caller's been okay today. I don't have any big issue with it. I'm making a point to you. You're already under NCAA investigation. And if they want to needle you, they can. Because now you got another analyst doing more dirt. And here's why I have an issue. You know, when I heard John say, well, level 3, and it's like, well, hold on. I spoke to somebody last night who's a part of the coverage of all of this, and it was, if the NCAA rolls this into the existing case, there's an accelerator where they can pursue far more severe charges because you're already under investigation.
I was about to say, yeah, it's like committing a crime when you're on probation as a person.
Yeah, so
it may have been something minor, but because you're already on probation, we now take it to the next step.
So I wanted to read that. Now, does what he do violate that? I know what I think it looks like. Am I qualified to tell you and scream to the heavens? No. But I can tell you, hey, look what's up on your TV. Exactly what I'm referring to. Mm-hmm. It doesn't look good.
Right.
No one's saying shut the program down. No one's saying you're not a very good football team. Guys, the more that comes out, the worse it looks. Mm-hmm. Which means I don't need...
But where's the proof?
No, the proof's being presented, and I don't need the talking points. Let's think about it critically. David, go ahead, and then I'll get to the callers.
I just wanted to make this point because I need people to understand when you started the topic what it was. And does it look like, does the evidence, does the things you're reading, does it look like something's possible? Everyone wants to talk about, is it level 3? Is it level 2? I don't know. Do you have the evidence? Do you have this? I have what I've read. I don't have all the evidence. No one has all the evidence. The NCAA does. They haven't released it all. But right now, it looks to be more that it's something than it's not. That's all we're talking about. But everyone wants to, what will the punishment be? I don't see the evidence. Tell me, did the coaches know? I don't know that yet.
Here's the other thing. It doesn't matter if Harbaugh knew. In the NCAA bylaws, it says it doesn't matter if you know. And you know what? His de facto daddy doesn't care if he doesn't know. Every coach, every executive, every leader, they all know right from wrong. Even those Enron guys. When someone uncovers a scandal in their company, I don't think they can say, I didn't know that was going on. They're just saying they're too dumb to do their job. And if they're really too dumb, then why are they getting paid millions to do it? They know what's going on. That comes from a book you may have read called Bo's Lasting Legacies. The legendary coach teaches timeless fundamentals of leadership. Not my words. So again, that talking point, I don't care. Move it to the side. Sparty Radio, move it to the side. Everyone's doing it. Move it to the side. It's a dumb rule. Move it. All of that is the art of deflection.
Where would it fall? You guys are just making more of a big deal out of this than what it is.
Then why is it on ESPN every 5 minutes? Why is it being breathlessly covered by multiple media outlets? I talked to somebody last night from an outlet. They have 20 reporters on this story. 20. Wow. Let me ask you a question. What's more relevant? Michigan being under another NCAA investigation, or, hey man, Saturday night, that sure was great, wasn't it? Tell me. We talked a ton of Lions. Mm-hmm. It's a big deal when a team that's en route to a national championship drive is under what is looking like a cheating scandal.
Yeah, because Saturday night was pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you stole a kid's wheelchair. Tech Mobile. Hey, Jay Johnson. Hey, Scallions, we got everything you need right here. 4 place. 4. You could spin an effing wheel and guess our plays. It'd be like, remember the old Simon Says with the yellow, the green, the red, and the blue? Beep, bop, boop, bop, hit a button. You got a 25% shot. Right. We're terrible. Let's go to the people, shall we?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm fair. Who's waited the longest? Let's go to C. I believe Kenny C has waited the longest, correct? I want to make sure I'm fair. All right, let's go to C, 97.1. What's up, C?
Hey, thanks for having me. So I want to say, first of all, I'm a Michigan fan. And when I heard this come out, I got very nervous because this is the equivalent of a Russian or North Korean troll farm situation. This was a very high return operation for very, very little amount of money. I'll say this. I know you're probably going to say I'm trying to minimize it. Based on what this guy's background is and how nut some of these people are, this was actually a very low-cost operation. This was $15,000 over 3 years that he spent probably.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds, I mean, I'd go a little higher, but reasonable. Sure, C.
Okay, all right, but let's put it like this. In a world where both his parents are Michigan grads, he went to the Naval Academy, would you say this is the type of person his parents give him $50,000 for a down payment for a house or to open up a franchise of some sandwich shop or something?
I couldn't speak to that.
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know the
I'm not being a
parents'
smart
background.
ass
I don't know if they're like multi-billionaires or they just graduated.
Why does it matter? Is my question.
No, what I'm saying is I was nervous to get go with this. This was a very high ROI situation, and I think that Michigan could get hammered pretty bad because what happens is this is a integrity of the game issue, and you have the sports betting side of this. The sports bettors, they can't have a situation where games have been compromised because of people basically breaking the rules because there's betting lines in place. And that's an added element. I think Michigan could be in maybe big trouble here. Not like that.
Well, there needs to be if it's going to rise to that level, there needs to be more dots connected. I'm not doing that. If you want to play the game of what could it be? Oh, it could be a lot of things. But what I don't think it is a nothing burger because what I am doing is reasonable. The NCAA is pooling all of this. Oh, well, they're hard up for Jim. Yep, they are. Yeah. But once
they have it out for Jim.
And no, I'm not saying Jim is in the cartel. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, yeah, well, Interpol is hot after their top 10 suspects. Mm-hmm. Okay? Like, Jim is on their list.
And believe me, Mike is like Al Capone. They wanted him for murder. They couldn't get him. So you know what? We found something that would stick: tax evasion.
You don't have the bookkeeper.
Oh, we got the bookkeeper. We went to Canada and we got the bookkeeper.
I want his family dead. I want it burnt to the ground. Hey, Kenny, you ever seen The Untouchables?
No.
This is how we do it. Hey, this is how we do it in Chicago.
Who do you think you're talking to?
It's a really good movie.
Mr. Ness, we do not approve of your methods. Well, you've never been to Chicago.
Canadian border scene. Right. The whiskey raid. All right.
Kenny, you got to see the movie.
Jeez, Kenny. Watch it. He's busy watching Flyers and Golden Knights till 3 in the morning.
Maybe after the Frozen Frenzy.
Right.
Like
Let him
3
get through
in the
Frozen
morning.
Frenzy. Then we'll start getting movies on his list.
Watch this when you have that 4 hours that you have to wait after it's all done.
Oh, no. I don't think that's a fair nor appropriate remark towards Kenny. And Kenny, I'm sorry on his behalf. The perfect temperature to sleep,
Somebody
68
change
degrees.
these channels.
The perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. The best mattress on the market, the new iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Serta's perfect sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin both missed the game with injuries. The Wings right now, Kenny, tied with Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Michigan State football has lost a pair of players to the transfer portal. Defensive tackle Simeon Barrow and offensive tackle Keyshawn Blackstock now add to the 5 total players that have left the program since Mel Tucker's firing. It's opening night in the NBA. The defending champion Nuggets host the Lakers at 7:30. Suns-Warriors is the late game at 10 o'clock. The Pistons, they open the new season in Miami tomorrow night. They'll, of course, be without Bojan Bogdanovic, Monte Morris, and Isaiah Livers for the first few weeks of the season. And it's Game 7 of the NLCS tonight in Philly. The Phillies and D-backs play at 8 o'clock. The winner takes on the Rangers in the World Series. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
By the way, just a fun note. We were just talking with Luke in the update. So you hear State loses Simeon Barrow when healthy. He's a really nice player, but never healthy. Nor does it matter. We're awful. But this Keon Blackstock kid, or Keyshawn, who cares? Bob Blackstock, Pete Blackstock. His first name may as well be Can't Play Blackstock. This guy lost his job to Spencer Brown, who is arguably one of the worst right tackles in MSU history.
And the funny thing is, I don't even know, is he going to be suspended or does anybody care?
He should be suspended. I thought his actions against Michigan were grotesque.
No,
that
but here's
was
the funny
an intent to hurt someone. That was awful.
There's so much going on. I think he actually got forgotten about. He's still sitting in the principal's office at the end of the day.
If somebody would go back into the stadium and alert Harlan the game's over, I would kick him off the team.
David, can you please throw a flag? I got to buy more flags. The cleaning lady took the old flags that we had.
Listen.
Thank you.
I don't have tolerance for that because it wasn't a football play. He tried to spear a guy using the top of his helmet while the player's down on the ground. Spencer Brown can F off to the sun. That was horrible.
It was
horrible.
What did you think was going to happen, Spencer?
I don't care. Get out.
Sparty.
I want to start over. I want a Madden create a team. I want everyone gone from MSU. I want to start over. I want a new logo. We're going to be the Michigan State Labradors.
An expansion team?
Yes. Can I get an expansion school?
The Michigan State Kraken.
Yes. Let's go to the people. Let's go. I mean, it's just
the Golden Knights. Okay.
Outrageous. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy? Kevin. Kev's probably not there anymore. That's okay.
Let's waited over an hour.
And whoopsie daisy, we'll go to Andy, 97.1. What's up, Andy?
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
Good, Andy. What's up?
I wanted to thank you guys, man. You guys are like the Spartans in the past, or Caton Hauser against that blue wall the other night. But this is why people don't trust journalists anymore. I'm glad you guys are actually saying something about this.
Well, I appreciate it. I guess my problem is it's nobody wants to have honest conversations. The idea that I would treat it any different if it were State, well, my resume does not say that. So I want to have a real conversation. What I'm not going to do is whitewash it. It's not right. And if it were happening in Columbus and we found out over the last 30 games they were doing the same thing, and had they beaten you how about if we found out OSU was doing it during their 15-year run of that nightmare run? I mean, give me a break that you'd have the same people at this place lining up and saying NBD third, or imagine, level 3.
Or imagine if all of a sudden they said, well, D'Antonio was doing this. Oh, that's why he kept beating us all those years. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. Is there a bigger, for John to say it's not a competitive advantage, is there a bigger competitive advantage than knowing the opponent's plays? I think that's the most.
No, and look,
John, because if it wasn't
many ridiculous arguments,
and if it wasn't a competitive advantage, then teams wouldn't go to such levels of secrecy to keep their plays secret.
Right, Andy. The problem, and again, John made an example that I actually don't totally hate. Now, it has nothing to do with this, but he made the example. He goes, in 97, we told Iowa what play we were running, and they couldn't stop us. Cool story. Alabama for years, I made the example. You're going to eat pizza. But I don't want pizza. You're eating pizza. My point to you is that is separate from this. If this was no competitive advantage, why in the Pete Thamel report is Stallions accused of buying as many of 5 games from the same opponent? I'll tell you what I think it means. He wanted to begin a predictive measure of how they were altering their signs week to week to week to week. Pattern prediction. If you don't think this gives you any advantage, why was he doing it? Why was he on staff? Why would your coordinators listen to him? It's why I don't accept the talking points. I don't have to accept it. I don't have to go along with it. And again, if Michigan's found to have done nothing, God bless. But it sure don't look that way. And no one with a brain is saying you're only winning games because of it. I heard some goofball call the morning show today. Oh, he brought up the point spreads. And I'm like,
they said, what does point spread have to do with anything?
It's just an example that no other school is outrunning Las Vegas's predictive element on football. Georgia's had 2 of the greatest teams I've ever seen. They've gone 12-10 against the number the last 2 years. You're 17-5. No one has had a run like this over 30 games. So you're either the greatest team in history, or I think it's fair to ask a question. But that's just more of my garbage. Or, actually doing show prep and trying to give you something more than, hey, do you like Andy Capp's hot fries?
Those are delicious.
I'm just making a point.
You know what? Not going to go down
What's
that
your
road.
favorite meat?
Nope.
But what?
You're supposed to be a pastor. You're supposed to be above it.
But David,
you're a Michigan fan. You're supposed to be above this.
David, the question is, would you eat it?
No,
Mike
stop.
says, I can say these things, David, you can.
I'm saying, like David says, well, you're a heathen. Let me deal with this. You're supposed to be above it. Pastors do not deal in sarcasm. They just deal in a lot of judgment.
Oh, stop it.
And guilt. We don't even have that anymore. It's been replaced by this. I don't even have that. So there we go. Who's up for some Kremlin radio, shall we? Coming up at 4:15, Baghdad Bob to tell you there's nothing to see here. It's just crazy. I don't know.
But hey.
All right, good talk. Hey, listen, they're already, I think, better than Penn State and Ohio State by at least a touchdown. But if you've been doing some dirt, it calls into question some things.
Well, and as I stated before, there have been plenty of times that Hall of Fame players and teams still pushed the boundaries and still went above and beyond. And they didn't have to, but they just wanted to win all the time.
Patriots and Astros are the 2 biggest ones.
Yeah.
So, why is it so outside the realm to go, wait, we may have another one of these?
Yeah.
Just because it doesn't have a garbage can, Jesus.
Yeah. Both teams won games. They didn't have to use that because they were going to probably win anyway, but they wanted to guarantee their victory. It happens.
All right, NFL. Rico's still smarting after Niners-Vikings, but Jags and Saints, what? How about not? How about you just bet football? Listen, don't worry about it. Who gives a damn about outdated copy? No quality control here. If we had Michigan's quality control, this would all be where it needs to be. Just go to FanDuel. Hey, how about Liberty Bibberty tonight? You can bet on Jamie Chadwell laying 4 at Western Kentucky. Rico, a little Conference USA for you?
No, I just got to take the night off, man.
Kate and Salter, get involved.
You know what? Primetime Cousins just broke me.
FanDuel, more ways to play. Maybe Rico's got some low-rent wide receiver from Tennessee Tech you could bet on. Either way, FanDuel will have that betting market for you. Or what was that, Middle Tennessee State? Either way, embarrassing. 21 up, present in Michigan. Refund issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, take a break from the conversation. We always do the power rank. Should be some movers and shakers. This is no longer a hostage situation. I actually enjoy doing this segment with you now.
Well, I'm glad you
party.
did.
This is good stuff. Nobody cares. Let's talk some football. Football.
Okay. And more football questions.
More football questions.
We have a new team in the top 10.
I'm excited because it ain't North Carolina.
No, North Carolina's gone. This team has two top 20 victories. They are 6-1 from the Pac-12. Ladies and gentlemen, at number 10, I give you Oregon State.
They're good, man. Now, they're on upset alert this weekend. It is the rattiest line in America. Oregon State, it is now down to -3 at Arizona. Jed Fish has Arizona playing really well. That is a very dicey spot.
These 7 DBs that he puts out there.
Well, here's the other thing. From an offensive standpoint, Arizona will have the recipe with their elite wide receivers. Oregon State's corners, not the best. So I hope my Beavs stay there because I really like what they do.
But it's a very fluid situation, but right now,
at least they played somebody.
They're in. They have 2 top 20 victories. At number 9, they're undefeated, but man, did they get lucky. Oklahoma. Oklahoma at home defeated University of Central Florida 31-29, but they had to come back to get this thing done. They got lucky. It didn't look right. Central Florida should be upset because they did not walk away with a victory.
Yeah, but when you kick field goals, you get beat. Yeah. And John Reese Plumlee came back. And again, I think Oklahoma got lucky against Texas, and Texas has their own problems. But my point is, I think they're a paper tiger. I'm with you. I'm fine with them at number 9. I would have been upset if you had them in the top 5.
No. At number 8, well, I told you, if you don't impress me,
you're
going to drop.
This is a power rank, people. It is not the AP.
At number 8, because they were winning so big and then lost their quarterback, Texas. Texas defeated who did
they were playing Houston.
Yeah,
they were up 21-0.
They were on the road at Houston, 21-0. Quinn Ewers, instead of sliding, goes into the guy, hurts his shoulder. He's probably done for a month.
Yeah, second degree AC sprain. I think it's the same thing he had after taking that hit against Bama last year. Now they got a backup who's like Dante Culpepper Jr. He's like 6'6", 250, or Arch Manning. They play BYU this week. They play K-State. I think they go at Iowa State. They could survive it, but their performance against Houston, totally unacceptable. You cannot blow a 21-0 lead against that rat Houston squad.
You know what? I lied. There are 2 new teams. Well, actually, one team that was gone, and they're now back. At number 7, because they have 2 top 15 victories, University of Alabama. Alabama is back. Alabama's defeated Ole Miss, and then they were down, and they handled their business and came back and beat Joe Milton and Tennessee.
Is it wrong that I just don't believe in them? I don't believe in that offense at all. But you know the one thing Milroe can do besides run? He's really good in a pressured pocket. He's top 5 in America. Throwing the ball, like a kid who can't throw somehow gets better with people draped all over him. What?
Yeah.
I was about to say, what does he do well? What are you talking about? But you're right.
He can sure move, man.
Alabama's problem is we compare Alabama to Alabama and all the Heisman winner trophy quarterbacks and all the guys in the pros.
Zombie Bama is the last man standing in the SEC. We all think Bama's dead. And in the end, it was zombie Bama, the worst Bama team, the most limited offensively, and they beat Georgia like 13-10 in the SEC title game.
Kenny wouldn't be
Kenny's
happy.
not happy.
No.
I need to see Kenny's club without Brock Bowers before I make that type of declaration.
Just escort yourself out, please, sir.
Look, enjoy the game against Florida. I'm warning you. While you're playing them, Mizzou's on a bye week. That's a dicey
and
game.
that's what I'm worried about.
That's
is them
a
with
dicey-
some rest, no Brock Bowers. It's a
Yep.
concern.
Luther Burden coming to town. All right, go ahead.
At number 6, little quack, baby.
Yeah,
University of Oregon.
They're really good.
They defeated Washington State 38-24.
Should have been 38-16.
Should have been, but
way to blow the cover late, guys. No, Bo Nix, 78% of his passes, 2,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 1 pick. And the loss wasn't on him. That was a 15-round heavyweight fight against UW. I still think Oregon's one of the 5 or 6 best teams in America. Yeah. And they'll have a shot to play their way in.
They will.
Win your games, get to that Pac-12 title game. I think if they get a crack at Washington, they would beat them a second time.
Especially
they
the
would
way
beat 'em.
Washington is playing right now. At number 5,
Washington.
A little controversial. No. University of Michigan.
Oh, no, don't do this.
No.
All right, let me hear it.
No. They beat Michigan State 49-0. The reason why they're at 5 and not 4.
I haven't blamed anybody.
Right there. The one consistency I've had is if you have a resume, you hold a spot. Washington
That's fair.
has a top 10 victory. They struggled. They still beat Oregon. Can't take that away from them. Washington sitting there at 4.
David, while I know people will be upset, he is doing a power rank and he has been consistent on merit-based ranking. When your best win is Rutgers, no slander.
No, UNLV.
UNLV's your best win. It is hard to fight the metrics he's using.
I understand all that. I just think Washington should be penalized a little bit for their performance last
And
week.
I still believe if Washington played Michigan, Michigan would beat them.
Right now, I think so.
You know what the funny thing is? That game actually felt like what would happen if Michigan played Washington, because all Arizona State did was just run the ball. And Washington was like, wait, you don't want to pass with us? You don't want to turn this into a 7-7? Nah, we just want to run the ball. They had a hard time stopping them, and it took a pick 6 late in the game to get it done. But once again, David, if you had a top 10 victory, I could flip it.
Dave,
but
they
I got
had
to stay
a
consistent.
ranked win. If they had played a top 50 team, have they faced a top 80 defense?
I don't believe so.
Who's it, Rutgers?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Rutgers defense, I think, is actually
79?
No. Actually, I think Rutgers defense is actually pretty good. I want to say they're like 21 or something.
Oh, well, bully for you.
I did some research.
Excellent. How dare you?
At number 3, fresh off of playing BYE, that's a bye week, folks. The University of Georgia. Shout out Kenny Cott.
We got to see what they are in the post-Bowers era, the PBE. I still think they're really talented. But when you lose a player like that, that's a bit of a cheat code. I need to see Carson Beck, no Bowers, use the receivers who are very good. I got to see it. But I how could I be offended at 3? I can't.
At number 2, this team rose the highest in this week's poll, the Ohio State. You now have 2 top 10 victories. Wasn't pretty, but it doesn't count. You outscored Penn State 20-12 at home. You got the job done against arguably the top defense in the nation.
Here's what I'll say. It's fair to say their defense has gotten better. How much? I'm hesitant. Notre Dame's offense, not great. Penn State's offense, not great. What I'm interested in is when I look at them versus U of M a month from now, I'm not impressed by Michigan's running game. And if OSU's a little bit better at stopping the run, just a little bit, their secondary looks all right. Their linebacker level looks good. I just wonder, are they going to be more capable? And are they embracing who they are, which is we have to throw the ball. Our running game ranks 94th at 3.7 a carry.
They are, and you saw the frustration in Marvin Harrison.
Maserati.
When basically he kept looking back and saying, hey, you know what? Throw me the ball and I can score.
The
But
problem
when you throw
is McCord still can't get it to him all the time.
and that's the frustration. I mean, and you probably need to tell Harrison, hey, watch your nonverbal cues because the entire world is seeing how pissed you are. And at number 1
Actual audio of Harrison to McCord.
At number 1, fresh off of their 3rd ranked victory, Florida State defeats number 16 Duke 38-17. to 20. The Seminoles are still at number 1.
I mean, look, Riley Leonard was back. Elko's got a very good defense. They played well. I there's something about that team still bugs me.
Yeah. And for those who are saying, well, it's not fair for Michigan, of the top 10 teams, only one team has yet to play a ranked opponent.
How about this? Find me the best team they faced.
Yeah.
Is it Rutgers? Is it UNLV? But like,
it is.
think about that statement in a merit-based ranking. So, and by the way, if you win your games, you're going to be number 1 in this thing because you will have beaten Penn State and beaten Ohio State, and you will win the Big Ten because you'll be favored by 40. So just relax.
Against Wisconsin.
The best team they face will be Penn State and Ohio State.
Yeah, but you know what? When you win those games, as you saw with Ohio State.
And that's how I feel about JJ with the Heisman. When and if you win those games and he plays well in those games, I will then entertain the conversation.
Right.
I am not going to give JJ credit for stealing a child's wheelchair, a.k.a. beating MSU.
Ohio State jumped from 5 to 2 this week. Why? You got a top 10 victory.
Because you're a Buckeye scumbag.
I am.
All right. That is the power rank.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Lions wide receiver Marvin Jones is stepping away from football to deal with a family matter. He says it wasn't an easy decision, thanking the Lions organization for its support. Meantime, the 5-2 Lions are off both today and tomorrow. They're 8.5-point favorites against the Raiders. The NFL trade deadline exactly 1 week away. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin both out with injuries. Detroit right now tied with the Bruins for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. And the Phillies and D-backs will play Game 7 of the NLCS tonight. First pitch at 8 o'clock. The winner will face Texas in the World Series. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Little Holy Ghost language. 4 o'clock.
Happy birthday,
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
birthday,
that.
Mike.
Yeah, well.
You didn't think we forgot about
No,
you.
I don't care. As a has-been, it doesn't matter, man. I'm 43 now. It's over.
I remembered yours. You forgot mine.
I did. Truth. I don't have social media. Social media is the only thing that reminds you of someone's birthday. That's the you know what? That's the only thing I miss about social media.
Or you can just put it in your phone.
I know. Well, I've gotten
That doesn't help. I forgot my uncle's birthday 2 days ago. It's right there in my calendar.
I'm just saying, like back in the days of social media, it'd be like, hey, idiot, it's David's birthday. Wish him happy birthday. Don't be an ass. It's much easier.
It's forcing you. I said it's his birthday.
Hey, jackass, I've already taken the liberty of wishing Kenny Cott a happy birthday. It's tough out here in the streets when you don't have social media. You forget things. And I'm getting old. All right. We have some breaking news.
We do.
So why don't we mix this in? I think we wanted to do some Lions today anyways. We'll take a break from the Michigan stuff. And credit the callers. That was actual conversation. There was no yelling, nothing silly. I felt pretty good about it.
People had opinions. We talked, and life moved on.
Marvin Jones stepping away from the team to handle a personal family situation. Okay. Do your thing. But I think this is happening at a point, and I want to figure out how to do this the best way. Like, I was going to bring up, your Niners made a move to get Randy Gregory. The Eagles just made a move to get Byard, who at points in his career has been an all-pro safety.
Yep.
I was going to come into today and go, hey, what are you going to do to match these teams? That's your competition, the Niners and Eagles. Then you had
maybe the Eagles.
Then you had the Brad Holmes remark, or Dan Campbell, excuse me, about we are not going to bring in anything or do anything to disrupt chemistry. Then you add this. With Marvin Jones down, it's no secret none of us are happy with J-Mo. I heard Jared Goff, Middays did a very nice interview with him. And you listen to Goff talk about J-Mo and then talk about Laporta, night and day. Night and day. I wanted to ask now, do we have to add wide receiver to the list of something they need to acquire? We understand what we get with Amon-Ra. I think we here in Detroit appreciate Josh Reynolds more than any other fan would because they don't understand his value here. The relationship with Goff, the trust, the toughness, the reliability, dependability. Laporta is developing into a superstar. But beyond that, we have nothing. J-Mo has 21 career targets for 5 catches. He had 6 targets Sunday. He had 2 drops. He didn't catch a single effing football. And frankly, I'm getting tired of hearing about reps and time. And then when they talk about other players, it's trust, dependability, believability, professionalism. Am I crazy for wanting to add wide receiver to our shopping list? That's a yes. I knew it. Damn it, Rico.
Yes and no, because that's not a high priority. This is one where, you know what, J-Mo, Go prove your worth.
So you think this is another opportunity for Jameson?
Yes. You know what? Go prove your worth. We're not going to go out there and get another wide receiver. Why? We took you with the 12th pick. Go grow up. Go be an adult. Go out there and make some plays. Plain and simple. I get where you're coming from. But you have a need at corner. You have a need on the defensive line. Heck, you got a need at running back. You don't have a need at wide receiver. I mean, I don't know how long Montgomery's going to be gone.
I think Montgomery, your best shot will be after the bye week. Your best shot.
But at least Gibbs is starting to take advantage. Okay.
Good player.
I'm going to go out there and I'm going to get some yards. I'm going to show you what I can do. I may not be Montgomery, but I will get you yards. I'll move the ball down the field.
All right.
I can't go get a wide receiver when Jameson is healthy. That makes no sense.
The problem is, you know what's interesting? It was something I was thinking about. And Mornings had a good conversation about it. It was some of Jared Goff's worst passes are to Jameson Williams. And I started to reverse engineer it. And I'm like, maybe part of it is the route running. You know, a receiver that doesn't run the right route or turn the right way or isn't doing it on time can make a quarterback look foolish. I don't ever have a problem with a ball Jared throws to Amon-Ra or Laporta. But, man, when he throws it to J-Mo, it looks like a drunken sailor. And I still think part of it has to do with J-Mo. Think about it. Yeah, you ever see him throw to Josh Reynolds and you're like, whoa, buddy. But when it's J-Mo, it's like one of those balloon things that's out in front of a car dealership. And it makes you wonder if that's on him. So, okay, no to wide receiver. All right. Then my question still remains. Let's back up on the flow chart. Eagles just made a big move. That's what they do. That's who Howie Roseman is. The Niners, it's the same deal. No jokes about privilege, but John Lynch is a spice trader. He is out there and he's going to make moves. People, what are you going to do to match? And it's interesting, ESPN put an article out today, and I didn't put it on our show sheet because there was no value. They were talking about players that could be dealt from each team. The Lions, Marvin Jones Jr. And by 4 o'clock, that won't be an option. He's stepping away to handle some business. So I would love to know from the people, as we begin, we're at that halfway point, what do you believe they have to make moves to keep up with the Joneses? You know, the Eagles making that move can't be understated. Now, I'm not telling you Byard is Ronnie Lott, but he's been a damn good player for a damn good amount of time. And he's going to make them better.
You stockpile players. You bring in depth before you need it. And, yeah, it helps with the rotation.
I think if they brought in help along the defensive line, knowing we're getting James Houston back by the end of November, that's probably the move. If I could find a corner that is objectively better than Jerry Jacobs, if I can find that level of corner, you have my buy-in. I am always biased. You win with the tip of the sword. If you're offering me player A and player B, and player A is only slightly better than B, but player B plays up front, I'm going to take player B. Now, if the corner you're getting me, Rico, is objectively better than player B, I'm going to go with you. But I would love to know from Lions fans, 248-539-9797. Marvin Jones stepping away. Does that do anything as far as the wide receiver outlook? Is this J-Mo's time to shine? And with the Eagles making a huge move, and the Niners, no, I'm not building Randy Gregory out to be Lawrence Taylor, but it's another person in their rotation.
Yeah, Lord knows they couldn't get to Cousins. So.
Tough.
I know.
Well, maybe,
tough in the streets.
Maybe if you didn't have a rat at quarterback. David, what's your thought?
We may not win another game this year.
You know what? I hope you don't. What is your thought process on all of this, David?
Here's my thought process. I disagree with you, Rico. I do think wide receiver is an important need here because it's done with J-Mo.
Hey, what if you went out and got a guy who was like 12th pick in the draft in a trade? Would you be happy? Oh, wait, he's already here.
I don't think he's good. I don't think he's going to do anything anymore in the NFL, so you need something else.
Then you know what? You'll answer the question of what J-Mo is by the end of the year. Because if you can't do it right here, right now, you never will. I don't want to hear any excuses. All the gambling stuff, that's gone. The injuries, that's gone. He's here. He's practicing. If you can't improve your game and help this team win, why are you on the roster?
I totally agree with you, but I continue to go back to training camp, and you brought this up. When he was having issues running routes in training camp practice.
Yeah, him and Jared Goff went off to the side. And Goff is like very animated, and he's not that animated, but he's like, dude, you got to do better. You got to do better, David.
He ain't doing better.
Then you know what? You'll know at the end of the year what you got to do. But here's your chance. You can shut everybody up. You go out there and you become that guy. Guy that can at least get you 2 or 3 big catches.
But here's why I'm not waiting, though. I think the opportunity is here for the Lions this year right now. If you're waiting, you're going to miss the opportunity. The playoffs will come around and you'll lose because J-Mo didn't contribute.
I just need you, and I know people probably don't, I need you to be like Jennings is for the Niners. Nobody talks about him, but he has at least 2 or 3 big catches every game because he's getting single coverage. While everybody's doubling Debo and Ayuk, that's going to be J-Mo. He's not going to get double teamed. He will get single coverage, and he may not even get the best corner on him.
Here's what we're going to do. We got people who want to rap about it. I'm pumped up to do it. Let's roll. Like this is it's kind of a weird stew of the 3 different Lions topics we were thinking about, and you put them all together. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to give you guys some names, according to ESPN, that could be on the move, and I'm trying to distill the list down into what I deem to be realistic. I'm not going to waste your time going, Saquon Barkley. You're not trading for Saquon Barkley. No, you know what I mean. I'm going to give you names.
Derrick Henry?
Right, exactly, right.
I heard a lot of people making that call.
Larry Zonka. I'm just going to give you some names. You tell me if any of them interest you. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
Game 7, well, that's tonight. You got college football going on. I need the fastest internet around. Liberty Bibberty. Keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. So guess what? No more frozen screens, pixelated videos, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that'll make your head spin so you can enjoy all your favorite apps. All in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box. Evan loves the 4K. All with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. You get the latest scores as they happen. The injury updates, your fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, very simple. Call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit Xfinity.com or just stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You know, David was just telling me his favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa. David's actually going to be doing a live sermon there to open college football season next year. It's Circa. It's the best. It's Stadium Swim. 6 pools, 3 different levels, plus David's bully pulpit. It's an incredible venue to watch games. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas. We'll be out there for March Madness, guaranteed. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right. Also, quick PSA for people. Even if you don't really watch hockey, even if you're not a huge hockey person, give it 15 minutes tonight. Go to ESPN2. They're kicking off their version of Red Zone for the NHL. And there's going to be 16 games tonight in the NHL. It is a full potato. I would just say on behalf of Kenny Cott and most Canadian nerds, give hockey a chance. Just give it a shot tonight. See if the Red Zone would bring you in a little bit. What is it called? The not Frozen 4. The
Frozen Frenzy?
The Frozen Frenzy.
Correct.
Look at that.
Look at you go. Are you going to be watching, Rico?
I am, man.
Nice.
LeBron's going to be on skates?
I promised you some names as Marvin Jones has stepped away from the team. We've talked about Phillies made a big move with Byard. Niners have made a move. I'm not building Randy Gregory into a superstar, but he's an effective rotational pass rusher.
He's good on third down just to go in there and go get the quarterback.
So ESPN had a list of guys in their mind that could be on the move. What I'm not going to do is waste your time with stuff like Saquon Barkley. You're not trading for Saquon. Just stop. Like anytime I hear that, it's. I feel like I hear it in the voice of the lead singer from Creed. Like, just stop. You're not getting Saquon.
Brian Burns.
Here are some of the players you might be able to get. What about a guy who's currently not playing for the Philadelphia Eagles? He's a healthy scratch most weeks. At times has been a big-time running back in this league. Would only cost you, according to ESPN, a late-round pick, Rashad Penny. Would you put Rashad Penny in this running back's room?
I would.
Okay.
No.
No. Wow. All right.
You know something, David? We don't?
Not at all.
Okay. Just questioning.
He's just trash, but okay.
At times, David, he's been very effective.
If you have to say at times, then that means he's not effective enough.
Okay. At times, Kenny Pickett.
Exactly.
NFC North. Would the Bears do business with you? Any interest? And I don't know that this is a fit. I'm just asking. What about Jalen Johnson, the corner? He's been all over the trade market. He said, hey, I want to stay. It's the team that drafted me. Any interest in Jalen Johnson?
I think
He's having a very good year?
No, I think so. And I think the Bears would deal with you because I think the Bears realize what's about to happen in this draft and would say, sure, give us a pick and you can have
it. Start collecting more picks.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, again, this is where it gets thin at corner, boys. Dante Jackson for the Panthers. I mean, they're going to be sellers. Is he a difference maker? Is he a fit? Isaac Yiadom for the Saints.
I think now you're just going to warm bodies.
Okay. You don't want Khalil Elam, the kid the Bills drafted. He's terrible. You don't need a tight end. All right, so how about the Jets? Defensive end, Carl Lawson. He's kind of fallen out of favor there. He swears he's healthy from the back surgery he had. Looking for a fresh start, mix him in as a rotational guy here. Any interest? And final year of contract. Could be a late round pick guy.
Okay. I was about to say, it depends. I'm not going higher than it. Hey, can we get Sauce?
Once again, in the voice of the lead singer of Creed, T. Higgins. Stop. You're not getting T. Higgins. Can I bring up something interesting here? Because I'm starting to see more of this. And it's a player near and dear to David's heart. And I think he could be interesting here. Donovan Peoples-Jones.
Yes. Bring him home. Yeah.
That was one that I was going to say, you know what? What about him? Because he's
he makes plays for Cleveland, but I don't think he's a part of their future.
Yeah, he's played enough at Ford Field. He knows Ford Field. Yeah, he can do that.
Okay, Titans clearly are sellers now. What about Tahir Tart? 1 year, $4 million deal. This is a 300-pound body. He's a really good run stopper. All it would be is an investment in your run D as another player that I could play all over that line on rundowns.
No, I like that.
Cheap.
Yep. You can name any D lineman out right now, and I'll
Right,
say
I'll
yes.
pretty much say, yeah. Heck,
Okay.
if you told me Jadeveon Clowney,
Yes.
okay, sure.
And
That's where we are right now.
And
yeah,
unfortunately, there's your list.
that's it.
Everything else I've deemed just not realistic. Like, I'm not going to say Mike Evans. Tampa tied for first. I'm not.
Chase Young?
Again, Commanders are kind of in the mix. And even in the article, it says odds he's dealt are slim. So, guys, I don't think Byard was on the trade block. But yet he got dealt.
The D lineman for the Vikings with them winning last night.
Danielle Hunter.
Yeah, I'm sure he got pulled back. Like, well, no, we may actually be able to do something.
There's a name I did not hear, and I'm surprised I didn't hear it in that article. In Detroit, I thought would be interested, DJ Chark. They're 0-6 in Carolina.
Yeah, I'll take a pass on that. I think I'd rather roll with J-Mo than him.
Okay.
He's hurt every 10 minutes, man. I don't need that.
I just simply say this, man. We should not, and maybe I'm just being spiteful, but no, I'm not going to get a wide receiver.
Okay.
You have one.
Okay. Relax.
No, that wasn't meant at you.
That was meant for me.
It was meant for David.
I'm just used to David in his pastor role yelling at me about how I'm not leading a wholesome life. What's the issue? You okay? Can I take a call?
You can take a call.
Just
take a call.
Okay, he's done.
Yeah, he's just hovering.
All right, we will get. Here's what I want to do. Let me keep it timely. I'll get to the calls nonstop next two segments. 97.1. Moran Buick GMC, your schedule's packed. Maybe you're running around like crazy like David with the youth sports. Why aren't we getting David in a GMC Acadia? Seating up to 7. Think how many old church ladies you could bring. 7, in fact. They got deals galore. David, you want me to make a phone call? Let's get Greater Life in Acadia. 24 months, $266 a month. We know the church is rolling in dough. Let's start a church shuttle. Bottom line, Moran Buick GMC's got you covered. And if there's Rico, is there an issue? If Rico, I'm trying to work here. Listen, Moran Buick GMC, unlike other dealers, they're going to offer you a free loaner when you schedule that certified service appointment as well. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Lions wide receiver Marvin Jones is stepping away from football to deal with a family matter. He says it was not an easy decision, thanking the Lions organization for its support. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 straight wins when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin will both miss the game with injuries. The Wings right now tied with Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Michigan State football has lost a pair of players to the transfer portal. Defensive tackle Simeon Barrow and offensive tackle Keyshawn Blackstock now add to the 5 total players that have left the program since Mel Tucker's firing. It's opening night in the NBA. The defending champion Nuggets host the Lakers at 7:30. Suns Warriors is the late game at 10 o'clock. And of course, the Pistons will open the new season in Miami tomorrow night, and you'll hear it right here on 97.1. They'll be without Bojan Bogdanovic, Monte Morris, and Isaiah Livers for the first few weeks of the new season. And it's Game 7 of the NLCS tonight in Philly. The Phillies and D-backs play at 8 o'clock. The winner takes on the Rangers in the World Series. I'm Luke Sloan. More 5 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, to the people. Marvin Jones stepping away from the team. Is it J-Mo's opportunity? Is it time to go get a receiver? How do you answer what the Niners and Eagles have done? There's a whole lot to talk about.
I feel like you. The Niners are done.
Okay, then. Let's go to Mike. 97.1. Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
Good, brother. What's on your mind?
Hey, sorry. I was hoping to talk about the Michigan sign stealing operation.
Go right ahead.
Okay. What's up?
Okay. Yeah. So I'm a Michigan fan in Columbus, Ohio. So you can probably imagine how my last week has gone.
Can you set the scene for us before you get to your take? Like, what the hell is it like down there right now?
Oh, it is full code red. I mean, these people have gone absolutely insane. I mean, they're talking about vacated wins from not just the past couple of years, but they want the death penalty is the general sense right now. Now, whether that's being hyperbolic, that's probably a bit hyperbolic, but honestly, for OSU fans, I wouldn't put it past them because I hate every single one of them.
Mike, no, what you are experiencing, what every rival fan base wants. As soon as you stub your toe, death penalty, just ban the program.
Absolutely. No. And I can respect that because honestly, I'd probably be the same way if this is happening to OSU right now.
At least you're honest. I appreciate that. So what can we do for you?
Yeah. So I wanted to get your perspective on the integrity of the game from a broad scope. So I wanted to offer a hypothetical, and let's just assume for a second that this sign-stealing operation that Sergeant Stallone had going on was very impactful, had a big outcome on the games. Obviously when this rule was put into place in 94, the most mobile device that we had for recording something was the camcorder. And now you got a stadium full of 100,000 people with, iPhones that can zoom in like 7 times of what that could. And for as smart as this guy is claimed to be, he didn't cover his tracks very well. But what is your concern level for the integrity of the game for programs that might want to pursue something like this and cover their tracks?
All right. So here's the problem. Now, I'm happy to answer this, but it's kind of a trick question. Not that you're doing it maliciously. But, Mike, if I'm going to answer, hey, this is your best case and this is your worst case, I'm going to have to connect some dots that haven't been connected yet. So here's how I will answer this for you. If it is proven that they were taking the intel that Stallion's people were giving him, they were using it, and it bore out convincing results on the field. And God help you if he was expensing these trips and being paid for it, or even worse, if it was under the table. Let's say all of that is true. Well, then you know what the worst case is. I mean, it's going to be a show cause on your coach, and it's going to be vacating everything in the last couple of years. That's if all of that were true, and I'm not saying that it is. The best case, NCAA doesn't roll this into the current investigation. They are inconclusive about the true measure of benefit, and they dock you practice or different things. See, my problem with what John said this morning didn't have anything to do with the fact that he only, well, it's not that he offered the best case scenario. It's that he only offered it. Because there's a lot of room for this to be not great, Bob. Not great.
Because you have an NCAA that's angry with you. So they
Correct.
may try to throw the book at you and take every penalty to the max.
Right.
Even though you probably don't deserve it and any other team would not get this. They don't like you and you're already currently under investigation. So they can kind of stack the chips there.
So our answer, in fairness, is we have no idea. I have no clue how this will play out. I just know I'm not going to allow it to be whitewashed where it's not a conversation. Can't do it. Right. That's ridiculous. It looks bad. Let's go to DJ, 97.1. DJ, what's going on, buddy?
What's good, my dog?
How are you? Great, DJ. What's on your mind?
Up? I'm great, man. I got a couple things for y'all real quick. Number one, I'm just going to say this. Michigan reminds me, you guys watch a lot of gangster films because I hear your clips. It's RICO. The government came up with a law for kind of what Harbaugh and them is doing. It's called RICO. You get what I'm saying? Well, it's kind of like the boss is throwing the rock and had in his hand. That's all I say about that. Just my opinion.
No, here's the sad reality is Roberto came up with that yesterday.
I wasn't even here, man. My daughter made the Dean's List at Tuskegee. I just got back.
Oh, congratulations.
Last night, so. Yeah, appreciate it. I wasn't here. But look, let's get to these Lions real quick. First of all, I'm with you, Rico. We don't need a receiver, but I'm going to throw my dog David Hatch the man a bone real quick. Give me Shark, Mike, unfortunately, because Shark catches the ball. James don't even catch the ball. I don't care that he hurt. When he's out there, he caught the ball last year. So I would definitely take Shark. But I don't want to get a receiver. We're missing the boat, guys. The thing is, man, it's like my organization does the same thing over and over and over. And just when you think it's a new day, we revert back. Do you guys remember in 2013 when we were 7-9 and everybody thought that we were on our way and blah, 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 and we had a lot of hype? Do y'all remember what we did going into that draft that year? Mike, you remember?
Refresh me. What year again?
2013. We were 7-9. We barely
13.
Missed, we were the hype train.
Is that the?
Everybody said the Lions was going to be good.
Was that the Eric Ebron instead of Aaron Donald deal?
Absolutely. Absolutely, my dog. It's funny how my organization repeats the same things. Going into this offseason, we was on deck. We was ready. All we needed was Jalen Carter. It's obvious. I mean, Rico, I think about you every time I watch the Eagles game because that kid be busting double teams. He a dog.
He's a beast.
I be sitting there furious. I be furious watching him.
Well, how about this?
We did the same.
Well, I'll do this. You could go back to last year, and right now, if I said J-Mo out, Jordan Davis in, what Lion fan says no to that?
My goodness. Mike, none. I'm gonna leave you with this too, Mike, and I'm gonna leave all you guys with this. This is the thing, man. I'm with you when I read somewhere that you said J-Mo Ebron. I'm with you. Here's my thing about sports guys. Guys that are like that, we don't have to wait. We didn't have to wait for Brian Branch. We ain't have to wait for Laporte. We ain't have to wait for Hudson.
Right.
Guys who are like that, you ain't got to wait.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with J-Mo.
I'm not a big believer in any position outside a quarterback or the occasional offensive tackle. In the NFL, you're either good or you're not.
DJ, how about this? You know who didn't have to wait? Jordan Addison, Minnesota.
All right. Thank you. That's hurtful.
Hey.
No, but he was taking well past 12, and he's getting the job done. Justin Jefferson didn't play, and they didn't miss a beat.
Last thing, guys, I think it's glaring, and Mike, you pointed on it, but you got the wrong guy. Will Harris is the one that stinks the most to me. Like, they target him repeatedly, so much so that Campbell and them benched him last week, and Tim Harris. So my biggest thing is we got to find some way to get a pass rusher and a corner to replace Will Harris, guys. I'm with you 1,000%. That's it.
No, I appreciate it, Deej. And again, in different sports, it takes a different amount of time. Right. In the NFL, I just feel like you're good or you're not. Now, you want to be a quarterback. We know the struggles that will come with that. But even then, by year 2, we kind of know if you're good. Yeah. Offensive line, by year 2, you're a tackle. You're either a Sewell or an Eric Flowers. Well, it's the same deal. Like, if you're J-Mo and it's year 2, I can't have performances like Sunday.
But see, this is what I think. This is an apples to apples. I'm looking at Jordan Addison. He looks like a guy that was taken in the first round.
I know.
He was the 4th of 4 receivers taken. And made an impact in the game. You knew where he was at. The Niners had to know where he was at. Snatches the ball. He makes a mistake, gets the ball taken from him, made up for it more than once.
Yes. Hey, Jordan Davis is good. Jalen Carter is good, right? It is. I hate this.
No. I say that. I'm sorry. I say that for the people that tell me, well, give J-Mo time.
No, that's what I'm tired of.
You don't have to give him time. This man is 6 games into his NFL career, and he looks like a stud.
How much time have we given Laporta? And he's one of the top 5 players at his position. How much time did Brian Branch have? I'm clenching my teeth. I can't take anymore.
I know. It makes me angry, too.
This town's defensive, J-Mo.
Give him time.
Shut up. There is no time. As Apollo Creed told Rocky Balboa, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. Stallion, what is wrong with you? There is no tomorrow. We're trying to win a Super
Damn it, Rock!
There is no tomorrow. I get tired of the time.
But that's where I just look and say, I watch this guy and I'm like,
is this machine going to blow up in here or what? Because, David, I'm getting worried about the noises coming from this computer mainframe over here. It's getting a little scary.
John left you a little present. John left a little present.
Don't know, Flag.
Say Harbaugh's name one more time. Just one more time.
Repeat that company line one more time. Don't be mad at me. Yeah, okay. National benefit plans. And depending on what happens with this damn machine, this electronics here, I may need some life insurance. Rico, get out while you can. Mike Purpura, National Benefit Plans. He shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. You're not going to be dealing with some phone jockey 6 states over. Mike will directly deal with on and off the marketplace. Over 30 years in the game, National Benefit Plans brings that experience to you free of charge. The longer you wait, the possibility of not getting life insurance increases. So don't wait. Call Mike Purpura now, 877-734-2200, or you go on the web, nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. Detroit Lions, NFL. That dramatic voice is something else.
The Detroit Lions.
Keys to the game. You imagine talking like that in your normal life? Good God.
I wish I could.
Is that what God sounds like when you talk to him?
No.
Oh.
Mm-mm.
David.
No.
Keys to the sermon.
You know what, David? Oddly, he sounds like Big G to me.
Oh, boy. All right, let's get to the people. David, ticket text first.
Someone says, my therapist always tells me to separate my emotion from my logic. My emotions say J-Mo is not a fit to play with the big dogs and needs to go. My logic says we're not necessarily the big dogs yet. Okay.
I don't know. There's part of me. How is it going to work out? Like, the reason is he could end up being a good player. I just don't know if it's going to be here. You're never going to get the targets Amon-Ra's getting. You're never going to get the targets Laporta's getting. In the high leverage moments, we know Goff's going to Reynolds. And where does that leave you? Because right now, here's the problem. And I mean, we could play the audio. I thought Doug and Scott did a good interview with Goff. The way he talks about Laporta and then the way he spoke about J-Mo, there's no trust there. And if I have to hear about reps one more time, hey, here's an idea. It's football. Learn the offense. Get in the mix. And when the ball comes your way, catch it. This is not curing cancer. So I really struggle with the fit. I never realized that Josh Reynolds would turn into this. I never realized they would be drafting young Kittle. But they have. And whether it's his fault or not, I feel like a lot of J-Mo's window is gone. Now, with Marvin Jones not here, it's one less body. But here's the problem. A guy like Josh Reynolds can line up at every spot. X, Z, Y. He can line up everywhere. Hell, they lined him up in the backfield before. J-Mo can barely get a handle on one spot. It's, I don't know.
You know what's really angering me?
Oh, let me hear it.
J-Mo's career, 96 yards receiving, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, 5 catches.
Once again, you want to know what an impact receiver is? Last night alone, Jordan Addison, 123 yards and 2 touchdowns. In one game.
Well, the J-Mo defenders are going to be very upset with you.
Just
need time and reps.
But
he hit
Kirk
the
Cousins is his
machine.
Quarterback. And we all know how people feel about Cousins, so you can't say, well, look at his QB.
Here's the other thing. Addison did it with no Amon-Ra out there.
Right.
Addison did it as the lead dog who was drawing all the coverage against one of the best defenses in football.
This is what I expect out of J-Mo.
Well, good luck.
Their main receiver went down, and they didn't miss a beat. Rookie, your chance to shine. You're on the main stage. Go. So it just angers me when I hear the whole, well, you got to give him time. No, you don't.
Let's go to Cameron 97.1. Hi, Cam. How you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hold, please.
First off, happy birthday, Mike.
Oh, thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Second, I was having a lot of this conversation last night with my dad about the wide receiver room. Unfortunately, my dad is, to quote the kids on social media today, drinking a bit of the copium when it comes to J-Mo and saying, oh, we need to give him a chance. Oh, won't somebody please think of J-Mo? But no, his time is done. And you're right, we do need to get a wide receiver. I don't know who it is. Maybe, I don't know. Would an Adam Thielen be too much? Is that out of the question in your eyes, Mike?
No, I mean, look, Carolina, you're 0-6. You got a rookie quarterback. You also have to look out for keeping your player upright and keeping him safe. And if you deal a guy like Thielen and got nothing around him, you're going to get him killed. I don't think that type of big move is what they need. All I'm speaking of is some depth, a professional, someone that Goff can trust, and that we know if I throw the ball your way, I got a better shot than 25% of a completed pass.
So maybe, I know you mentioned the Commanders might be competing, but maybe someone like a Curtis Samuel?
I mean, you could throw a lot of names at me. My answer would be yes. Yes. I mean, Cameron, listen, okay. I am with Rico. If I get a choice of addressing a need at the deadline, it is the D line. Then corner, then wide receiver. But I just simply asked the question with Marvin Jones maybe not returning, would receiver be added to the list? That's how we started this.
Exactly. It should be. It should be. Thank you very much.
Is that a
That's a drop.
Give it to us one more time.
You know what? We're 2 for 2.
Yeah.
2 weeks in a row.
We are. Okay.
Along with the spicy garlic. That's your final 4.
Hold on. What about this one?
I like this.
Okay. That's sufficient.
Maybe we should start doing the drop power rankings.
Nope. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Y'all all right?
Yeah, excellent. What's up?
That's what up. Hey, man, I got as far as replacing a receiver, you know, you do, you don't. It don't really matter. But I'm with the last caller, DJ, man. You got to get rid of Will Harris, man, regardless of what. You got to get rid of that guy. Every time one of our big corners and safety go down, they put him in, and he come in and get burnt. He don't deflect the pass. He don't do nothing. I think that interception a couple weeks ago was his first one in like 6 years, man. Guy's a bum. Please replace him. You got to replace that guy, man. You got to.
Listen, I mean, I think there's a growing amount of frustration from the fan base. I don't hear the team speak about J-Mo in any glowing way, so I'm not mad at what you're saying. I mean, Joe, the bottom line is you're probably going to roll with him. But the problem I face is as the pressure rises and the games get bigger, what I don't want to do is a radio show where J-Mo runs the wrong route and it's a pick six and it costs his team its season. And I just worry because everything they say about him, Joe, trust, he needs reps, we need to trust him to play him. And then you hear, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Joe. I'm gonna play this. David, rack that Laporta sound for the top of the hour. I want to play Doug's question to Goff about Laporta, and then you juxtapose it with what he says about J-Mo. And then tell me that I'm wrong for saying, you know what, on a smaller level, why couldn't I go to the Raiders after I kick their ass next week and give up a 7th-round pick for Hunter Renfrow, who plays no role in their offense, but he's a pro's pro, smart kid, tough kid.
And you know what you get.
And I can put him in the slot, and he's going to get open. And I know where he's going to be. Like, I'm worried. I can't. Last week against the Ravens, man, that was horrific. He was the lowest graded player according to PFF on this football team. Come on.
Like I said, I got angry just watching last night. Like, you know what? All I kept hearing is people saying, you got to give another chance. He's still developing. He'll get better. He'll get there. And I'm like, this guy just outdid his entire pro career in one night. Matched him touchdown for touchdown and got more yards. One night. No, and he was the man. He stepped up. So whether it's out of spite, no, not going to get a receiver. You're going to grow up. You're going to be that guy here. And I think everybody would be happy, especially me. I don't want him to be bad. I want him to be good. You have him. So it's why I don't bring up the whole Jalen Carter thing, because you can't go back and reverse time. Carter's never going to come here. But you do have J-Mo. But J-Mo's just not producing.
97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions wide receiver Marvin Jones is stepping away from football to deal with a family matter. He says it was not an easy decision, thanking the Lions organization for his support. And of course, the Lions have also released Marvin Jones. Meantime, the Lions are off both today and tomorrow as they get ready for the Raiders on Monday Night Football. All eyes right now on the trade deadline, exactly 1 week away. Head coach Dan Campbell told Stoney and Jansen this morning that the Raiders also pose a threat. The 5-2 Lions, 8.5-point favorites against the Raiders. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin both out with injuries. Detroit right now tied with the Bruins for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. The Pistons will be missing a couple of key rotation players for the first few weeks of the season. Bojan Bogdanovic out 4 weeks with a calf strain. Monte Morris also sidelined 3 weeks with a quad strain. And this, of course, comes as Isaiah Livers out with a sprained ankle. The Pistons begin the new season against the Heat tomorrow night in Miami. And the Phillies and D-backs will play Game 7 of the NLCS tonight. First pitch at 8 o'clock. The winner will face Texas in the World Series. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome in, 5 o'clock. I'm going to play that audio for you. I want to state for the record that the older Mark Messier gets, the more he looks like a hitman or some form of mafia enforcer. It is a big day on ESPN for the NHL. Every team is in action in the NHL. Frozen Frenzy tonight, a.k.a. their version of Red Zone. Messier's up there, and he looks like he wants to kill Steve Levy. It's unreal. Just wanted to point that out. I want to play for you a piece of audio because the reason we're talking about Lions, if you want the Michigan stuff, Odyssey.com rewind, 2 p.m. But we're talking Lions. Marvin Jones has stepped away from the team. And now you're kind of left in this very weird spot where the focus was already on J-Mo. The trade deadline is 7 days away. You had the Eagles make a huge move last night, going and getting Byard from the Titans. Niners have made a move. I don't think Lynch will be done, but getting Randy Gregory. We all want the Lions to be buyers. But the question was, is it in the secondary, corner? Is it on the D-line? Or does this open up another need? I want to play for you. And Duggan Scott did a nice job with Goff. I want to play for you. He was asked a question about Laporta. Listen to how he describes Laporta. And then I want you to listen to how he describes J-Mo. And you tell me something or nothing. Here's Laporta. Trust.
Multiple times.
Dependability. He's where he's supposed to be. He does everything right. Strong catcher. The whole bit, right? All right. Here's J-Mo.
I didn't hear trust.
I didn't hear trust. I didn't hear do everything right. I didn't hear hard worker. I didn't hear great catcher. I didn't hear he's going to be an awesome player. I didn't hear any of that. Something or nothing. I've said to you from the beginning, the way this team talks is suggestive they are not happy with this guy. Now, I'm not Sherlock Holmes, and I don't think that's some hot take. It's been a disappointment. Mm-hmm. And when anyone talks and you ask a question about the guys on this team, things like dependability matter, trust matters, professionalism matters, etc. Never do they talk that way about J-Mo.
No.
So,
it's almost like they make excuses without making the excuses.
The reps thing bothers me because Laporta's a rookie. And J-Mo's what? By the way, wait a minute. Am I hallucinating? Isn't it J-Mo's third game? Am I insane? Am I just getting old before our eyes?
Third game.
Back.
Yeah. Yeah, Tampa was 1.
That was 2. This will be 3 against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I want to make
No.
sure. No.
Panthers,
No.
Bucks,
Yes.
Ravens.
Yes. So his own quarterback didn't know he was back for 3 games. I knew I wasn't going nuts.
You're right.
Goff goes, what was his second game back? Goulet. I don't even know how many games he's been back.
He saw number 9 and thought it was 8. Like, Reynolds, right? No.
I just don't have any trust in J-Mo. And if it's going to work, it's going to work. But I'm not going to stress out thinking about whether it does or doesn't. I'm going to move forward as a team. So that's kind of where we're at. You could say that's nothing. It's your prerogative. By the way, Kenny, where do we get you a PK Subban sweater? Where can we get you that sweater? Because I see your Shannon Sharp sweater, and I raise you PK Subban.
That's rather aggressive.
Sitting next to the hitman himself.
Look at Messier. Messier looks like he's out for blood.
He does.
Subban is ready to go to an ugly sweater party. I am ready for the frozen frenzy tonight.
Messier looks like you know what? Just go start your car.
He's the last thing you see before it all is over. Look at him with the tie and everything. That's fantastic.
Look at him. If you mute your TV tonight watching Messier on ESPN, you could play Mad Libs, and he could be like, I'm going to kill you. I have a very particular set of skills, Steve Levy.
You have 1 minute. I'm going to give you a 1 minute head start.
This penalty kill, I hate it. All right. 248-539-9797. We can get to the people. And if you disagree with our audio juxtaposition, go for it. I mean, it is what it is. I think it's something. Go to Sean, 97.1. What's up, Sean?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. What's up?
First off, man, we got to make a move, man. The first thing we need to do inside is cut Will Harris and sit Benito Jones down, man. I really don't understand why Big Benito keep being on the field.
Because you got limited big people. You got to rotate in guys. Not everybody needs to be a star.
He don't need to start over Bugs. And I see Big Josh Pascal could be up in there, but we do need a defensive end before the trade deadline to help with Hutch, man. You double team Hutch, ain't nobody else getting pressure.
That I agree with.
J-Mo is our guy, man. You was talking about the Laporta thing. He had all the preseason and the first 7 weeks with Laporta versus J-Mo. He had the hamstring, and then he was out because of suspension. Now, I just want y'all to take this into consideration, man.
Okay.
I think as far as Jared Goff, when he's saying the reps, sorry about that, when he's talking about the reps, I think J-Mo speed might be too much for Jared Goff. If you look at every touchdown he had to stop and wait on the ball. His first touchdown last year against Minnesota, J-Mo wide open. He had to dang near stop, sit there, wait for the ball. Last week against Tampa Bay, he gone. He got the ball on the outside. The ball is short. He had to wait, come back, make a contested catch. Jamel Dean, he run a 5-yard and stop. Jamel Dean slid 5 yards. He just standing there waiting for the ball. Goff threw the ball in short in the dirt. I think his speed might be too much for Goff's arm.
No, but Sean, I would simply say this: then use your speed to your advantage and run some type of patterns where you catch the ball in stride instead of I'm just going to run as fast as I can down the field and throw me the ball. He's not the only fast person in the league.
He's not the only fast person in the league, but right now at this stage, he's the fastest person on our team. And like I say, his speed might be
something that Jared Goff got to get used to. We haven't seen them run him with no quick slants. We haven't seen the Lions use him like they unleashed Addison last night. So that's a hard comparison because when he came back last year, they had him basically blocking on the snap count. This year, he out for the 4 games. He come back, he blocking. He might have ran a couple fake routes.
But Steve, I think at this point, I mean, I'm not speaking for Jared Goff, but he's probably thinking like, J-Mo, that's your problem, okay? I don't have a problem with any of these other receivers. So, yeah, I'll just keep throwing them the ball until you finally, do something because I can trust them. I can't trust you. You may be fast, but you're not helping us.
He's fast, but you got to get the ball to me. Like I said, he showed it last week against Tampa Bay. He stopped and made a contested catch.
All right,
like
but hold on. But by taking the time to throw the ball to him, now you're taking away passes to other receivers that are actually contributing.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? So you get to a point, efficiency matters. Now, if your claim is going to be that Jared Goff is an MVP candidate quarterback with everybody else, but somehow he's a bum ass when it comes to throwing the ball to J-Mo, I can't buy that. It's not logical. Now, if you want to tell me that in 23 targets, this kid has caught 5 passes in his life, and that's on the quarterback, well, here's your problem. If the quarterback's a bum all the time, plausible. But when the quarterback's playing at such a high level, I lean towards that's on the wide receiver because I still think there's an issue with J-Mo's route running. J-Mo turned the wrong way on that touchdown grab. I think there's something to it that when they talk trust, we got to trust him to play him. You got to know he's going to be in the right spot at the right time. This is a game of precision, man. This ain't Madden. Those windows to throw that football, you'd be stunned standing on the field if you looked at how these windows really look. There isn't time for a bad step. There isn't time to slow a route down or round a route off. Like I feel like Rico said this, that's a J-Mo thing, not a Goff thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very rare. What, a quarterback's got to make an adjustment to some nobody wide receiver? That's hell no. This is how it's done. Yeah. That's just where I'm at. I don't know. I want it to work, but while it's not the top of my list, I wouldn't be sad at all if they decided to bring in a little bit of help. 248-539-9797. You've heard us talk Capital Mortgage Funding. Home purchase market has changed a lot. It's just straight crazy right now. Multiple offers, overbidding. If you don't have a pre-approval, you are not getting a chance at the house you want. And while Capital Mortgage Funding can't promise you the great rates they used to, they can deliver on a fast, mostly stress-free pre-approval. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff of Capital Mortgage Funding is going to make the process stress-free. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE, Capital Mortgage Funding. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker.
My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They'll handle the difficult insurance companies. You can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. Call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you.
David on the ticket text. We'll get to the callers momentarily. What do we got?
Someone says, Jaden Reed in 5 games as a wide receiver 3 has a bad quarterback, already almost triple J-Mo's career yards and more touchdowns. That's how bad J-Mo is.
Jaden Reed's a better player than J-Mo. I hate to break that to you. You know what you don't hear anything with Jaden Reed? Noise.
But he's not that fast.
You know what Jaden Reed doesn't do? Doesn't drop the ball. Jaden Reed's in the best position possible. And you know what Jaden Reed's always done? He has found his way to making the difficult catches. Even last week on a deflection that I have no idea how he caught it that quick.
Right.
He was look, it is simple. Nobody doesn't want it to work. But the reason I hold J-Mo to this standard is because it's me telling you how much I think of your team. I don't have time to babysit. And it doesn't sound like Jared Goff does. And it doesn't sound like your team does. This is a team that is not based on flash and dash. It's based on substance, toughness, professionalism. He doesn't have those things. Now, all of a sudden, if he comes out, goes 5 for 126 against the Raiders, does right, no drops, he's in the right place at the right time, team starts coming out going, he had the best week of practice he's ever had. Yeah. J-Mo's really starting to turn a corner.
Where you all of a sudden hear Jared Goff saying about trust.
Right.
And this is my guy.
If that starts happening, that's the only way to gain the trust of fans. Us, you, your Nona. But let me ask you this question. If he's so effing sweet, how come they won't say it?
You know what? You win.
Thanks, buddy.
I mean, it's a position that either you get the job done. Like somebody said, Jaden Reed. He just goes out there, he makes his catches, gets it done. Yeah. And he's too fast. You got to give him more time. It's like every excuse instead of he's just not getting it done.
There's no winning with y'all with this kid. Goff's passes are always so goofy towards J-Mo. Like the last caller said, Goff needs to adjust.
Ask yourself why his passes look goofy to him and not to anyone else.
And that's what I was about to say. If Goff's passes look like that for everybody, that's a Jared Goff's problem. If it only looks that way for one person, that's his problem.
Right, so he's adjusting to the one person that has the problem.
Well, here's the other thing. I have never in my life heard a narrative now for a player who's done nothing in his career that he's, quote, too fast. That's like in Major League when the ball gets hit and he goes, too high, too high. That's not such a thing.
But that's it. That's how people feel.
You know why Jared Goff's pass looked goofy on the touchdown pass in Tampa? J-Mo turned the wrong way. That'll make it look goofy.
They scored a touchdown, and he didn't want to throw him under the bus, but, yeah, that's why. If you turn the right way. David, if every one of his passes were sailing too high or behind, then you know what? That's a legitimate excuse, but it's just him.
Hey, Kenny, while we're talking and doing this football stuff and ESPN's going nonstop with the NHL, I'm going to need a 5-team parlay from you. I want to get
5. Let's go 16.
No,
Kenny.
I want to get loose tonight. I'm going to watch a little college football. I want to watch some of the NBA. I'm going to be all over the Frozen Frenzy. But don't do this crap where it's only underdogs. If there are teams that are going to win, I want winners.
You're going to get a little bit of everything. I'm
Mike Singletary minus a wooden cross.
You got it.
I want winners.
You want a wooden cross? I can get you one for your birthday.
No, I just think it's sweet when coaches rock it on the sideline. Like it's a power move.
Get you one for your birthday. You know,
Ken Callum. That's amazing. I love that drop.
You know, we really tried to get you a birthday gift all year long, but Eli Manning will not go on that. What is that? What's it called? The Stoney's on?
Oh, Cameo.
Yeah, he won't go on Cameo. Little Mikey.
Oh, yeah.
Little Mikey was going to get a birthday wish, but he just wouldn't go on there.
Happy Chinooka. What was that, Smokey Robinson? I don't know what a Chinooka is. Well, you probably wouldn't because the word's pronounced Hanukkah.
But happy Chinooka.
That was the most unbelievable sound clip ever. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jay, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, buddy. What's the word?
You know, I am so sick and tired of J-Mo. Like, the one thing for me is, okay, he hasn't been on the field as much, but he's had a playbook in his hand for a year and a half, and he doesn't know where to go. I mean, you look at Addison, this Puka guy over in L.A., they've had a playbook in their hands for 5 months, and they know where to go. I mean, I'm so tired of this guy and the excuses that people make for him. I mean, at this point, he sucks. I'm not going to call him a boss, but he sucks.
Jason, I'm with you because it was, he was injured. Okay, he was injured. That happens. He came back. Then, he got popped for gambling. Well, it's a stupid rule. Oh, okay, but this
reminds me of another story.
Yeah. So, I mean, right, exactly. But the point is, you graduate law school and you say I'm taking a year off to study for the bar exam, and you pass it because you studied. This guy doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't track the ball. He doesn't catch it. I mean, take his Rolls Royce and get his ass out of here, man. I'm tired of him.
It doesn't feel like he's a fit here, Jason. And I hate to make that look, here's the deal. You work your whole life to become an NFL football player, and you come into money and you want to treat yourself. I don't have a problem with that. But when you are a rookie, and I'm sorry, guys, I hate to break to you, you don't make nearly as much as a rookie as you think you do. And Uncle Sam's taking half of it, and your agent's taking this, and then you got to take care of parents, whatever it is. Here's the bottom line.
You bought mama the car.
You don't need to be buying a $500,000 car. You don't need to be downtown handing out money. You don't need to be out at the Coney at 4 a.m. You don't need to be speeding down the highway. Look, guys, no other player on this team is flash and dash. Not one. They don't do it. That's not how they operate. I don't want to invoke this, but it's very Patriot-like. They want this to be about a team. Do your job. Stay in line. Let's win games. The J-Mo pick is this weird outlier. And if you like him so much, why don't they say it?
Mm-hmm. And for all the excuses, you need to wait, you need to do this.
They don't need to do anything.
He's too fast. It's like I watch every receiver go out there and just get it done.
Your starting quarterback, this guy's such an afterthought. Goff didn't realize he'd been back for 3 weeks. And you're mad at me. Look, nobody wants this kid to go out and dominate the Raiders more because you know what I'm getting tired of? Having to talk about it. Mm-hmm. I'd like to be able to tell you how excited I am we have a deep threat. I'd love to be reading reports how J-Mo is killing it in practice. Nobody can cover him. Show me a report where he's out there at 11 o'clock at night, 1,000 passes on the jugs machine. Where are the reports?
Yeah.
They're never there. You don't think the team wants good publicity for this kid? You don't think it's in the team's best interest to take the heat off him? They don't say it because it's not there. And they're moving on. He only played 33 snaps last week in a game that was out of hand and, as Rico put it, should have been a 7-on-7. 33 snaps, 6 targets, no catches, 2 drops. Oh, but wait, Jared Goff's ball was too high or stuff.
He outran the coverage.
Right. I must have missed where he's Usain Bolt. Let's go to Wayne, 97.1. Wayno, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Mike. Happy birthday, buddy.
Oh, thank you, brother. Appreciate it. What can we do for you?
As I told the guy that answered, I was at work, my lunch break, just Lions, Detroit thing, and a couple of names they brought up as possibilities. Just wondering on yours and Rico's stuff.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Wide receiver, one was Marquise Brown, Hollywood Brown.
You do not
I believe he's on the final year of his contract.
Yeah, you do not want him. Without slandering the man, I will just tell you everything I've ever heard about him. Incredibly selfish, has no interest in blocking whatsoever, and may or may not be made out of paper mache. I'm going to say no to Hollywood Brown. Not a team guy.
Not a team player.
Yeah, not a team guy.
And the other name that was brought up at cornerback was Patrick Surtain II.
Wayne, where did this come from? I heard Doug and Scott giving away 17 first-round picks for Surtain a few days back. Is there a report I'm missing?
I want to say the guy's name was Mike Kim. And it was a Lions thing, and it was about 11 minutes, and he brought up 5 names. One of them was defensive end Hunter with Minnesota, but he did it yesterday, so that was before they won last night.
I would say to you, if Patrick Surtain were available, I'm absolutely going to make the call. Now, here's your guys, you're not going to like this one. Just because a guy might be tradable doesn't mean you're going to like the price. Mm-hmm. There is not a world that exists where I'm giving 2 first-round picks up. It's not happening. So that's out the door. Second of all, this is the other thing you might not like. Just because a player is good, and he's good over here, does not mean the people in your building are going to feel like schematically he's a real fit for you. This ain't a video game. Your schemes and the way you play are going to require a very specific way of doing things.
Yeah, that's what Campbell and kind of said Brad Holmes is doing. We're not going to make a deal just to make a deal. You have to be a fit in this building because we kind of got something going here, and we don't want to upset the apple cart.
Philly got Byard out of nowhere. You got Randy Gregory. What is this team going to do to keep up with the Joneses? This is Brad Holmes' next test. I do not think it's acceptable to do nothing. I don't. Mm-hmm. You're at the big boys table now. You got to do something. That doesn't mean you get willy-nilly and do something stupid. But also,
no first-round picks.
Don't give me the Trinity Benson All-Stars at the deadline either.
Is he available?
Is he alive?
He always comes back.
Is he?
I think he's alive.
Okay.
And he always just seems to make it back here in Detroit.
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has you covered. 24/7, locally owned for 40 years, and they back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical. Plenty of generators in stock. If Mastercraft cannot get to you same day, going to take $100 off that next day service. Visit mastercraftheating.com.
Brought to you by Grand Traverse Resort and Spa. Lions wide receiver Marvin Jones is stepping away from football to deal with a family matter. Detroit has granted Jones his release. He says it was not an easy decision, thanking the organization for its support. The Red Wings will try to make it 6 wins in a row when they play the Kraken tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Jeff Petrie and Klim Kostin will both miss the game with injuries. The Wings right now tied with Boston for the most points in the Eastern Conference. Puck drop at 8:15. The pregame show at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Michigan State football has lost a pair of players to the transfer portal. Defensive tackle Simeon Barrow and offensive tackle Keyshawn Blackstock now add to the 5 total players that have left the program since Mel Tucker's firing. It's opening night in the NBA. The defending champion Nuggets host the Lakers at 7:30. Suns Warriors is the late game at 10 o'clock. The Pistons, of course, open the new season in Miami tomorrow night. They'll be without Bojan Bogdanovic, Monte Morris, and Isaiah Livers for the first few weeks of the season. And it's Game 7 of the NLCS tonight in Philly. The Phillies and D-backs play at 8 o'clock. The winner takes on the Rangers in the World Series. I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 97ontheticket.com.
Nobody cares. Let's talk some football. Football.
Okay. And more football questions.
More football questions.
We have a new team in the top 10.
I'm excited because it ain't North Carolina.
No, North Carolina's gone. This team has 2, not 1, 2 top 20 victories. They are 6-1 from the Pac-12. Ladies and gentlemen, at number 10, I give you Oregon State.
They're good, man. Now, they're on upset alert this weekend. It is the rattiest line in America. Oregon State, it is now down to -3 at Arizona. Jed Fish has Arizona playing really well. That is a very dicey spot.
These 7 DBs that he puts out there.
Well, here's the other thing. From an offensive standpoint, Arizona will have the recipe with their elite wide receivers. Oregon State's corners, not the best. So I hope my Beavs stay there because I really like what they do.
But it's a very fluid situation, but right now,
at least they played somebody.
They're in. They have 2 top 20 victories. At number 9, they're undefeated, but man, did they get lucky. Oklahoma. Oklahoma at home defeated University of Central Florida 31-29, but they had to come back to get this thing done. They got lucky. It didn't look right. Central Florida should be upset because they did not walk away with a victory.
Yeah, but when you kick field goals, you get beat. Yeah. And John Reese Plumlee came back. And again, I think Oklahoma got lucky against Texas, and Texas has their own problems. But my point is, I think they're a paper tiger. I'm with you. I'm fine with them at number 9. I would have been upset if you had them in the top 5.
No. At number 8, well, I told you, if you don't impress me, you're going to drop.
This is a power rank, people. It is not the AP.
At number 8, because they were winning so big and then lost their quarterback, Texas. Texas defeated who did
they were playing Houston.
Yeah,
they were up 21-0.
They were on the road at Houston, 21-0. Quinn Ewers, instead of sliding, goes into the guy, hurts his shoulder. He's probably done for a month.
Yeah, second degree AC sprain. I think it's the same thing he had after taking that hit against Bama last year. Now they got a backup who's like Dante Culpepper Jr. He's like 6'6", 250, or Arch Manning. They play BYU this week. They play K-State. I think they go at Iowa State. They could survive it, but their performance against Houston, totally unacceptable. You cannot blow a 21-0 lead against that rat Houston squad.
You know what? I lied. There are 2 new teams. Well, actually, one team that was gone, and they're now back. At number 7, because they have 2 top 15 victories, University of Alabama. Alabama is back. Alabama's defeated Ole Miss, and then they were down, and they handled their business and came back and beat Joe Milton and Tennessee.
Is it wrong that I just don't believe in them? I don't believe in that offense at all. But you know the one thing Milroe can do besides run? He's really good in a pressured pocket. He's top 5 in America. Throwing the ball, like a kid who can't throw somehow gets better with people draped all over him. What?
Yeah.
I was about to say, what does he do well? What are you talking about? But you're
mean,
right.
He can sure move, man.
Alabama's problem is we compare Alabama to Alabama and all the Heisman winner trophy quarterbacks and all the guys in the pros.
What if zombie Bama is the last man standing in the SEC? Like, we all think Bama's dead. And in the end, it was zombie Bama, the worst Bama team, the most limited offensively, and they beat Georgia like 13-10 in the SEC title game.
Kenny wouldn't be
Kenny's not happy.
No.
I need to see Kenny's club without Brock Bowers before I make that type of declaration.
Just escort yourself out, please, sir.
Look, enjoy the game against Florida. I'm warning you. While you're playing them, Mizzou's on a bye week. That's a dicey game.
And that's what I'm worried about. Is them with some rest, no Brock Bowers. It's a concern.
Luther Burden coming to town. All right, go ahead.
At number 6, little quack, baby. Yeah, University of Oregon.
They're really good.
They defeated Washington State 38-24.
Should have been 38-16.
Should have been. But
way to blow the cover late, guys. No, Bo Nix, 78% of his passes, 2,200 yards, 19 touchdowns, and 1 pick. And the loss wasn't on him. That was a 15-round heavyweight fight against UW. I still think Oregon's one of the 5 or 6 best teams in America. Yeah. And they'll have a shot to play their way in.
They will.
Win your games, get to that Pac-12 title game. I think if they get a crack at Washington, they would beat them a second time.
Especially the way Washington is playing right now. At number 5,
Washington.
A little controversial. No. University of Michigan.
Oh, no, don't do this.
No.
All right, let me hear it.
No. They beat Michigan State 49-0. The reason why they're at 5 and not 4.
I haven't blamed anybody.
Right there. The one consistency I've had is if you have a resume, you hold a spot. Washington.
That's fair.
Has a top 10 victory. They struggled. They still beat Oregon. Can't take that away from them. Washington sitting there at 4.
David, while I know people will be upset, he is doing a power rank, and he has been consistent on merit-based ranking. When your best win is Rutgers, no slander.
No, UNLV.
UNLV's your best win. It is hard to fight the metrics he's using.
I understand all that. I just think Washington should be penalized a little bit for their performance last week.
And I still believe if Washington played Michigan, Michigan would beat them.
Right now, I think so.
You know what the funny thing is? That game actually felt like what would happen if Michigan played Washington. Because all Arizona State did was just run the ball. And Washington was like, wait, you don't want to pass with us? You don't want to turn this into a 7-0? Nah, we just want to run the ball. They had a hard time stopping them. And it took a pick 6 late in the game to get it done. But Once again, David, if you had a top 10 victory, I could flip it.
Dave, if
but
they
I got
had
to stay
a
consistent.
ranked win, if they had played a top 50 team, have they faced a top 80 defense?
I don't believe so.
Who's it, Rutgers?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Rutgers defense, I think, is actually
79?
No. Actually, I think Rutgers defense is actually pretty good. I want to say they're like 21 or something.
Oh, well, bully for you.
I did some research.
Excellent. How dare you?
At number 3, fresh off of playing BYE, that's a bye week, folks. The University of Georgia. Shout out Kenny Cott.
We got to see what they are in the post-Bowers era, the PBE. I still think they're really talented, but when you lose a player like that, that's a bit of a cheat code. I need to see Carson Beck, no Bowers, use the receivers who are very good. I got to see it, but how could I be offended at 3? I can't.
At number 2, this team rose the highest in this week's poll, the Ohio State. You now have 2 top 10 victories. Wasn't pretty, but doesn't count. You outscored Penn State 20 to 12 at home. You got the job done against arguably the top defense in the nation.
Here's what I'll say. It's fair to say their defense has gotten better. How much? I'm hesitant. Notre Dame's offense. All right, football time. And here's the deal. You've seen the prices for Monday Night Football. I mean, it's crazy. You want to go to a Lions game? Sure. Or you could take what it would cost you to go to one game with decent tickets and buy arguably the best TV on the market. Paulson's Audio Video, complete lineup, Sony 65-inch 4K OLED TV starting at $17.99. You feel like you're in the front row, and the TV's going to last you a decade. Money you spend on a ticket will last you 3 hours max. That's if the team plays well. Or if you decide not to beat traffic. I digress. Paulson's, huge event coming up. They've got an audio event coming up November 2nd, 5 to 8. Bowers and Wilkins, Morantz, all the big names, the hitters in the speaker game. They're all there. Demos, food, drinks, reps, the whole bit. Visit the events page at Paulson's website. Register today. PaulsonsAV.com. It's Paulson's Audio Video. It is the toy store for grown-ups.
All right, shout out to the birthday boy, Mike Valeni. David, got any ticket text before we wrap this thing up and hand it off to Wojo and Rieger? I think I heard Wojo out there.
Oh, he's here. Yeah, he is there. Someone says, OMG.
Oh, he's here. I could smell him when he entered the building.
Oh, my. Messier looks like he's either a shot caller or an FBI informant. That is from Tom.
I have a particular set of skills.
Looks like every bad guy from Burn Notice.
Messier, hitman. Messier absolutely likes Messier might kill somebody on this broadcast tonight.
Do you want your 5-leg parlay?
Yeah, we're getting loose tonight. Everybody, Rico, do the hockey with me.
Well, I mean, I have to now.
It's the Frozen Frenzy.
You guys got two brothers on TV
That's
talking
right.
hockey.
Hey, you put some respect on his name. It's Kevin Weeks, noted New York Islanders goalie.
Fantastic.
Rico, I was out there, man. I got in on this.
How dare you?
I'm just...
Coming up on the 11 o'clock coverage, Tommy Soderstrom, former Islander goalie.
Wait, does that mean we say gold black guy?
Oh.
Gold black guy.
But he's got to score a goal first, right?
Maserati.
Yeah.
All right, 5-team can't lose Kenny Frozen Frenzy parlay. Go.
Oh my God!
Give it to
what?
us. Give
We
it to us.
got the Flyers plus the goal and a half.
Yeah.
We got the Anaheim Ducks plus the goal and a half.
Rico's
Okay.
breaking out the pen.
We got the Rangers on the money line.
Okay.
We got the LA Kings on the money line.
Oh, okay.
And we have your Detroit Red Wings on the. That's right. If only for a night, I'll be a Steve Bob.
How about this? Do the Wings minus
what are
a
the
goal
Wings?
and a half. It's
No,
so sexy.
no.
What are the Wings?
Money line.
Money line.
So what was the second one? I missed the second one.
The Ducks plus the goal and a half.
Flyers plus a goal and a half, Ducks plus a goal
So
and
what
a
does
half.
that pay? Plus what?
It's like plus 1,200.
Yeah, that pays a decent amount.
Then you could throw in the Nuggets money line, little Western Kentucky plus 4.5.
God. You're missing the big one, though.
Wait, what the hell was that?
What was that? Do that again, please.
What the hell is that?
There was a guy imitating JMO defenders.
One more time, David.
That is amazing.
Oh my God!
You guys get the greatest drops out of callers.
Well, they get caller on caller crime
You do,
sometimes
yes.
too, which is very impressive.
Well, we're not trying to fix the world. So
Yeah.
we don't care. We let the world burn.
Yeah, might as well.
I like that.
I mean,
You like the
honestly,
Joker.
I was the one thing. I mean, I was so angry watching Kirk Cousins look like he was
Oh,
Dan
my
Marino all of a
God.
sudden. But what upset me more was watching Jordan Addison. Like, this guy's a rookie, and he has outdone J-Mo's entire career in one game.
He
That
has.
touchdown before the half was unbelievable.
I'm sitting there like, what just happened
He
here?
literally turned into a DB. He stole the ball, and
Man,
then
I was so
He
upset.
bailed
was a
out Kirk
DB
Cousins.
for doing it. Yeah. Wait. Are you nervous about the Vikings now?
No.
Whoa! Kirk Cousins.
By the time
You know what? If Kirk
you
Cousins
play
can-
them, the division will be locked up. It
Oh.
will not matter.
Wojo, if Cousins can replicate that guy, because
Oh.
even his own wife didn't recognize
No.
him when he got home.
He didn't get sacked, and he was under pressure a lot. He escaped
He
it.
was like, "Why you keep calling me Patrick?" Oh, I'm sorry.
"Oh my
honey.
God!"
Stud in prime time finally.
So no concern at all about the Vikings, huh? Here,
That was actually Rico sidelines Saturday night in a fur coat.
Were you on the sidelines for that game?
Yeah.
Did you stay the entire game?
No.
Oh, thank God.
I like when "here" gets extra syllables. Here,
No,
my favorite.
I left in the fourth. So
Yeah. Well, we're going to give our take on JMO.
Yes.
More
More football questions.
football questions.
And
football.
But very question. You guys were talking about the bet. You left one out. Throw the Phillies in there
No.
in Game 7 of the
Oh.
NLCS.
I'm
Come on.
gonna
take the baby snakes.
There's a chance they choke.
Of course
you
there
get
is.
to a game 7 in a city like. Take it from someone who's watched the Yankees choke. The
Phil-
pressure in those
Arizona
towns.
has no right. They have no pressure. They weren't supposed. They were the Tigers.
And
back
the baby
in May.
snakes have baseball equivalent of an Avenger. They have Corbin Carroll.
How about Scherzer winning it yesterday?
Yeah.
Even though he had nothing to
At
do
two
with
and
it.
a third of like 3 runs.
And the
Thanks,
Astros
Max.
lost.
Yeah.
You just hate to see it.
Oh, and it was such an ass kicking.
Scumbags.
Not that you're watching the World
Cheaters.
Series. But if the Diamondbacks are in the
Asterisk.
World Series,
Huh?
nobody's
What?
watching.
I have bad news for you.
What?
No one's watching the games now.
I watch the Phillies. I like that.
Listen, baseball's problem
Me and
is
Stoney.
if your team's not in it, you don't watch.
Right,
Yeah,
and
it's
why
all
is
fixed.
that?
All the best teams got knocked out, so it's all fixed. I don't
Yeah, it is. Whatever. Yeah.
That's a dumb rule. I don't like it. That's what Rico's doing.
Why don't the Braves get the best, 13 out of 29?
Right. Hey, Kenny.
Just like the draft lottery.
Kenny, I'm cutting you in. 25% of that parlay hits. Come on. Come on.
Hell, this has it's 5 games.
It's
you
got no chance, but I'm excited for NHL Red Zone tonight, and I want to participate.
Okay.
Bob, I'm not going to lie to you. Opening night of the NHL, that doesn't carry a lot of weight in my world.
Wait. Kenny, can I add the Warriors on the money line?
Yes,
absolutely
do whatever
not.
you want.
No.
Yeah, you could have mixed company in this parlay.
Okay.
There's so many things we can say.
That's Kenny betting on the Islanders when he clicks the button. All right. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow.
Good luck.
Good night.
Good luck.
All right, you've heard me talk about specs at LTU. Heck, I was just there today with my class. If you want a career in radio, TV, graphics design. Yes, I was. Graphics design. Well, specs at LTU can help you get your career started. It's